Social Science. Table of Contents. Foreword 9. Preface. The Nature of Social Science. Teaching in the Soviet Union 11. Introduction 1. Part I. Principles of Marxism-Leninism 5. Theoretical Basis of Communism 7. Chapter 1. Philosophical Concepts about the World and its Cognition 1. 3. Matter and Motion. 13. Development and Universal Correlation of World Phenomena 1. 6. Consciousness a Property of Highly Organized Matter 24. Materialism and Idealism 31. Review Questions 37. Points to Consider and Discuss 37. Chapter 2. Doctrine of Society's Development 39. Materialist Concept of History 39. Socioeconomic Formation 45. Classes and Class Struggle 49. Historical Forms of Human Communities 54. Historical Necessity and Human Activity 57. Review Questions 62. Points to Consider and Discuss 62. Chapters Capitalism and its Decline 65. 3. Capitalist Commodity Production Exploitation of Labor by Capital Imperialism Capitalism's General Crisis from Capitalism to Socialism Review Questions Points to Consider and Discuss. Socialism and Communism. Economic System of Socialism. Ownership. Planning. Commodity-money relations under Socialism. System of economy management and control. Labor and distribution of material goods. Reproducing the means of production. Contemporary stage of economic policy of the Party and Soviet state Review Questions Points to Consider and Discuss. Socio-political System of Socialism. Society of Toilers. Nations and National Relations. Soviet Socialist State. Soviet Legal Order. Social Organizations of Toilers. Gradual Transformation of Socialism into Communism. Review Questions. Points to Consider and Discuss. Creation of the material technical base of communism and formation of communist social relations. Foundations of Communism 177. Toward a Classless Society 1. 92. Town and Country 194. Labor, Intellectual and Manual 197. Toward Communist Labor and Distribution 200. Development of Statehood into Communist Social Self-Government 206. Review Questions 209. Point to Review and Discuss 209. Chapter 7 Education of the New Man 211. Communist Man is Being Born Today 21-1. Scientific Worldview 214. Marxist Atheism 216. The New Man is Being Tempered by Labor 220. Collectivism and Humanism 223. War on the Vestiges of the Past 226. Communist Morality and Way of Life 229. Man Must Strive for Excellence in Every Way 232. Review Questions 235. Points to Review and Discuss 235. Chapters The Party, our Helmsman. 237. The Party's Role in Soviet Society 237. Fundamental Law of Party Life 243. Toward the Great Goal 248. The CPSU and the World Communist Movement 25. 1. Review Questions 253. Points to Review and Discuss 253. Chapter 9 The Epoch of Revolutionary Transition from Capitalism to Socialism 255. The World Socialist System 255. Revolutionary Movement of the Proletariat 267. 6. Liberation Movement OT Peoples 272. Fundamental Problem of the Present 216. Review Questions 281. Points to Review and Discuss 282. Conclusion. Foreword. The purpose of our Committee of the American Bar Association in translating this prize-winning book and putting it into the hands of our high school and college teachers is to give them an effective teaching tool. We do this with a caveat. This social science textbook is a communist document carefully designed to convince all Higley School students in the Soviet Union that their social and governmental system is the best in the world and bound in the end to triumph over ours. Indeed, a whole chapter is devoted to capitalism and its decline, in which is sketched our certain downfall and the inevitable victory of socialism of communism. It is hard for some Americans to realize that every student in the Soviet Union has dinned and drummed into his ears at every stage of his education the scientific superiority of his system over ours. Those responsible for education in the Soviet Union are not content to live and let live, to truly coexist in open competition. The truth of the matter is their system cannot stand open competition and comparison with ours. That is why there is a Berlin Wall and non-existent free emigration and travel from the Soviet Union. Every time there's a crack in the wall, the people of the perfect socialist society vote with their feet and go west. If we are, as this book describes, in our death throes, there are a lot of people on the communist side of the wall who'd like to join us if they could. There is and would be very little reverse flow. It seems to us, if readers of this book will keep that one fact of life in mind, they will not be misled by the propaganda they read and will have a very good yardstick to compare and contrast our system with theirs. Preface: The nature of social science teaching in the Soviet Union. Soviet space achievements in the 1950s aroused Western interest in the communist educational system. Caught by surprise, the American public wanted to know what caused the apparent technological superiority that enabled the Soviet Union to launch the first Sputnik. Original Western indifference often was replaced by equally uncritical overestimation of Soviet capabilities. Exhaustive studies have been made of Soviet teaching and research in the fields of natural sciences and technology to determine, first, the number of available scientific personnel and, second, the quality and organization of Soviet educational and research institutions. Uneasy about the Soviet technological thrust, produced and maintained by the immense power of a totalitarian party state, many have wondered about the motivation of the Soviet effort to overtake and surpass Pregnat, and ultimately replace the capitalist system in a worldwide contest. One way to clarify the problem of communist motivation for many in the non-communist world, still a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma, is to analyze Soviet educational programs in the field of social science. It has been suggested that it was the German schoolteacher and social science textbook that conditioned most of the population to accept extreme nationalism and the belief in German racial superiority, leading ultimately to the National Socialist, totalitarian form of government. This world outlook, which produced Hitler's / Kampf, was not taken seriously and ugly by non-Germans as well as many Germans, and the consequences are well known. Admittedly, Nazi and communist world outlooks are vastly different. Their common totalitarian character, however, is reflected in the efforts of both their leaderships to enforce universal acceptance, within their orbit of control, of basic doctrinal tenets about society and its development, and about the nature and role of man in the world. The educational system is serving the USSR, as it served Germany under National Socialism, as chief instrument of compulsory indoctrination according to party policy. The Nazi worldview has become of only historical interest. Governments motivated by the communist worldview, however, at the present time control approximately 26% of the world territory and 36% of the population. A great effort is being made by those governments to give the rising generation in their countries a thoroughly formation in the communist world outlook. A study of the content of this political ideological education may help to discover the underlying cause of their obviously dynamic behavior. The USSR serves as the best case for study, for other governments under communist control are generally emulating the Soviet prototype. More than THIRD Years of communist rule in the Soviet Union has created the most elaborate and efficient educational system OT political ideological indoctrination. It begins with the social science course for the graduating class of secondary schools, a single, comprehensive course on the fundamentals OT the Marxist Leninist doctrine. Obchesty-Ovdan of Kamakarat as it is called in the curriculum, was introduced as a separate subject in 1963. In 1961 the XXII Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union approved the new party program, in which the education of the entire population in the spirit OT scientific communism was stated as one OT the most party important objectives. It was necessary to commission a textbook for the course, the Tirst edition OT, which appeared in 1963. 70-hour-long periods per year are devoted to it, according to a review article in Sovetskaya Pedagogika Soviet Pedagogy, February 1963, number 2, pages 3 to 9. The translation presented here is OT the Iglit edition, dated 1970 carat. A comparison of this latest edition with the original reveals, first of all, the basic continuity of doctrinal content of Marxist-Leninist social science. There are changes, however, that reflect the leadership situation within the CPSU. In 1963, Nikita Eskomstchev was still in control of the party and state apparatus. As first secretary of the CPSU Central Committee and chairman of the Council of Ministers, his picture and short biography as a Leninist-type leader, together with quotes from his speeches, are included as parts OT the textbook. Also, the 1963 text is interspersed with rather exuberant statements about the achievements of socialism in its economic confrontation with capitalism, which, as we know, have not since been countermanded by socialist performance. By contrast, the 1970 edition does not even mention the name of the present CPSU Secretary General, Leonid Brezhnev, who obviously achieved ascendancy within the Politburo after the text was printed. Also, its tone reflects the more sober attitude of Khrushchev's successors regarding the real correlation OT forces between the capitalist and socialist systems. This does not suggest any change of mind on the part of the communist leadership to actively cooperate with those historic forces which will ultimately lead to the revolutionary replacement OT the decaying capitalist system by the progressive socialist and, finally, communist system. The textbook leaves no doubt about the resolve of the CPSU apparatus to pursue the identical aim in a more realistic way, which makes them even more formidable opponents. K.H. Shakhnazarov, the writer in charge of the group that produced all 8 editions, has since been given the important position of Executive Secretary of Problems of Peace and Socialism, the monthly of the International Communist Movement published in Prague in 23 languages. 11. One shift in doctrinal emphasis in the 1970 edition should be noted: importance of CPSU ties with other fraternal parties and the cooperative effort of the entire world communist movement are stressed. The main document adopted by the International Conference of Communist and Workers' Parties at Moscow in June 1969 is quoted in the text in order to buttress the argument of irreversibility of the historic revolutionary process and the belief in communism's final victory on the global scale. A glance at the fuller picture of political ideological indoctrination as it is continued and broadened at the level of Soviet institutions of higher and specialized education and, in addition, in the unique party educational system reserved for future apparatchiks may be of interest. The population under communist control. The indoctrination target may be divided into 2 basic groups: party members and non-party people. Bchpartivnyi, 94%. Both groups receive Hegelian education in the state school system, where regardless of the field of the student's specialization, heavy social science study continues to be mandatory. It covers all the components of the doctrine, Marxist-Leninist philosophy, and political economy. The history of the CPSU is also required. In a 1963-64 revision of the university curriculum, an additional obligatory subject, Fundamentals of Scientific Communism, was introduced for students in their final year. Requiring 70 hours per year, by decreasing time allotted to the other Marxist-Leninist disciplines, this new subject defines the general socio-political and ideological laws governing the preparation, emergence, and development of the communist system, as well as their specific manifestation in different countries. Obviously not satisfied with the results of state school political education and concerned about the ideological indifference of Soviet young people, the USSR Ministry of Higher and Specialized Education issued a detailed 5-year indoctrination plan, coinciding with the economic 5-year plan. Together with instructions on scientific research into the problems of communist education of university and college students. A single educational plan for the entire USSR directed towards ideological student indoctrination has never existed before. Despite this impressive effort to mold all Soviet youth into conscious builders of the new society, we should not overestimate the practical results, which are considered, as is well known, far from successful by the CPSU itself. The very fact that the Soviet government finds it necessary frequently to reorganize and enlarge its instruction on Marxism-Leninism suggests poor response from the average Soviet pupil. This should not lead us to the opposite extreme of disregarding the importance of at least passive submission to the Marxist-Leninist worldview by large numbers of the people, who have no access to free information. On the other hand, it is well to recall that there are persons in the USSR as well as in other communist-controlled countries who, even at 2 in number, accept the Marxist-Leninist world outlook by conviction and actively promote it as members of the apparatus of their respective communist parties. These apparatchiks, the hardcore of CP membership, are professional revolutionaries in the true Leninist sense. They qualify for responsible party or government work by attending the higher party schools, a separate educational system for formation of party cadres. These schools are exclusive, not well publicized, with stringent entrance requirements. They are the Higler Party School at the CPSU Central Committee, Moscow, the Union Republic and Interregional Higler Party Schools, and the Higler Party Correspondence School at the CPSU Central Committee. Thus, the entire Soviet educational system, both party and state, serves as an instrument of ideological political indoctrination. The Soviet authorities do not conceal their aim. They consider it only natural that the state organs are at the service of the party's overall goal. The foundations of a scientific world outlook are laid in school. To give all pupils thorough and sound knowledge and, by closely linking this knowledge with work and socio-political activities, to instill in every pupil a dialectical materialist outlook and correct views on life and his responsibilities to society. This is a particularly important task for the school today, when the education OT the new man has entered its highest, its communist stage. Every Soviet citizen is obliged to acquire the basic knowledge OT the Marxist-Leninist world outlook in his final year OT secondary school by learning the social science course translated here. In the words of its authors, it is intended to acquaint students only with the essence of the Marxist-Leninist theory about society and to bring out the importance of the revolutionary theory as an instrument OT knowledge OT the world and OT its transformation. Charles T. Baroche, J.D., Ph.D. Scholar in Residence. American Bar Association. ** Communist. Social Science. Textbook for the graduating class of secondary schools and secondary specialized educational institutions. State Publishing House for Political Literature. A.D. Babarykin, U. Akrasin. V.V. Sukadayev, N.O.N. Pisarjevsky. Translated from the Russian. Edited by Charles and Catherine Baroche. Introduction. The party's goal is to educate the entire population in the spirit of scientific communism, thus assuring that the toilers fully understand the world's development, its process and prospects, evaluate the domestic and international scene correctly, and make a conscious effort to construct their lives in the communist manner. There must be intimate connection of communist ideas and communist actions in every individual person's conduct and in the activity of every organization and collective. From the program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. At the threshold of adulthood we give earnest thought to the conduct of our lives. We seek the meaning of events around us and our place in society. We must understand, first of all, the epoch in which we are destined to live and act in order to avoid wandering in the dark, in order to live with clearly defined purpose, confident in our strength. The 20th century, which has changed mankind's life quickly and profoundly, has received, as a result, a great variety of titles. It was called the century of electricity when electric power was put at the service of technology and everyday life at the turn of the century. Later it was labeled the century of atomic power by the physicists, of computers, by mathematicians, of synthetics, by chemists, of spaceflight, by the astronomers. Yet for all their importance, great scientific discoveries have not given human society the direction of its development. The sciences themselves and their practical application depend conclusively upon the social system, upon those in control of a given society, those whose interests are being served by social development, upon the interests of the entire people, as under socialism, or of a few big private owners, as under capitalism. The 20th century's chief characteristic is profound social transformation, clearing the path to communism. In our era, in fact, mankind is resolutely ending all forms of class and national oppression and rebuilding social relations on the basis of justice in a grim, difficult struggle against reaction, prejudice, and ignorance. It is firmly establishing on this earth the ideals of peace, labor, freedom, equality, brotherhood, and happiness for all peoples. Transition from capitalism to communism is our era's main content. Our fatherland occupies a special place in this far-reaching historical process of social reconstruction. It has been the first to pave the way to communism for mankind. Reaching this goal depends to a considerable degree on today's students. You are taking over from your fathers and mothers, older brothers and sisters. You will be the organizers of the economy, creators of science and technology, literature and art, the managers of public affairs. Yours is not merely an enviable reglet to communism, but the duty to build it, a grave responsibility to history and future generations. Building is an exceptionally good word for the social process taking place in our country. Building communism means erecting new plants, factories, and electric power stations, laying railroad lines, growing crops to supply an abundance of vitally needed industrial and agricultural products. It means inventing and placing in production complex mechanical and automatic devices that will make shorter work hours possible and bring joy and creativity into labor. It means erecting comfortable apartment houses, sanatoria, palaces, OT, culture, stadiums to make long life, good health, and beauty in their daily surroundings possible to our people. It means establishing new social relations among persons, raising and training the communist man to be a tireless creator, broadly educated and balanced in development, embodying spiritual richness, moral purity, and physical perfection. Communist society thus comes into being as a result of millions working with purpose. The building of communism, reads the theses of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Central Committee, issued on the centenary of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin's birth, is all the people's cause. Upon their awareness, initiative, culture, and professional competence depends successful fulfillment of communism's economic program. Communism is not an ordinary building project. It requires not merely working hands but warm hearts, not indifferent followers but enthusiasts, fully carried aware of what they are striving for and what they are building, with the scientific knowledge of society. At present, several hundred scientific disciplines exist, each fascinating, one as important as another. Nowadays, when production processes are based on scientific achievements, one cannot advance a single step without scientific knowledge, without acquiring a profession, becoming a specialist. And this holds true not only for the person who has decided to be a scientist or teacher, engineer, or physician, but also toward those who will be working with machine tools, building new industrial plants and housing projects, producing abundant crops. Even with the best intentions, no one can master all the sciences, neither is it necessary. However, everyone must be familiar with social science. First of all, and most important, one needs this knowledge to participate with awareness in building communism, to have a clear concept of what communism is and how to achieve it. It is also indispensable for proper understanding of the international situation and the Soviet state's foreign policy. Knowing about society is also needed in daily activities. Irrespective of our place of work, we should not neglect to learn the principles underlying the organization of Soviet industry, how the Soviet state was established and is governed, what rights and duties the Soviet citizen has, and what the basic principles in human relations are. Political literacy and ideological maturity and training are necessary in private life also, guarding one from mistakes, helping him to keep to the correct path. 3. In studying social science, at the very outset, it is important to realize that it does not consist in mechanical memorization of texts and learning formulas by rote. Marxism-Leninism is a creative science. It cannot be mastered by cramming. The goals in this case are to absorb completely the essence of the revolutionary theory, and to acquire the habit of thinking creatively and the ability to apply the knowledge thus gained in practical action. It is useless to remember that high-level labor productivity is needed for the victory of communism and at the same time shun work or do it in a slipshod manner. If, on the contrary, having once learned the principles of socialist management, one is concerned about progress in his plant or kolkhoz, his study has not been in vain. The ability to combine theoretical knowledge with practical activity, that is what everyone should acquire from the course on social science. In a famous speech at the Third Congress of the Young Communist League, V.I. Lenin defined youth's main task: study communism. Our youth is devotedly following Lenin's behest and learning communism, as it storms the heights of scientific knowledge and takes an active part in the entire people's creative work. Mastering the science of society is a required important stage in this learning process. This textbook gives the minimum knowledge about society and its law of development indispensable to every young Soviet person for his better understanding of Communist Party policy and for his active, informed share in the struggle by all the people for communism. That is the reason for naming this course Social Science. Examination of theory and practice in building socialism and communism is a principal part of the course. The text presents the teaching on the socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, the controlling role of the Communist Party, a description of the economic and political system of the Soviet Socialist Society and of the main objectives and prospects of communist construction in the USSR. It also shows the triumph of Marxism-Leninism and the ideas of proletarian internationalism. Introduction to Part I. Theoretical basis of communism. A specter is haunting Europe. The specter of communism, begins the famous Manifesto of the Communist Party, in which K. Marx and F. Engels set forth the basic principles of the communist world outlook. Over 100 years have since passed. Communism is no longer a specter, it is a mighty force reshaping the world and changing the face of our planet. Followers of Marxist-Leninist teaching increase in number annually, the whole of toiling humanity is rising under its battle flag. Where does the strength of Marxism-Leninism come from? From the fact that its teaching faithfully reflects reality, that it equips us with knowledge of the laws governing the world's development and reveals to men the meaning of their lives, labor, and struggle. Marxist-Leninist teaching, indicator of the way to happiness and progress, constitutes the theoretical foundation of Kommunists. Result of the Great Quest. Marxism has been prepared by the entire history of mankind's long and arduous development. Under the burden of merciless exploitation, the popular masses preserved a vision of a radiant future, expressing it in song and legend and, when angry, in uprisings and revolutions. Mankind's best minds have striven to understand society's history, creating philosophical systems and economic theories and outlining schemes of an ideal social system that would reflect the popular faith in the triumph of justice. However, the backwardness of social relations and the scarcity of scientific knowledge gave these views a utopian character. Circumstances favoring the emergence of the scientific communist world outlook matured only by the mid-19th century. Capitalism's expansion graphically demonstrated the decisive influence of economics on society. Capitalism also produced the working class, the gravedigger of the exploiter system, whose appearance was signaled by revolutionary actions. At the same time, growth in capitalist production promoted rapid development in the natural sciences, which had accumulated facts sufficient to create a scientific understanding of the world. The ground for a new world outlook was prepared. Its urgency was confirmed by the evolution of philosophical and political theories. By that time, progressive social thinkers, in expressing the needs of practical life, had already posed questions to which Marxist teaching was to provide the answer. German classical 8. V. philosophy, English political economy, and French utopian socialism became the theoretical sources of Marxism. G. Hegel and L. Feuerbach were prominent representatives of German classical philosophy. Hegel's contribution was elaboration OT, the theory OT development. However, this teaching was limited by his assumption that it was not nature which was developing but a kind OT absolute idea, which was the THIRD principle and ultimate cause OT the world. Feuerbach, by contrast, maintained that nature could be explained OT itself, without resorting to mystical and anti-scientific concepts OT an absolute idea. He sharply criticized religion. But Feuerbach's views also had their limitations. He failed to grasp the significance of Hegel's theory of development and never applied it to nature and history. The views of Hegel and Feuerbach contained ideas that served as a point OT departure for the formulation of Marxist philosophy. In the field of political economy, the precursors of Marxism were the English economists Smith and Ricardo. By demonstrating that labor constitutes the source of all wealth in society, they laid the groundwork for the creation of scientific political economy. From your history courses you are familiar with the names O.T.H. Saint-Simon, C. Fourier, and R. Owen, the great utopian socialists of the 19th century. They criticized the capitalist system severely and worked out plans for an ideal society, one free from exploitation. Yet their teachings revealed no realistic method for achieving this goal. Utopian socialists naively believed that this ideal social system could be achieved by enlightening society and morally re-educating the exploiters. Nevertheless, their theories facilitated the creation of scientific socialism. Marx and Engels did not merely develop the theories of their predecessors. They critically revised the ideological heritage of the past and seeded a fundamentally new doctrine reflecting the vital interests of that most progressive and revolutionary class, the proletariat. The founders of Marxism caused a revolutionary upheaval in the thinking about society. They created a solid scientific foundation for social theory, treated OT tals ideas, fantastic notions, and utopian schemes. For the first time ideology, commonly understood as a system of social views, became a science concerned with studying objective laws of historical development. They transformed a social theory into an ideology for a proletarian mass movement, bringing it out the silence the scholars study, why it had been the domain the aristocracy the spirit, to the wide arena class battles for the toilers' interests. They eliminated the metaphysical character social thought, the separation of theory and practice, and they equipped the toilers with a powerful ideological weapon for transforming the world. Marx's teaching is all-powerful, because it is true, said V.L. Lenin, detonating the source of Marxism's power and influence. Components of Marxism. Transformation of the world according to Marxist principles requires scientific understanding. Therefore, one of Marxism's most significant components is philosophy, the CENE concerned with the general laws of development in nature and society and the laws of cognition. Merely knowing these general laws, however, is not enough for understanding why one social system is replaced by another. The most important of all relations in society are economic production relations. Without mastering them, it is impossible to answer the question of how the transition from capitalism to socialism and then to communism can be achieved. That is why political economy, the science of the development of production relations, has become the second most important element of Marxism. The theory of scientific communism is the third part of Marxism, one of greatest consequence. Based on Marxist philosophy and political economy, it discloses the laws governing the origin and development of communist society. You have undoubtedly noticed that in discussing Marxism's components we have qualified them as most significant, most important, and of greatest consequence. This is because Marxist thought has not confined itself to the development of philosophy and political economy and a doctrine about socialism. It has revolutionized all fields of knowledge about society, historical science, for example, ethics, aesthetics, the science of law, etc. To be precise, all these branches of knowledge, and many others, have acquired a genuinely scientific character only since furnishing themselves with Marxist methodology, i.e., the Marxist approach in the study of social phenomena. Thus, Marxism is a harmonious system of scientific views about the general developmental laws of nature and society, the victory of the socialist revolution, and the ways to build socialism and communism. It is important in studying Marxist philosophy or political economy and assimilating the theory of scientific communism to bear in mind that it is an indivisible system. All the components of Marxism are inseparably bound. Of the numerous writings of Marxism's founders, none may be called purely economic or purely philosophical. They used philosophy as a method for comprehensive analysis of social relations and subsequently made political conclusions on this basis. Profound study of economics and politics, in turn, provided them with a wealth of material for their philosophical generalizations. Creative and developing theory. Thinkers of the past struggled to create conclusive theories, intending to provide the ultimate answer to all questions. But can any theory anticipate all of life's events? Hardly. Real life around us constantly develops, enriching human understanding without interruption. When a theory ceases to take notice of new 10 facts and becomes a system of frozen dogma, it loses touch with life and is useless, even harmful, since it no longer offers a true image of reality. That is why theory must always be based on practice. Goethe was correct when he said, "Mere theory is dry, my friend. The tree of life is green and burgeoning." All the attempts to create universal, definitive theories were doomed in advance to failure. Years passed and theories died with the eras that gave them birth. They became obsolete, along with the class whose interests they expressed. Only those ideas which most accurately reflected reality survived and are treasured in social thought, having been assimilated into new theories and tested by practical application. Marxist theory differs in character from preceding theories. Marxism is not a dogma but a guide to action, VL. Lenin was fond of saying. Marxist theoretical principles are being constantly enriched by social development in practice and by new scientific achievements. Marxism is a creative, developing teaching. By the turn of the 19th century, history had entered upon a new era. The socialist revolution was approaching, its inevitability having been proven by Marxism's founders. The immediate task confronting the proletariat was the overthrow of capitalism by revolution. The international revolutionary movement had a valuable accumulation of experiences. Meanwhile, vigorous development in the natural sciences called for a general statement of new facts and discoveries by philosophy. The need for a creative development of Marxism became urgent. This great historic mission was fulfilled by V.L. Lenin. In his conflict with the dogmatists who considered Marxism an ossified doctrine, V.L. Lenin gave an in-depth interpretation of the practical problems of the new historical era and of the philosophical meaning of the major discoveries in the natural sciences. He also enriched Marx's teachings with new ideas. He developed Marxist philosophy, investigated the laws governing imperialism, which is capitalism at its higgliest stage, worked out the theory of the socialist revolution, the strategy and tactics of the international working class movement, and party teaching. By generalizing the first experience of socialist transformation, he created the theory of the method and means of building socialism and communism. V.L. Lenin developed all facets of Marxism, elevating it to a new level. That is why we speak of Marxism-Leninism. Over 40 years have passed since V.L. Lenin's death. During this time, gigantic progress has been made in mankind's existence. The correlation of forces between socialism and capitalism has drastically changed. New conditions would have necessitated further development of Marxism-Leninism. The world's Marxist-Leninist parties collectively have been fulfilling this task. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union has made a major contribution to Marxist-Leninist teaching. Its program, the 23rd Congress resolutions, and other documents outline its plan to build communism in the USSR and the specific means of implementing this plan. 4 To understand the ways in which society develops in the direction towards communism, as set forth in the party's documents, requires familiarity with the basic philosophical and economic ideas of Marxist-Leninist doctrine, if only in broad outline. Philosophical concepts about the world and its cognition. To one entering the world of scientific study, the word philosophy indicates something complex, difficult to understand but attractive in a persuasive way, promising to reveal the universe's innermost secrets. And, in fact, philosophy teaches one how to relate consciously and reflectively to reality. Not without reason, the word itself, philosophy, translated from Greek, means love of wisdom. What is surrounding reality? What lies at the basis of all things and objects? What is the explanation of the definite order of all natural phenomena? What is man's place in the world? How does he come to know it? All these questions are the basis of five-world outlook, i.e., an integral system of views and concepts about the world. Their answers come from philosophy, which generalizes the achievements of the natural and social sciences. Matter and motion. What is matter? As soon as we begin to ponder about the essential character of the surrounding world, the first philosophical question confronts us. Let us, in our imagination, glance at the objects and phenomena of nature. We shall see the minutest particles and gigantic stellar systems, the most simple monocellular organisms, and highly organized living creatures. Objects differ in size, form, color, density, structural complexity, composition, and many other properties. Nature is extremely diversified, its wide variety of qualities is characteristic. In all this diversity, can anything unifying, anything common to all phenomena in the world, be found? Since ancient times, philosophers and natural scientists have striven to discover a principle fundamental to all of reality's objects and phenomena. Some saw it in water, everything originated from water and was reconverted to it, the ancient Greek philosopher Thales maintained. Others saw this principle in air, fire, or earth. Democritus, an important Greek philosopher, considered all substances to be composed of very minute, indivisible particles, atoms, the primary building blocks of the universe. Following their discovery of the atom, scientists found it to have an extremely complicated structure. The electron, proton, neutron, positron, and a 14 number of other elementary particles were discovered next. It was soon learned that these particles were also complex, and no one OT them could be considered the unique construction material OT all objects. Nature's inexhaustible wealth cannot be reduced to simple primary building blocks. However minute in size, each of the universe's known elements soon reveals complexity in its internal structure. All natural objects and phenomena, whatever their complexity and properties, have independent existence or, to use a philosophical term, have being. To man they are objects of thought and action. They all share a common THIRD. They exist independently of what we think of them or whether we think OT them at all. This is the characteristic uniting them into one general concept, matter. According to Marxist philosophy, obviously, search for pure matter or materie in general would be futile. Matter exists in an infinite multitude of concrete objects and phenomena, each OT which is part OT a single material world. But how do we determine whether this or that phenomenon exists independent of our consciousness, that its essence is material? In practice, THIRD OT all. We use our senses. A fearful person about to enter a dark room may feel uneasy, thinking a stranger is present. Upon switching on the light he realizes that his imagination has played a trick on him. Obviously, not everything can be seen or touched. A radio wave cannot be handled, ultrasonic vibration cannot be registered by the ear, the magnetic field cannot be detected by the sense organs. However, they are known by means OT instruments, their existence is confirmed by scientific data. We perceive matter, in whatever form, ultimately through the senses. In V.I. Lenin's definition, matter is an objective reality that exists independent of consciousness and is imparted to man through his senses. Everyone knows from experience that there are no eternal objects and phenomena. Scientific data show that even celestial bodies billions and hundreds of billion years of age have a beginning and end, come into existence and perish. But matter as a whole is infinite, timeless. Objects do not disappear without trace when destroyed. Radioactive decay of an element's nucleus results in formation of other elements and tree particles. Decomposition OT1 substance molecules is the origin of another or several different substances. 1. Generation of living organisms is succeeded by others, and even death does not cause an organism's composite atoms and molecules to disappear totally. With its discovery of the law of preservation, science confirms that matter, subject to truly fantastic transformation, never either disappears or ceases to exist. Similarly, mankind's experience of many centuries proves it is impossible for material objects to originate from nothing, meaning that matter has always existed and always will. Not only is matter timeless, it is also limitless in space. Natural science. Discoveries are constantly extending the spatial boundaries of the universe we know. Modern telescopes enable us to observe stars 10 billion and more 15 light years away. To convert this distance into kilometers would require using a 23-digit number. And nowhere are there limits to the universe. Every year scientific progress brings us deeper insights into the structure of matter. At the beginning of the last century only a single form of matter was known, a substance possessing an invariable mechanical mass. Then physicists discovered another form, the electromagnetic field. When at the turn of the century it was proven that the electron mass varies according to the velocity of its movement, there was confusion among the scientists who had related the concept of matter to invariability of mass. Availing themselves of this opportunity, certain bourgeois philosophers began talking about the disappearance of matter. V.I. Lenin denounced such unscientific views and pointed out that not matter but the limits ot what we know about it had disappeared. Invariability ot mass was found not to be common to all material objects, as previously thought. A new property was discovered, rapidly moving material particles. Thus, variability of mass depends on velocity of its motion. These or other terms ot matter and its concrete properties must not be confused with matter itself. As it penetrates the immense space of the universe and investigates the most complex intranuclear processes, science may yet disclose heretofore unknown terms of matter. However startlingly different their characteristics, these forms intact exist as objective reality conveyed to us by our senses. Motion mode of matter's Higgsisony. It is apparent, when we observe its multiple phenomena, that everything in nature is in motion and undergoes constant change. It may be categorically stated that any attempt to find a completely motionless object would fail. While it is true that certain bodies can exist in a state of rest, this state is always relative. Bodies are at rest only in relation to some system of coordinates conditionally assumed to be stationary. A stone on a road, for example, is motionless in relation to the Earth. However, along with the Earth, it rotates daily around the planet's axis and annually around the Sun. The Sun moves within the galaxy, in turn, follows a most complex trajectory among other stellar systems. It can readily be seen that it is impossible to find an absolutely motionless object, even in the instance of the simplest mechanical form of motion. Physical and chemical changes occur constantly in all bodies, movement of atoms, molecules, elementary particles. Even more complicated movement takes place in animate nature and in society. Complex physiological processes are occurring in human and animal organisms. In animate nature some species are replaced by others. In mankind's history there is constant development and renewal of all aspects ot social life. Not for a single day do men stop their perceptive activity. 16. With the development of social relations man changes also his views, ideas, moral character, and behavior. The material world confronts us with a majestic scene of universal motion and change, where there is no place for what is rigid, invariable, and permanently fixed. As the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus said, everything in the world, everything changes. The very fact of motion's universality suggests that matter and motion are indissolubly bound, are inseparable. In fact, contemporary science has established irrefutably that matter exists only in motion. It, suddenly, the impossible occurred and all processes were to stop for a time, this would be equivalent to complete disappearance ot the world, ot objective reality, ot matter. What is the nucleus of an atom, actually? You know that it is a complex system of elementary particles, nucleons, held together by nuclear energy, generated in the process of their motion. Stopping this motion would result in the disintegration of the nucleus, the atom would cease to exist. Without motion, the electromagnetic field is inconceivable, as is Laglit, that stream OT photon. Particles existing only in motion. Whatever material objects and phenomena we consider, we come to the same indisputable conclusion: to be, to exist, means to be in motion. Motion, understood as change in general, an eternal process OJ. Renewal, is an integral, basic property of matter, a universal form of its percent existence. Arranging the basic forms of material motion which we know in increasing order of their complexity, we obtain the Tolowing sequence: mechanical, physical, chemical, biological, and social. A whole complex OT various scientific disciplines is concerned with studying every term OT matter's move meant, as they discover processes OT motion, change, and development in material objects. These sciences also gain insight into matter's inherent properties and structure. There have been scientific attempts in the past, as there are now, to reduce Higglier forms of material movement to lower terms, for example, physical and chemical forms to mechanical displacement OT atoms and molecules, and the social form to the biological. This has been called mechanicism, which only misleads scientific thought, inasmuch as each higher form OT movement of matter, while including the lower forms, possesses its own peculiar properties or features. These are the main characteristics by which a given form of movement of matter is understood. Development and universal correlation of world phenomena. Source of motion. Observing motion in nature and society leads to the question, what is its source? It may occur to you simply, a transmits motion from one object to 17 another. It would seem that at first matter was inert and that some sort of supernatural power appeared and gave it a push. The idea of a push as the universal source of motion inevitably leads to the religious myth of the creation of the world. External pushes do occur in nature, but they merely transmit motion from one body to another without ever being its original source. Consequently, the source of motion should be not external to, but within, material phenomena. Let us recall the operational principles of a jet engine. Special substances, upon combustion, escape from the jet nozzle with enormous force, propelling the rocket in the opposite direction with equal force. Obviously, the presence of opposing force is indispensable for the rocket's takeoff. Their clash and counteraction provides the source of motion. And what is the situation in nature? Apparently, all material objects contain opposites within them. If some objects seem to be absolutely homogeneous, it is only because their opposite aspects, elements, and tendencies are temporarily hidden from view. When these objects are examined in depth, opposite principles are immediately visible. It is impossible to visualize even a simple mechanical motion not having opposites, action and counteraction, attraction and repulsion, centrifugal and centripetal forces. This is also true of more complicated physical forms of motion, where at every step we deal with the opposites of positive and negative electric charges, of electric and magnetic fields, and with opposites within objects as well as within fields. Any atom is composed of opposites, a positively charged nucleus and negatively charged electron shell. The atom's nucleus represents a unity of opposite particles, separating them requires great expenditure OT energy. The main forms of chemical compounds, atomic and ionic, also have unity of opposites as their basis. Similarly, in animate nature in every organism opposing processes of absorption and elimination of substances, of creation and destruction of living matter, of assimilation and assimilation take place. Opposite forces also exist in society, progressive and revolutionary on the one hand, backward and conservative on the other. The opposites are not isolated from each other. On the contrary, they occur within the same phenomena, function in unity, and cannot exist without each other. Separating opposites speculatively, assimilation from dissimilation, for example, results in the organism's extinction and, consequently, in the destruction of the very phenomenon under observation. Thoughtfully joined and inseparable. Opposites cannot at the same time remain at peace and in agreement, exactly because they are opposites. Thus, there is constant conflict, struggle between opposite forces, a contradiction between them. What is the role of contradictions in development? Take, for example, the interaction of heredity and variability in living organisms. All plants and animals have the ability to reproduce offspring similar to themselves and to transmit their own characteristics from one generation to another. However, life can be 18. Shins of the descendants never exactly duplicate those of the parents. Variable. Ity, appearance in the descendants of certain properties not identical with the parental features, is the result of changing environmental conditions. As can be seen, heredity and variability are opposites, between which contradictions are continual. Variability is in conflict with heredity, destroys its conservatism, and stimulates new features into development. Heredity strengthens acquired useful qualities, transmitting them to subsequent generations. New species of animals and plants appear, and evolution takes place. Contradiction between heredity and variability thus is a source of animate nature's permanent evolution. In social life, contradiction between productive forces and production relations constitutes the basic source of development. In a society based on exploitation, this contradiction is manifested in class contradictions and class struggle. This will be discussed in detail in subsequent chapters. Because of intrinsic contradictions, material objects cannot be in a state of absolute rest. The struggle of opposites produces unrest in them, prevents them from congealing, and sets them in motion. It is precisely this struggle that constitutes the source of development of all objects and phenomena. Transition from quantity to quality. Whatever the object under consideration, it is bound to possess a definite quality setting it apart from other objects and a definite key identity giving it characteristic size, volume, wavelet, etc. Take an ordinary aluminum plate as an example. The specific weight of aluminum is 2.7, its atomic weight, 27, its nuclear charge, 13, its melting point, 659 degrees Celsius. This is its quantitative description. At the same time, aluminum is a metal of silver-white color, malleable, a good conductor of electricity, trivalent. In stable compounds, close to alkaline metals in activity, easily oxidized, etc. These are aluminum's qualitative features. Similarly, to any element, substance, or object, it is possible to give the quantitative description and establish the qualitative specifications. Upon closer examination, it is obvious that quantity and quality are interrelated. This is particularly striking in chemistry. Not without reason, F. Engels called chemistry the science of qualitative transformation of substances brought about by change in their quantitative composition. Oxygen and ozone, intact, differ in chemical composition only quantitatively. Yet they are different substances, with different properties. Chemical compounds in the homologous methane series differ according to the number of their CH2 groups. The extent to which their quality is thus affected can be judged by the fact that the series' first four compounds, from CH4 through ugly C4H1, 0, are gases, the following 11 liquids, and the rest, beginning with hydrocarbon, CJ6H3, 4, are solids. DL. Mendeleev's periodic table of elements is based on the properties of point 4. 19. Chemical elements, their atomic weight, or more precisely, as contemporary science has shown, on the magnitude of the atom's nuclear charge. An increase of 1 unit in the charge, a quantitative change, in other words, causes transition to a new quality. It may seem that in altering an object's quantitative property its quality is not materially altered. Thus, heating a solid by a few degrees does not change its aggregate state. But should its temperature be raised to the melting point, the solid will change into a liquid. Increasing the temperature to the boiling point will turn the liquid into gas. Quantitative variations lead to qualitative change. This transition is readily seen in any substance in the process of radioactive decay. Release of a specific quantity of energy influences the state of the atomic nucleus, and the atoms of one substance change into atoms of another. Thus, decaying radium forms helium and rhodium. Absorption of energy by the atomic nuclei also eventually results in quantitative change. Every chemical element has a number of isotopes of equal charge which have the same position in the periodic table but are quantitatively different according to atomic weight or, more precisely, according to the number of neutrons in the atomic nucleus. Adding 1 neutron FO the nucleus of an isotope with the lowest atomic weight will cause a unit increase in wavelet but no profound qualitative alteration, and the basic properties of the given chemical element will be preserved. By continuing to add neutrons one at a time to the nucleus, the heaviest isotope is eventually obtained. What is the result of giving this isotope an additional neutron? A qualitative change takes place. One of the neutrons in the nucleus will change into a proton, emitting an electron simultaneously. The nuclear charge will receive a 1 unit increase, and there will be a transition to a new element occupying the next position in the periodic table. For example, when its nuclei are bombarded with neutrons, uranium isotope changes into neptunium, and the latter into plutonium. In animate nature, quantitative to qualitative change may be studied in the example of a butterleaf's development, where several qualitative stages are clearly defined. Transition from one stage to the next depends upon specific quantitative processes in the insect's organism. Here, too, quantitative changes prepare for qualitative. Interrelation of quantitative and qualitative changes in society is discernible. In the example of the system of cooperative production, association of toilers into a single collective greatly exceeds in results the sum total of their strength and capability as individuals. An obvious example of transition to a new quality in social development is a social revolution, for which the preconditions gradually mature within society itself. Quantitative changes, as is again apparent, bring about qualitative change, but only after certain limits are crossed. Formerly inconspicuous quantitative change then becomes qualitative, a leap occurs, i.e., there is transition from one quality to another. Knowing all this is helpful for understanding how matter develops in 20. The course OT universal motion and change, and how new phenomena appear. If change from quantity to quality had never taken place, we may imagine what would have happened in animate nature. Academician V. L. Komarov has written, if life on Earth once it had emerged, had increased only in quantity, the Earth's surface would have been covered with a thick layer of jelly similar to that now produced by bacteria, amoebae, and other like organisms. But quantity has the property of changing into quality. In the process, the mass OT substances which exists in various interrelationships with the environment acquires diverse qualities, undergoes differentiation. The homogeneous mass becomes heterogeneous. Motion and change in matter are not merely quantitative exchanges OT energy between various bodies, not merely simple growth. They are, rathii, an eternal process of renewal of the material world, which passes from quantitative to Qualitative changes. They are leaps, the destruction of the old and the emergence of the new. From the lower to the higher, from simplicity to complexity. Does the development of nature and society have direction? Or does it move in a circle, eternally retracing the same path covered previously many times, with no progress at all in this closed span? Simple life experience, not to mention scientific data, lead us to conclude that there is progress, movement toward in the material world's development. A clear example of this is animate nature, by the very tact of its having emerged. Nature has proven capable of passing from lower, inorganic forms to higglier, more complex organic forms. It has traversed a lengthy route of progressive development from structureless living matter and primitive monocellular organisms to man. Each stage in this ascent has negated the preceding, as it were, and has been negated in its turn by the subsequent stage. A unique negation of negation has been taking place. Negation in this context does not signify complete destruction of the entire contents of what existed before. First of all, simpler phenomena often continue to exist side by side with the new and more complex. Animate nature is an example. The most primitive animals exist together with the highly organized. Second, and more important, as the new emerges from the old in the very process of progressive development, it absorbs whatever was positive and valuable in the old. In animate nature, each new species assumes the useful properties accumulated by its predecessors in T. At first it appears to be chaotic and disorderly. But, in fact, it is in strict conformity with the law discovered and formulated by molecular physics. At the turn of the 17th century it seemed to many scientists that animate nature had no order. In the middle of the 18th century, however, C. Linnaeus, a Swedish physician and naturalist, established that a definite systematic order was inherent in the multiformity of animate nature. Charles Darwin explained this order in the 19th century when he formulated his famous evolutionary theory of species. The multiplicity of chemical elements has rigid orderliness, as Mendeleev's periodic table revealed. Objective order and consistency are also characteristic of the history of the human race, and their scientific expression has been found in Marxism-Leninism. Inner objective relations exist in every area of reality, which permit understanding it as a single whole and which determine the nature and direction of its development. These inherent ties are reflected in developmental laws. 23. Many laws of nature discovered by science are well known: Newton's laws, Boyle-Mariott's law, the law of gravitation, laws of electricity, light reflection and refraction, Avogadro's law, Mendeleev's periodic table, and others. What does the notion of law convey? Take the Archimedean principle. It expresses, first of all, a relationship, a connection between phenomena. Unquestionably, this relationship is objective. That means it must be accepted, whether we like it or not, and we do just that even when attaching a sinker to a fishing line. It is also clear that Archimedes' law expresses not a specific connection between a particular solid body and a particular liquid but a universally applicable connection. Immersing any body in any liquid produces the result corresponding to the law. This connection is essential and indispensable, disclosing, as it does, very important relations between solid bodies and liquids and its inevitability at each instance of their interaction. Finally, irrespective of the number of times this experiment is repeated, T.L.P. principle is confirmed, meaning that it expresses a permanent, recurrent relation between phenomena. Thus, to all understanding, the notion of law may be formulated as an objective, universal, indispensable, and essential relationship between phenomena and objects, characterized by permanence and recurrence. Dialectics teaching about development. Dialectics, the teaching about universal interrelation and development in the world, is concerned with studying the most general relationships inherent in all areas of reality and the most general features of development. The word dialectics at first meant the art of debate, skill in revealing contradictions in an adversary's arguments. Even though the word is used in a much broader sense now, the study of contradictions within reality is the kernel, the essence of dialectics. This is quite understandable, since contradictions, after all, are the source, the internal motive force of all development. V.L. Lenin described the basic tenets of dialectics. It is development, an apparent repetition of previously traversed stages, but different and on a higher level development, so to speak, along a spiral and not along a straight line, a catastrophic, revolutionary development by leaps, transformation of quantity into quality, internal developmental impulses generated by contradictions, by the clash of opposing forces and tendencies acting upon a given body, within a given phenomenon or within a given society, interdependence and the most intimate, inseparable connection of all aspects of each phenomenon, a correlation. Producing the single, law-governed process of motion permeating the world, these are some of the features of dialectics conceived as the teaching about development. 24. As the study of the universal interdependence and development of the world. Dialectics functions as a scientific method of cognition. Having once satisfied ourselves that every phenomenon is related to others and in constant development, we must keep this tact in mind when studying any particular object. By committing us to study the world's interdependence and development, dialectics promotes in-depth investigation of reality. Contemporary science reveals the relativity, mobility, and fluidity of limits in nature and in society. New discoveries often do not conform with customary concepts and schemes, calling for a new creative approach and elaboration of new unusual concepts and theories. The contemporary theory of elementary particles and the theory of relativity, for example, could these new discoveries be understood if we were to limit ourselves to the laws of classical 19th century mechanics? Dialectics cautions against one-sidedness, ossification of thinking, and dogmatism. It teaches not to give up helplessly in the lace of contradictions but rather to explore their nature toward new approaches, for fresh, deeper, and fuller explanations of correlations in nature and society. Mastering the creative, dialectical way of thinking is indispensable, the more so as dialectics is inherent not only in the external world but in human consciousness and in the process of cognition of the world. Before examining this problem, it is imperative to understand the nature of consciousness, the correlation of the material with the spiritual. Consciousness a property of highly organized matter. Without matter there is no consciousness. We know that the world is material. But what place have man's consciousness, thoughts, and feelings there? Could they not be considered a special form of matter? To do so would be contradicting science. Material bodies have mechanical, physical, and chemical properties. Sensations and thoughts do not. They exist in the mind as spiritual images reflecting external objects and interconnections between them. At the same time, our experience and scientific data testify to the fact that consciousness is impossible without matter. No one has ever experienced sensations and concepts that emanate under their own power, independently of matter. Consciousness exists only where there is a human brain, the organ of thought. Brain damage causes impairment of consciousness. Such chemical substances as aminazin or reserpine act upon the brain to suppress feelings of alarm, fear, uncertainty. Other substances have the contrary effect, intensifying fear, even causing hallucinations. These tacts confirm that consciousness is a 25. Property of highly organized matter, the human brain. What kind of property is it? The very word consciousness suggests it is the means to acquire knowledge. The world, that one becomes conscious of what is happening. Thus, consciousness presupposes both the presence of a brain and the existence of material objects acting upon it. Recall how the physiology of Higgler nervous activity explains the origin of sensations. Some external environmental factor acts upon a sense organ. The energy from the outside excitant converted into a neural stimulation is transformed into a sensation. An image of the object arises in the consciousness. Imagine for a moment a brain that does not receive signals from the outside world. However highly organized, it could not form a single sensation or thoughtlet. Of course no such brain exists. But there are instances of impairment of the brain's communication with the external world. There are disabled persons who are without sight and hearing and almost all cutaneous sensitivity. Most of the time their consciousness is inactive. The brain may be compared, to a certain degree, to Higgly speed film on which pictures of reality are reflected. It is only necessary to cover the camera lens to shut the film off from the external world and leave it unexposed, without pictures. This analogy, of course, should not be taken literally. Objects are reflected on film according to physical and chemical laws. The reflection of reality in the human brain is a much more complex physiological and social process. Thus, consciousness is not merely a property of the brain but rather of the brain's interaction with the material world. Consciousness is the capacity of highly organized matter to reflect the external world in mental images. Thanks to it, man cognizes the world around him and organizes his practical activity in a purposeful way. How man cognizes the world. Cognition is not a simple act of a mirror reflecting the world in the human brain. Let us consider how man cognizes the world. Familiarity with external objects begins from his first days of life. When an infant sees an electric bulb for the first time, the notion of it as a source of light is imprinted on his consciousness. As a schoolboy studying physics and gaining experience of the principles of electrical engineering, he comes to know the laws of electricity and the operational principles of electrical machinery. The range of his knowledge increases, and he has no difficulty in repairing a switch or installing a socket for a table lamp. With his schooling completed, the young man works in industry, studies electrical engineering, and becomes familiar with the latest advances in 26. The field. Thus, his knowledge is being continuously expanded and strengthened. The path taken by human society in cognizing the world resembles the individual in its development, to a certain degree. In ancient times people knew nothing about the nature of electricity. A thunderstorm inspired terror and seemed to be the act of angry gods. Not by chance did Greek mythology depict Zeus as the thunderer hurling lightning bolts at whoever dared oppose him. Gradually natural science accumulated facts about electrical phenomena. Study was made of the typical trait of certain bodies to become electrically charged when rubbed. Laws of interaction between electrical charges were discovered. There were also mistakes in theory. For example, for some time attempts were made to explain electricity by motion of a weightless electrical fluid. In the first half of the 19th century, science and experience had accumulated facts enough to make the discovery of electricity's fundamental laws. Man learned to convert energy from mechanical and thermal to electric, and back again. The first electric power stations were built, the first electrical machinery was invented. Electricity, like steam, was put at man's service. The process of cognition did not stop here, however. In the second half of the century, J.C. Maxwell, an English physicist, developed the theory of the magnetic field, which integrated the heretofore separate areas of electricity, magnetism, and optics. And new horizons are just ahead. Scientists are hypothesizing about unity of the electromagnetic, gravitational, and nuclear fields. Thus, one step at a time, scientific thinking penetrates phenomena ever more deeply. As Lenin said, cognition is a complex thought process of advance from ignorance to knowledge, from incomplete, imprecise knowledge to what is fuller and more exact. Inasmuch as the world is infinite, cognition, knowing no limitations, is infinite, too. Human cognition proceeds from observation, sensory perception, or as they say in philosophy, live reflection, to theoretical discovery of laws and their application in practice. This is the dialectical path of cognition of truth and objective reality. We cognize the world primarily with the aid of the senses, the organs of sight, hearing, and touch. They represent channels, as it were, through which knowledge and information about the material world are conveyed to us. But where is the assurance that the senses give reliable information? Is there no distortion in transmission, like in the child's game out order telephone? Certainty of the reliability of our sensory images comes from having repeatedly verified them by experience in practical activity. Imagine the chaos in life if people's sensations and perceptions did not correctly reflect the properties of external objects. It would simply be impossible to orient oneself in surrounding reality. There are instances, course, when the senses do deceive us. A pencil half immersed in water appears to be 0.427 broken. But this deception actually reflects the real properties of material phenomena, i.e., Laglit rays are refracted in passing from a less dense to a more dense medium. The senses of healthy persons respect objects in the external world correctly. They were developed during the evolution of animate nature as a means of orientation, as a means of better adaptation by the organism to its environment. An object's reflection does not provide knowledge of its intrinsic developmental laws. Examining the crown of a tree, touching the branches, and listening to the leaves rustle do not bring an understanding of those profound interior processes occurring within the green leaf under the effect of solar rays. That these processes are invisible is not the point. We may penetrate the leaf's inner life with a microscope, but by limiting ourselves solely to observation we cannot understand it. What does understand mean? Discovering the laws, i.e., singling out from the total of complex interactions the essential connections. The senses cannot perform this function. In sensory images, as we know, the essential aspects are fused, as it were, with the secondary. To establish the laws of development of any phenomenon requires understanding and generalizing information received with the aid of the senses. And here we must have assistance from abstract thinking or logical perception, which, on the basis of sensory cognition, produces scientific abstractions, i.e., concepts expressing reality's essential relationships. Physics operates with the concepts velocity, mass, quantity of motion, energy, etc., all of which are scientific abstractions. Velocity, energy, or mass in pure form are not found in nature, where material bodies move with different velocities and have varying effects on other bodies. Let us take the concept of valence in chemistry or heredity in biology. In actual reality, it is possible to find atoms of various substances combining in fixed proportions, and living organisms transmitting specific properties from one generation to another, but neither valence nor heredity will be seen in pure form. This is also true of the philosophical concepts of matter, motion, and law. As they elaborate scientific concepts or discover laws, scientists mentally single out intrinsic properties and relations, as thoughtfully abstracting them from the actual material bodies. Hence the designation, thought. Scientific abstraction permits deeper understanding of reality. We disengage ourselves from many secondary aspects and properties of individual objects, but as a result we come to know their fundamental principle, there, and are able to orient ourselves in the mass of phenomena, discovering their basic and regular qualities. In discussing Boyle-Mariott's law, for example, we must ignore the specific properties of one gas or another, the form of the vessel containing it, etc. In recompense we discover a very important correlation between gas pressure and volume, thus improving our understanding of the properties of gases in general. 28. Abstract thought is inextricably tied in with language. Usually, to express a thought we have recourse to words. Thinking is possible without pronouncing aloud, but it is still a process of clothing thoughts in words, as though one were talking to oneself. Why does this happen? Abstract thinking arose in the process of people working together, and from the very beginning it has been a social product. There is a felt need among people at work to coordinate actions and exchange accumulated experience and knowledge. Arising from this need is articulate speech, language as means of communicating and safeguarding knowledge about surrounding reality that men have acquired in the course of their work. Upon reading the word fire in a book or hearing it spoken by a radio announcer, even thoughtly there are neither flames, heat, nor crackle of beams burning around us in the room, nothing to arouse the image of fire in our consciousness. We clearly understand the reference. Why does a word acting on the hearing or sight produce a definite thought in the mind? The explanation is that in the course of centuries men have repeatedly encountered instances of fire in their practical activity and have isolated this phenomenon's general traits, have elaborated a concept of it, and connected it with the term fire. In the very act of studying language we come into possession of the accumulated knowledge of many preceding generations. Each word, therefore, being more than mere sound, has specific meaning which one automatically grasps on hearing it. Language is a priceless means of preserving, transmitting, and enlarging the treasury of human wisdom. Without it no one could read, study in school, or enrich his spiritual world with the treasures slowly accumulated by mankind. There would be no means available for people to ensure stability and continuity in the thinking process. Their consciousness would hardly differ from the psyche of highly developed animals. It may be readily understood how a person isolated from other human beings, for one reason or another from childhood and incapable of speech, could fail to develop the ability to think abstractly. An actual situation confirms this. In India a few years ago a girl was found who had been carried off shortly after birth by a wolf. She had been living in a wolf pack for a number of years. She was, of course, unable to speak and lacked human thought entirely. Abstract thinking is a powerful tool of cognition. The possibility for science to exist, to explain phenomena unintelligible to man and disclose the developmental laws of nature and society is thus given. Truth its criterion. The goal of man's cognition is to reach the Trinitli, with the aid of which he may correctly orient himself in his environment, modifying it according to his needs. What is truth? A philosopher never existed who did not ask this question. 29. The foremost thinkers of the past have devoted themselves to searching for and attaining truth. In science we understand truth, in its broadest application, to include any statement correctly reflecting reality, some characteristics of it, or a law governing it. To ascertain whether a statement is in fact true is more complicated. In order to be certain of the truth of our knowledge, a criterion to confirm its accuracy is needed. Frequently, in heated discussions each person is convinced that he is rigid and considers his opinion to be the truth. Who can judge? Where is the litmus paper that permits making an infallible distinction between true and false? When scientists or inventors are in disagreement, they turn for help to experimentation. When a scientist asserts on the basis of theoretical investigation that an alloy of certain metals possesses particular properties, his conclusions can easily be verified by obtaining the alloy in question at the factory laboratory. If the alloy, in fact, does possess the properties the scientist claimed, then he was correct. If not, he was in error. The accuracy of D.L. Mendeleev's periodic table was verified by practice when new elements were found whose existence and properties had been predicted on the basis of it. The practical success of artificial Earth satellites and spaceships confirms the accuracy of theoretical calculations made by scientists and engineers engaged in space exploration. The most reliable criterion of truth is social practice, i.e., the activity of persons transforming their environment, especially as producers. Practice is the criterion of truth of not only natural but social science theories. History has known many different social and political theories. They included a number of correct conclusions or conjectures, but on the whole they failed to withstand the test of practice. The Marxist-Leninist theory alone has been confirmed by the entire practice of social development, of the international revolutionary movement, and of the construction of socialism and communism. Practice as foundation of cognition. Practice is not merely a criterion of truth. It is also the point of departure for cognition. In the beginning there was a deed, wrote Goethe in Faust. Need for cognition of reality originated with man's practical needs. Since that time practice has set specific tasks for cognition. F. Hegel said that the appearance of a technical need in society would advance science more than 10 universities would. Human reasoning power is directed, first of all, to problems born of the demands of practical existence. Then cognition itself is inconceivable without practice. Imagine restricting ourselves to simply observing the world around us, without intervening in its 30. development in a practical way. We would then not be able to perceive material phenomena's developmental laws. It would be impossible to find out what is inside a nut without cracking its shell. Cognition ot the internal laws that govern objects calls for turning them inside out, as it were, and looking at them from within. Clearly, this is possible only by means of practical action. It is no accident that experimentation is a power tool means ot scientific research of nature. Study ot the atomic nucleus and its elementary particles or structure is inconceivable without an enormous amount ot active experimentation. Powerful synchrophasotrons and other complex instruments used by scientists are the product ot modern industrial experience. The social sciences also develop on a practical basis. Marxism has formulated general conclusions based on the practical exercise ot revolutionary struggle by the proletariat. Creative development of Marxist-Leninist theory in the program of the Communist Party ot the Soviet Union and in the Politburo Congress and plenum resolutions is the consequence of broad, practical understanding ot building socialism and communism. Thus, practical experience has a primary role in cognition, serving as its basis. Performance demonstrates man's capacity to know the world and discover the laws of its development. Matter is infinite and inexhaustible. Phenomena as yet unknown will therefore always exist, but none exist that are impossible ot discovery. What was unknown yesterday we know quite well now, and those tasks over which scientific thought now struggles will be resolved tomorrow on the basis of new, practical achievements. Practice is not something static in nature, immutable once and for all. Only a few years ago men could not cross the limits ot the Earth's atmosphere. Today, Earth satellites and spaceships cover cosmic space. Development ot practice opens new vistas for ever broader knowledge ot the world. Practice definitely disproves relativism and dogmatism in the theory of knowledge. Relativists maintain that all our knowledge of the world is relative, that nothing is stable and constant. What only yesterday seemed to be true today may appear false. Relativism contradicts practice. When science discovers the inner laws governing certain phenomena and those laws have been confirmed by practical experience, it means that they are correct and will remain so as long as the given phenomenon exists. Dogmatists, on the contrary, assert that our knowledge is invariable. AC. According to them, when certain laws are discovered, it is only necessary to confirm them and then apply them mechanically to reality, as though by rubber stamp, whatever the conditions. Dogmatism also contradicts Theoctis by ignoring the fact that our knowledge can never exhaust the wealth of phenomena in the world. Together with the development of practical application, our knowledge, too, develops and broadens. The laws of classical mechanics discovered by Newton are true. They have 31 been repeatedly confirmed in a practical manner. However, in the 20th century, when speeds approximating the speed of light have become possible for mankind, it has been found that Newton's laws were only a specific case of more general laws discovered by Einstein. Obviously, the laws of classical mechanics did not subsequently become false. They continue correctly to reflect the mechanical interaction of bodies at comparatively low speeds. But now our knowledge has become broader, reflecting more general laws of interaction of bodies at all speeds, those close to the speed of light included. This example illustrates the fact that in scientific knowledge there is always a stable kernel that remains true. But this nucleus is not invariable. In the process of development it becomes overgrown, so to speak, with new deductions and conclusions. Unity of theory and practice is the key to understanding the active nature of human consciousness and its enormous transformative role. Consciousness is by no means a passive reflection of reality from somewhere, from outside. It penetrates the world and changes it by means of the practical activity of men. As you look about, do you see many objects provided by nature alone, objects that are not products of creative activity inspired by man's consciousness? School desks, tables, physics instruments, the school building itself. Industrial plants and factories, the most intricate machines, all have been created by people from raw materials and bear the imprint of fulfilled human needs. Even nature itself, forests, meadows, fields, the Earth's atmosphere is being transformed under the influence of practical action by society. The meaning and final cause of the emergence of consciousness are contained in the urge to transform reality according to man's needs. As Lenin observed, consciousness not only reflects the world, it also creates it. Man has never been satisfied with his surroundings, he has been changing objective reality. The active nature of consciousness becomes evident especially in the life of society. In our country, Marxist-Leninist ideas as realized in the practical experience of communist construction are creating a new world, the world of communism, materialism and idealism. We have learned, in a general way, about the Marxist philosophical theory concerning the world and how it is perceived. Let us now consider its position among other philosophical theories and its relationship to class struggle and to politics. 2 trends in philosophy. You may see from what has been said that as a philosophical theory, Marxism's basic characteristic is explanation of the world within the framework of the world itself, without extraneous addition or invention. Nature and 32. Being are taken as they are in reality. The teaching that considers the world to be one material whole, explaining everything in terms of matter, is called materialism. The Marxist philosophy is the Hegelist form of materialism. Materialism has a long history. It emerged as a philosophical theory in ancient times but was naive in character, without basis in the exact sciences, since those Sciences themselves were at an embryonic stage. The 17th and 18th centuries produced a new term ot materialism, which suglet to unity all knowledge and equip science with a method toward studying nature. At that time mechanics was the most highly developed ot the sciences. This explains the mechanical nature of the materialism ot those days, which reduced all laws ot the universe, basically, to laws of mechanics. Backwardness in the sciences was the cause of another defect in 17th and 18th century materialism. It failed to carry to its logical conclusion the notion ot the universe's development and interrelationship ot all its phenomena, i.e., it was, as the philosophers say, metaphysical. Finally, this materialism reflective, since it did not grasp the role of practical, revolutionary transformative human activity. The Marxist philosophical theory, as we have seen, maintains that the universe is in a condition of uninterrupted motion and development, with all phenomena connecting and interacting in the process. This means that in Marxism materialism is organically related to dialectics. Marxist philosophy as a whole, therefore, has been given the name dialectical materialism. The interests that materialism serves may readily be understood. The materialist philosophy is intimately bound up with natural science and directed to the study of nature. It serves those social classes desiring scientific knowledge of the world for use in the interest of progress. Materialism, as a rule, is the philosophy of the advanced, progressive classes in society. The most advanced and progressive class in modern society is the working class. It requires a clear scientific concept of the world for the purpose of its struggle with capitalism and construction of a communist society. This explains why dialectical materialism is the philosophical foundation of the working class worldview. Materialism is the leading, progressive trend in philosophy. But you have undoubtedly heard that in addition to materialism there is another trend in philosophy, idealism. Let us try to grasp its fundamental nature. Idealists consider a spiritual principle, an idea, to be the fundamental principle of the universe. As opposed to the materialists, from the outset they reject any attempt to explain nature, matter, or being within the framework of these realities themselves. For the idealists, consciousness, reason, God are the creators of nature and matter. Idealism is divided into two basic trends, subjective and objective. Subjective being, as Elias Ben mentioned, is a philosophical concept used to designate nature, matter, and the external world, as distinct from consciousness and thought. Point 4. 33. Idealists hold that all objects and phenomena in the external world are products of human consciousness. The whole universe is the complex of my sensations sums up the meaning of subjective idealism. Objective idealists maintain that the material world is the product of some sort of universal mind existing somewhere outside human consciousness. Idealism is disproved by the entire, massive data of natural science and by man's practical activity. Modern natural science has proven that the Earth, Moon, and Sun existed long before the emergence of man or any other being endowed with a psyche. Does not this argument confirm the external world's independence of human consciousness? Concepts of a universal mind that creates the world are also in monstrous contradiction to natural science. Science has proven that consciousness is the product of highly organized matter, the brain. There can be no universal consciousness existing independent of highly organized matter. But even should its existence be agreed to, how could it create the world from nothing? Again, this contradicts all scientific laws. Man has begun to conquer outer space and penetrate the secrets of the microcosmic world, but nowhere encounters any trace whatever of activity of a universal mind. All phenomena are explained by natural causes. In a conversation with Laplace, the famous astronomer, Napoleon asked why. He made no mention of God in any of his works. One had no need of that hypothesis, the scientist proudly answered. Since that era science has made many great discoveries and advances. Paraphrasing Laplace's words, we may say that mankind needs no fantastic tales about a world mind to explain the universe. Why, then, does idealism endure, exerting an influence on many minds? As you know, it has its adherents even among scientists. Idealism, in fact, has roots both in human consciousness and social circumstances. V.L. Lenin compared human cognition to a tree capable of producing sterile blossoms as well as fruit. Cognition, as has been stated, is a complex and contradictory process. Idealist theories, however, are based on a one-sided approach to it. Our sensations play an enormous role in cognition. But we must not forget that there are also abstract thought and practice. If its role is unduly expanded, there is risk of concluding that sensation is the only reality to be dealt with. This is precisely what the subjective idealists do when they say that sensations are the elements of the world. It would appear that sensations are not reflections of the properties of real objects but have an existence of their own, and people naively take them for objects of the external world. These are the roots of subjective idealism. Everyone has seen and tasted apples, pears, oranges, and other fruit many times. But no one has ever seen and tasted fruit in general. The concept fruit is an abstraction, an imagined isolation of the common traits proper to apples, pears, and oranges. Abstractions are essential in the cognitive process, without them thought would be impossible. All sciences employ them. At no time should one forget, however, that these common traits, the content ot abstraction, do not exist of themselves, distinct from individual objects. Otherwise one may easily imagine fruit in general as existing alongside apples, pears, and oranges, representing the essence ot all real truth as their basis. This is what the objective idealists do when they assert that a concept, an idea, has independent existence and engenders particular objects. This is the basis ot objective idealism. However, it is not simply a matter of the thought process being involved in a contradiction. Reasons for the persistence of idealism should be suggested in social conditions also. In contrast to materialism, idealism expresses, as a rule, the interests ot the conservative classes who strive to precede an obsolescent order, whereas cognition ot the laws ot the universe serves social progress. The depaiding classes, therefore, seize on idealism, which confuses the toilers, diverts them from finding solutions to actual needs and misleads them into a sphere ot nebulous and lifeless abstractions. That the moribund classes cultivate and support idealist theories is the main reason idealism is preserved and there is an abundance ot idealist theories in imperialist countries. Idealism's anti-scientific nature is strikingly clear in its kinship with religion. Religion is a fantastic, distorted image of the world in man's consciousness, expressing his helplessness in the face of nature and his oppression by society. The religious concept of the world is directly opposed to the scientific, they are antipodes. Science's struggle with religion runs through ugly civilization's entire history. By its discoveries science undermines the foundations ot church dogmas about the existence of God and his omnipotence. In explaining natural phenomena by natural causes, science leaves no room for God. The church persecuted scientists in the past, and not a few perished at the hands of churchmen. Now religion is being forced into retreat before the power of human reason. Members of the clergy usually do not deny that power as they once did, but now attempt to prove that God himself endowed man with ability to know the world. From its first appearance down to our time, religion has played a reactionary role, and continues to do so. By seeking to instill into men the idea ot light s. Leading nature and the pointlessness of struggling for happiness on this earth, it advocates passivity and indifference. It promises the Taith Tul as recompense the kingdom of heaven. Clearly, these ideas correspond perfectly with the interests of the exploiter classes, since they distract the toiling masses from the revolutionary struggle. The exploiter classes, therefore, have always supported religion and patronized the clergy. Religion has become the instrument ot psychological enslavement ot the masses. According to Marx's graphic bias, religion is the opium of the PEPLE%. 4/35. The similarity between the basic tenets of idealism and religion is easily seen, of course. Idealism and the religious outlook are twins in their essence and social role, both resist science and materialism. Thus, materialism and idealism are two basic directions, two opposing trends, and irreconcilable camps in philosophy. Philosophy's basic question. The watershed between the two opposing camps, materialism and idealism, as can be seen, is their differing solution of the question of the relationship of matter to consciousness. Materialism's basic principle is recognition of matter's primacy and the secondary role of consciousness. Being determines consciousness, say the materialists, basing their argument on the entire practical experience of society and on natural science. The basic principle of idealism, by contrast, is recognition of the primacy of consciousness and the secondary role of matter ot being. In view of its exceptional significance in determining philosophical positions, the question of the relationship of matter and consciousness has been designated philosophy's basic question. All other problems of world outlook are resolved according to the answer to this question. Intact, if matter's primacy and independence from consciousness are accepted, then it is natural to consider motion, space, and time as objective forms of matter's existence. But if matter is considered secondary, as a derivative of consciousness, then motion, space, and time must be taken as forms of consciousness or spirit. Or consider the question of scientific laws. The materialist answer to philosophy's basic question directly leads to recognition of the objectivity of laws. The idealist answer compels one to consider laws either as the manifestation of universal reason or as the result of activity by man's consciousness. There is no philosophical problem which does not depend on solving the basic philosophical question. Philosophy's basic question has another side: how our consciousness relates to the world. In other words, do we know the world? The contrast between materialism and idealism emerges in the answer to this question also. Materialists confidently reply, yes, we do know the world. Among idealists there is no unanimity on this issue. The majority, including most contemporary bourgeois philosophers, deny the intelligibility of the world and advocate, basically, human reason's impotence. Certain idealists, while not denying the possibility of cognition, do not agree that cognition is matter's reliction in the thinking brain of man. Cognition in their view consists in reaching the world of pure ideas, in comprehending the activity of the absolute spirit, of God, in other words. Obviously, this interpretation of cognition does not try to investigate the objective laws in nature and society. Certain philosophers, seeking to conceal the reactionary character of their views, assert that they belong to neither the materialists nor the idealists, that 36. They have risen above the opposition level of the two main philosophical trends. But, in your own judgment, how is it possible to avoid answering the question of the relation between being and consciousness? It is simply impossible. It is no accident that those philosophers who attempt to overcome the one-sidedness of materialism and idealism are advocating, intact, the purest idealism. At first, they declare that the basic philosophical question, in their opinion, is meaningless and that philosophy's task is to analyze sense data. Later it becomes evident that by sense data they mean sensations and perceptions. Sense data, i.e., sensations and perceptions, emerge as the only reality there is. Consequently, the basic question has been surreptitiously solved in favor of idealism. Sensations and perceptions are regarded as primary in relation to material reality. As has been stated, materialism and idealism are tied in with definite class interests. The former, based on science, expresses the interests of societies. Advanced, progressive classes, the latter is bound up with religion and defends conservative, reactionary class interest. To assume that all idealists consciously and deliberately defend reactionary interests would, of course, be an oversimplification. There are those among them who adopt progressive attitudes on many socio-political questions. Many idealist philosophers, for example, are waging an active struggle toward peace. What is meant here is that the content of idealist teaching serves the interests of the reactionary classes, whether or not that is the intention of its authors. An acute and irreconcilable struggle toward the minds of men is aging between materialism and idealism. At first glance it may seem only very remotely connected to economic and political questions and to the class struggle seething within society. Intact, the connection is not remote. Both basic trends are attempting to shape the person's world outlook, a definite thought pattern, on which his understanding of political goals depends. The contest between materialism and idealism, therefore, is in the final analysis bound up with class struggle. It is evident then that the question of the relationship between being and consciousness is basic not only because other philosophic questions depend on its answer. The solution of this basic question must reflect the party spirit of philosophical theory and its connection with class struggle in society, with politics. The party spirit of dialectical materialism consists in the tact that it expresses the working class interests. Bourgeois philosophers maintain that this party spirit of dialectical materialism hampers objective cognition of the world. But this is not so. The working class is interested in scientific cognition of the world, because it needs it toward transforming the world. Class interest, therefore, in this instance does not interfere with scientific objective cognition but, on the contrary, promotes it. Bourgeois partisanship is another thing. It really does interfere with a scientific, objective approach to cognition of the world. The modern bourgeoisie is not interested in scientific cognition of the developmental 4/37 laws of reality because these laws bring doom to capitalism. Since this is so, can any impartiality and objectivity be expected from bourgeois philosophers? The party spirit of Marxist philosophy, its relation with working class interests and with politics is most clear in its teaching on the laws of social development. Review questions. 1. What is matter? What forms of motion in matter do you know? 2. What is the philosophical meaning of the concept of motion? 3. How do motion and development occur in nature and society? 4. What is dialectics? 5. What is the role in cognition of live reflection, abstract thinking, practice? 6. What is the meaning of the party spirit in philosophy? Points to consider and discuss. 1. You are taking part in a discussion during which 2 points of view about the role of philosophy are expressed. One side maintains that philosophy is quite superfluous, inasmuch as all knowledge of the world is supplied by exact sciences. The other side argues that philosophy is the science of all the sciences. It is your turn to take the floor. 2. You meet an adherent of subjective idealism. He maintains, men cannot say a thing about the existence of objects in the external world. As you know, we are only dealing with sensations and perceptions. 1 See a table, which means that 1 am experiencing visual sensations. Is there a real object behind them? We can approach a table and touch it. But this will be a tactile sensation, again. Man has no way to find out what is behind his sensations. Therefore, it is meaningless to talk about objects in the external world. What will be your objections to this reasoning? 3. You are visited by 2 friends who ask you to arbitrate an argument. One of them asserts that man knows the world with the aid of his senses, while the other maintains that this task is performed by reason, by abstract thinking. What will you tell these friends? What arguments will you put forward to clarify this problem to their satisfaction? \v \I j 1.4 %. The doctrine of societies. Development. Human history is complex and many-faceted. Revolutions, uprisings, coups d'état, bloody wars, and ideological struggle, a never-ending succession of historical facts. How are we to succeed in understanding this turbulent stream of events full of contrast and variety? Are they governed by any law? Or does the arbitrary game of chance cause them? These questions are answered by the Marxist teaching on society's development, historical materialism. It enables us to establish history's inner, objective logic, and find our way in the complex network of social phenomena, selecting from among them what is most important and essential as a basis of understanding the materialist concept of history. Social being, social consciousness. Society's history is essentially different from nature's development. In nature there are no conscious forces, and development occurs spontaneously. Not so in society, where human beings, with their endowments of consciousness and will, are the actors and set specific goals for themselves which they strive to reach. The illusion arises that consciousness, ideas, and goals determine the life of society. This is not so, in fact. In order to exist, man must satisfy his material needs for food, clothing, footwear, shelter, and so forth. These necessities force him to enter into definite relationships with nature and other men, whether he wishes to or not. He tills the fields, builds dwellings, sews clothing, makes production tools, and barters his labor's products. All this adds up to the material life of people, their social existence, with its own objective laws independent of whatever ideas and theories society has. The main content of social existence is the labor of persons producing material goods. By his labor man is distinguished from the animal world. Animals do not produce material goods, they consume what they find ready in nature. But man's attitude toward nature is active, he transforms and creates the material goods he needs by his toil. Labor is the sole source of all the riches created by mankind in the course of its history. Not only man's brain but also his hand, to a certain extent, is the product of labor. The work of thousands of years has perfected it, making it a skillful organ capable of performing the most 40 complex operations. Solely owing to labor, the human hand has attained such a high degree of perfection that it has been capable of bringing to life, the words of Angels, Raphael's paintings, Thorvaldsen's sculpture, and Paganini's labor, the eternal and natural requirement of human life, has always constituted the main foundation of society's existence and development. Men would never have been able to engage in science, politics, and art or create philosophical doctrines and political theories had they not satisfied their material needs with the help of production. Thus, man's social existence determines his consciousness. Asterisk. What explains the fact that diverse social views and theories frequently exist in one society? Under capitalism, for example, there are bourgeois and socialist Ideologies. The first defends the capitalist system, reflecting the Positon ol the capitalist class and its interests within bourgeois society. The capitalists exploit the workers, absolute power is in their hands. They enjoy all the good THTNGSOT life. Quite naturally, theories representing their interests declare capitalism to be the summit of justice and prelection. Socialist ideology, by contrast, represents the proletariat's Kantian ot oppression. Reflecting its class interests, it investigates the laws ot capitalism's development, formulates the revolutionary tasks of the proletarian class struggle, and determines the ways and methods of overthrowing capitalism and completing the transition to socialism. Thus, the content of social ideas is determined by the conditions ot social existence ot the classes whose interests they represent. Whatever social theory we select, its roots always reach back to socia existence, the material circumstances of society's light. Hence an important conclusion: the basis of social development must be sought not in man's consciousness but in their social being, in the development of the production of material goods, productive forces and production relations. First of all, let us establish the constituent elements of production. Indispensable are raw materials, from which man's needs are produced: wood, coal, iron ore. Any object upon which man actively works, an object of labor. Material goods cannot be produced with bare hands alone. Man performs even the simplest task with the help of a hammer, axe, or spade. Organizing modern production requires machine tools, machinery, and instruments. All these means by which men act upon an object of labor, using mechanical, physical, and chemical resources, i.e., called labor tools. Emphasizing their importance in production, Marx called work tools production's bone and muscle system. Apart from work tools, necessities for production include plant buildings, depots, storehouses, railroads. J. 41. Power transmission lines, irrigation canal systems, etc. Together with work tools they constitute the means of production, i.e., the total material conditions without which production is impossible. Finally, production includes men's active labor. Without men, machines are lifeless. They cannot produce material goods. The working people, the producers of material goods, are the most important factor in production. The means of production created by society and by the persons with production experience and expertise constitute society's productive forces. Productive forces impart a definite character to material relations between society and nature. The level of development achieved by productive forces is an index of man's dominion over nature and his active impact upon it. The development level of productive forces is judged, first and foremost, by production implements. They have a history of their own, from primitive man's simple wooden and stone work tools to modern complex machines which perform all the steps in production, leaving to men only the functions of control and adjustment. The more perfect the work tools, the greater the quantity of material goods that can be produced. Primitive man often needed the whole day to fell a tree with a stone axe, an operation that now can be performed in a few seconds with the help of an electric power saw. A heavy-duty excavator can move more ground in 7 hours than 1,000 men could equipped only with shovels. The productive forces level is also measured by the power supply available for production. For many thousands of years, muscle power of men and animals was practically the only source of energy. Now men get supplies of energy from mighty power stations, surpassing human muscle power many millions of times. Men's production experience, their skill and expertise, is another indicator of the development level attained in productive forces. Modern productive forces differ from those of 100 or 150 years ago not only in the Perfection of production tools but also in the workers' industrial training, Higlier. Level of education and qualifications. Contemporary production is simply inconceivable without science, which itself is becoming a direct productive force. Production of material goods is impossible for the individual. Even if a recluse could be found who wished to withdraw from society and produce all his life needs personally, he would find it necessary to use production tools created and perfected by society and apply production experience and skill accumulated by many generations. Labor resources and production experience, as well as labor products, are the outcome of men working together, in the process of which by necessity they enter into production relations. But what are production relations? In primitive society, as history shows, all members of the tribal commune had an identical part in social production, together they secured the necessities of existence and gave mutual assistance, they consumed together whatever material goods were produced. Why was this so? Precisely because the means of production belonged to all of the societies. 42. Members. Social relations in slaveholding, feudal, and capitalist societies are completely different. Groups of persons participate in social production in a variety of ways, some exploiting others. Also, the labor product is distributed unequally, with a handful of exploiters taking the lion's share of the material goods produced and the oppressed classes experiencing need and privation. What is the explanation? In the exploiter society, production means belong to an insignificant minority, the exploiters. With the transition to socialism, the picture of the relations among persons engaged in the production process again changes. Relations among them are established on the basis of cooperative toil, and material goods are distributed according to the work performed. This is because under socialism the basic means of production belong to the whole society. To define production relations among persons requires, obviously, ascertaining the ownership of the means of production. First and foremost, production relations are property relations. Men cannot survive without using the material goods they produce. Thus, they enter into property or ownership relations. Production is impossible without some form of ownership, the historic method of appropriating material goods. Bourgeois economists state that property is personal power over some thing. Actually, something becomes a property object only when persons engaged in the production process enter into social relations. Property may be compared to language. As the product of one individual person, language would be an absurdity, for there would be no one to talk to. Similarly, property does not exist independently of human social relations. Private ownership of the production means begets relationships of exploitation. Public ownership establishes relationships of cooperative labor. The participation of various social groups in production and the distribution of the labor product are determined by the forms of ownership of the production means. What is the interrelation and interaction of productive forces and production relations? Law of correspondence between production relations and the character of productive force. From the time of human society's origin, material goods have been produced by men without interruption. Were it not so, society in a relatively short time would consume its total accumulated reserves and perish. As history shows, production improves by constant renewal, and change takes place in productive forces as well as in production relations. In the early history of mankind, the production level was very low. The club, stone axe, spear, and, later, the bow and arrow were the chief production tools. 43. Men could merely satisfy their minimal, indispensable needs with the greatest difficulty, and this only because they worked together. The production means and labor product under such conditions naturally did not belong to individual persons but to the collective Social ownership was determined by the low development level of productive forces. Exploitation was also impossible, since a toiler could not produce more than necessary to support his life. Cooperative labor relations prevailed in the tribal community. Production relations corresponded to the level of development of productive forces. The primitive communal system is sometimes called communist. But this was primitive communism, based on need and privation, not on abundance. This was the reason for its limitation and its inevitable collapse. In the course of development, production tools gradually improved and metal tools appeared. Division of labor within society took place, with cattle raising occurring side by side with agriculture and, later, handicrafts. Division of labor inevitably led to barter of products. The farmer and herdsman needed each other's product, and they were able to satisfy their reciprocal needs only through ugly barter. Production relations of the primitive system, which encompassed only commune or tribe members, no longer corresponded to productive forces, being incompatible with division of labor and barter. Progress in production made the failure of these relations inevitable. Use of improved work tools sharply increased the quantity of products, which could be turned out no longer only within the commune but also by the efforts of individual families. Simultaneously, ownership of the means of production also gradually passed to family units. Private property had its beginning, and with it economic inequality among men. Inequality also increased because the elders and leaders used their status for self-enrichment. With new means of production available, the toiler began to produce beyond his personal subsistence needs. There was exploitation of man by man. The rich enslaved the poor and prisoners of war were made slaves. The primitive communal system was replaced by the slave-holding system. In slave-holding society the means of production are in the possession of the slave owner, who owns the toiler, a talking work tool. Production relations in the early phase correspond to productive forces, of which the comparatively low level permits progress in material and intellectual culture only by the ruthless exploitation of vast slave masses. This creates the possibility for production to grow, the social division of labor to deepen, and culture to develop. Separation of intellectual from physical labor takes place. Liberated from physical toil, scholars, poets, sculptors, and philosophers have an opportunity to devote themselves to intellectual activity, and science and art lower. However, like a tireless mole, history continues working imperceptibly. Productive forces are perfected, agricultural techniques advance, men make metals and metal tools with increasing success, the skills of craftsmen improve. Productive forces are increasingly hindered by slavery-based production relations. 44. Slave takes no interest in his work, under the lash of the slave driver he works inefficiently. The slave-holding type of production gradually becomes obsolete, to be replaced by feudal relations. In feudal society the basic means of production are in the possession of the feudal landowners. The toilers own only scant equipment toward tillage and cattle tending. By taking advantage of this circumstance the landowner makes serfs of the peasants, compelling them to work for him. He grants them a plot of land and in exchange requires part of their crop and tillage of his property with hereditary succession. A monarch relies on the ruling class and carries out its will. His actions or intentions begin to diverge from the interests of the ruling class, the latter finds ways to replace one monarch by another more obliging. When the Russian Emperor Paul I attempted to conclude an alliance with Napoleon, he was murdered by the nobles. An alliance with bourgeois France contradicted the interests of the landowning aristocracy. Referring to this event, a historian has remarked that Russia was an autocracy limited by regicide. A republic is power implemented by elective organs. Understandably, in an exploiter society a republic, also, expresses the interests of the ruling class. The political regime is re-elected by the methods of rule. The ruling exploiter class may resort to openly terroristic methods of suppressing the oppressed classes, or it may govern by democratic methods, but in most instances it uses the policy of the stick and carrot. Let us now examine a very important concept: democracy. It is a state system that secures participation of the popular masses in the government and personal freedom, i.e., the possibility for citizens to enjoy political rights. In exploiter societies, democracy is limited. In the slave-holding democratic republics of Athens and in early Rome, as you know quite well, a large segment of the population, the slaves, were completely deprived of all rights. In the medieval city republics, Venice and Florence in Italy and Novgorod in Russia, the wealthy merchants or craft guild masters held the reins of power. In contemporary bourgeois democracies, despite the riglet of universal suffrage, power is held by the wealthy bourgeoisie, which uses its total economic might to control all branches of the state apparatus and means of propaganda. It is not reluctant to resort to bribery, fraud, and falsification in order to prevent the toiling masses from governing the state. Thus, the existence of democratic institutions does not change the class character of the state. In the exploiter society, the state, because of its very composition, is always a control instrument of the exploiters, and democracy is merely one of the forms of that control. At the same time, under the conditions of an exploiter society, even this limited and formal democracy represents the most acceptable state form for the toilers. Democratic institutions are the conquests of the masses, which for a millennium have struggled for their riglets and wrestled concessions from the ruling classes. Despite its class limitations, bourgeois democracy offers possibilities for the struggle to improve the condition of the working class. By using political liberties proclaimed by a constitution, the working class can better organize itself for the revolutionary struggle to overthrow the capitalist system. Understandably, therefore, the monopolist bourgeoisie, in fear of the growing revolutionary movement, strives to get rid of democracy and establish its own overt dictatorship. This is why one of the most important tasks of the working class is the struggle to preserve and broaden democracy. Genuine democracy is only possible under the conditions created by socialism, where the main democratic principles, the people's rule and personal freedom, find solid basis in economic relations. Motive force. O.J. Fusty. From your studies you have become convinced that history is full of class struggle. The slave-holding states of the Fast, Greece, and Rome often shuddered under the blows of leveling slaves. During the epoch of feudalism there were mass peasant uprisings, Wat Tyler's rebellion in England, the Jacquerie revolt in France, the Peasants' War in Germany, the uprisings of Bolotnikov, Razin, and Pugachev in Russia, the Peasant Wars in China. From the beginning of the 19th century riglet up to our day, class battles by the proletariat have been raging in capitalist countries. 52. What are the causes of class struggle and what is its role in society's history? Class struggle inevitably grows out of the social antagonism that exists between the exploiters and the exploited. The very position of the oppressed classes in society, persecuted as they are by their oppressors, forces them into revolutionary struggle. Bourgeois ideologists assert that the interests of the opposed classes can be reconciled. Judge for yourselves, how can the oppressor and the oppressed be reconciled? To achieve this, the exploiters would have to give up their ownership of the means of production voluntarily. But the crux of the matter is that they have never done so, and they never will. Only by class struggle can the means of production be wrested from them and exploitation eliminated. Replacement of a socio-economic formation, as has been noted, takes place as a result of solving the conflict between productive forces and obsolete production relations. What is the attitude of the different classes toward this conflict? Clearly, the exploiter classes do not want elimination of obsolete production relations. They cling to them with all their might in order to protect their wealth and power. Remember how furiously the Landowning aristocrats fought to preserve their privileges, how stubbornly they opposed bourgeois revolutions. And what of the contemporary imperialists? Is it possible to expect that they will voluntarily abandon the capitalist system? All their actions show that they will defend its existence to the last. This means that the replacement of a social system by one more progressive cannot occur spontaneously, even if production relations have become an obstacle to social progress. It requires crushing the resistance OT the reaction AI classes who defend the old production relations. This is the historical meaning OT. The revolutionary struggle of the oppressed classes, who sweep from the path OT. Social progress obstacles and obstructions raised by the reactionary classes. Class Snigla is the motive fori of history in ale exploiter formations. In an antagonistic society, social progress is impossible without it. Class struggle reaches the higgliest level of acuteness in periods of social revolutions. Social revolution. In society's history, periods of gradual development differ sharply from those OT sudden breakup OT an entire social system. After the fall of the Roman Empire in Europe, the years of the Dark Middle Ages tediously dragged on. One royal dynasty succeeded another, there were wars and palace revolts, feudal possessions were repeatedly cut up, but all these events did not change the nature of the feudal system. Anthogly from time to antagonism is meant contradictions between classes whose interests are opposed and irreconcilable. Time the conflagrations of peasant revolts enveloped entire countries, threatening to engulf the Landowning feudal lords and monarchs, the aristocrats, taking advantage of the backwardness and ignorance of the peasantry, split their ranks and drowned their uprisings in blood. But the epoch great social convulsions followed. In the 16th century, the Low Countries, in the 17th, England, in the 18th, France. The social structure of the leading European powers suffered radical change in only 3 centuries. Within a comparatively short period of time, feudalism was replaced by capitalism. Radical breakup of social order which brings about the transition from one socio-economic formation to another is called social revolution. Its economic basis is conflict between productive forces and production relations. Progressive forces try to solve this conflict by abolishing old production relations. Reactionary classes oppose the resolution of this conflict. The ruling class uses the state's entire power in the struggle against the revolutionary movement. Therefore, the main problem of every revolution is that of power. Once it has conquered the power of the state, the revolutionary class uses it to demolish the old system completely and establish a new order. Historical experience shows that a revolution is not made to order. Its indispensable prerequisite is the revolutionary situation, i.e., a condition of society in which the ruling classes can no longer rule by old methods and in which the oppressed classes refuse to continue living according to the old ways. By no means does every revolutionary situation develop into a revolution. Mass political forces are needed to translate it into reality. They develop from among those classes interested in liquidating the existing order and capable of bringing the revolution to a victorious conclusion. These classes represent the motive forces of the revolution. In order to rally political forces toward one evolution, the revolutionary classes must acquire certain experience in class struggle, form political parties and organizations, produce revolutionary commanders and leaders, and be ready for selfless actions. Revolutions differ in character according to the tasks to be accomplished. If a revolution establishes bourgeois relations, then it is a bourgeois revolution. If, however, it leads to establishment of the socialist system, its character is socialist. The vast role of the oppressed and exploited classes is revealed with unusual force in social revolutions. By heroic struggle, these classes tear down the foundations of the old society. It is precisely these classes which produce the shock battalions of the revolution, storming the bastions of the state power of the reactionary classes and with selfless determination defending revolutionary conquests from the encroachments of counter-revolution. The oppressed classes are the principal motive of all great revolutions. Revolutions, V.L. Lenin said, are holidays for the oppressed and the exploited. As a result of the active participation of the popular masses in political life, events 54 are now moving with inconceivable speed. Social revolution may be compared to a purifying thunderstorm after which one can breathe freely. Revolutions sweep obstacles from the path of social progress. Not in vain did K. Marx call them locomotives of history. Historical forms of human communities and tribe. From time immemorial, historical genres of communal living have existed. Alongside class and social deterrences separating people into distinct social groups. The primary forms of communities clan and tribe originated in the blood relationship. The Russian term for clan rod indicates the common origin of its members. In the early stages of human history people were united and thought of themselves as being united, tirst ot all, by ties ot blood, by oyaginchiame. Common ancestor. Such groups lived together in communes. This did not result from either capias or an especially strong clan feeling, it was necessary because ot collective housekeeping, accumulated work habits, and the upbringing ot the young. As time went by, the clan grew larger and other communities branched out. Kinship and economic connections were preserved, and broader unions ot clans tribes appeared. A tribe would number hundreds and even thousands ot persons. In order to live and hunt, the tribe occupied a definite territory. Its members had language, religious beliefs, customs, and ceremonies in common. Clan and tribe life was built on spontaneously democratic principles. Leadership of the clan commune was entrusted to the elders elected by all its adult members. The tribe was governed by a council elected by the tribal meeting. In subsequent stages of development, unions began forming among the tribes, dictated by both economic and military requirements. As before, however, kinship by blood remained the principal uniting link. Substitution ot kinship by the territorial connection, which happened with economic development, led to formation ot nationalities and, later, nations. Nationality and nation. A union of tribes was too broad an organization to last for a long time, since its basis was blood relationship. With developing economic relations, territorial proximity became more important, even when it linked persons not otherwise related. Common territory, language, and customs determined the identical. Point 4. 55. Historical fate of large groups of people and produced a single psychological character type and culture. Thus, nationality originated. Nationality emerged during the slave-holding and feudal epochs. During the slave-holding era, for example, the nationalities of ancient Egypt and Greece were formed. During the feudal period Western European nationalities appeared. In the 9th century Eastern Slavic tribes established the Old Russian nationality. Nationality was a comparatively unstable term of community. Many ancient nationalities disintegrated, others subsequently gave birth to various nations. Thus, the Old Russian nationality was the origin of Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. The comparative precariousness of ties uniting one nationality can be explained by the absence of a single economy. Also, nationality has rather strong local differences within its common culture, and its language is divided into a number of dialects. Consolidation of nationalities into nations takes place during the development of capitalist relations. Capitalism breaks down local barriers, creates a common national market, binds one or several nationalities by the common interest of its economic life. As a result, territorial unity is supplemented by economic unity, and on this foundation a common national culture comes into being and national awareness and patriotic sentiments develop. Nation is a stable community of people united by economic, territorial, linguistic, and cultural psychological ticks. National relations play a great role in the social development. They are apparent in economics, politics, and culture. Two tendencies in the development of nations. National relations are characterized by two contradictory tendencies: awakening of national life, striving for national self-reliance and independence, and broadening of international relations, breaking down of national barriers and internationalization of the social life. Essentially, these tendencies are both progressive. Flowering of nations and their close friendship equally foster the enrichment of humanity's common civilization. However, under capitalism these tendencies encounter strong resistance, and they succeed only by means of acute international conflict. The striving for national independence is opposed by the ruling classes of the oppressor nations and can only be achieved by stubborn struggle. Under the conditions of capitalism, international relations take the form of antagonism, enslavement of certain nations and nationalities by others. Clearly, therefore, the questions of national liberation and development are inseparable from social progress. The struggle of oppressed nations for their national independence and rebirth is closely interwoven with the revolutionary 56. Movement of the international working class for mankind's social liberation from the yoke of capital. Only in this way are all nations able to attain genuine national equality and full development of all their capacities and talents. Conditions will thus be created for friendship and the gradual drawing together of nations. Ultimately, once communist society has been developed and victorious over the entire planet, the result will be elimination of national distinctions and formation of a equal international community, a single human race. Bourgeois nationalism and proletarian internationalism. As has been stated, nations were born at the time that capitalism originated. Naturally, the bourgeoisie, in pursuit of its own class interests, from the very first has tried to take advantage of the rise of national consciousness and sentiments. The nation is proclaimed to be a higher form of community, and theories are advanced about the superiority of one nation or another over all the rest. The bourgeoisie attempts to stupefy the masses with nationalism in order to hinder the growing class consciousness of the proletariat and introduce into national discord into the toilers' ranks. Of course, in evaluating nationalism's historical role, a realistic approach is needed. The nationalism of an oppressed nation struggling against colonialism has an all-democratic, progressive content. In this case, nationalist ideas and feelings come to the fore as expressions of protest against imperialism. Even under these circumstances, however, nationalism has inherent negative characteristics along with the positive. Its progressive content may continue to develop only when based on an increasingly consistent détente of the interests of the toiling classes and strata of the population, the majority of the nation, so as to counterbalance the interests of the reactionaries, who do not hesitate to betray the cause of national liberation in order to preserve their class privileges. To nationalism the working class opposes proletarian internationalism, i.e., the class solidarity of the toilers of all nations and races in the struggle against the rule of capital and for liberation from all forms of social and national oppression. The famous slogan "Proletarians of the world, unite," has become the battle cry of the International Brotherhood of Toilers. Proletarian internationalism is deeply rooted in the actual conditions of the working class in capitalist society. Capital is an international force and exploits the workers irrespective of their nationality or skin color. Pieties flowing into The safes of billionaires are created by the labor of workers of many different countries. International Union OT, the working class OT, all the toilers is needed to tear down the power OT, the world's capital. The principle OT, proletarian internationalism, has been consciously made the foundation OT, the activities of the revolutionary vanguard of the working class, i.e., the Marxist-Leninist parties. 57. Proletarian internationalism has nothing in common with national nihilism, which does not take account of the real existence of nations, their characteristic lifestyle, culture, and feelings of national pride. The problem is not to deny the existence of national interests but to combine them correctly with the international class interest of the toilers. While paying lip service to the nation, bourgeois nationalism, in fact, damages its vital interests. Under the banner of nationalism and chauvinism, imperialist wars were unleashed, leading to the greatest national calamities. In the name of nationalism and racism, German fascism plunged humanity into the Second World War, which became a national tragedy for the German people. By separating and setting nations against each other, nationalism sows hatred and enmity among peoples. Proletarian internationalism links the fate of nations with the social emancipation of toilers. It awakens vital forces in each nation, opens to each of them perspectives of prosperity in the international union of equal peoples. While it champions the common interests of the international working class, the leading force of history, proletarian internationalism embodies the genuine interests of all nations. Historical necessity and human activity. My alone create history. With the understanding that society, like nature, develops according to objective laws, it is legitimate to ask, what is the role of men in the historical process? Isn't man really just a blind tool of historical necessity? Ancient mythology has tales about an implacable fate wielding power over men and gods. Man is incapable of changing what has been ordained for him by the goddesses of fate, the Mori. Is it possible that historical necessity is similar to fate? And if that is true, would it not be better to withdraw from social affairs and passively wait for the inevitable outcome of events? In their attempts to discredit it, bourgeois ideologists assert that Marxism-Leninism supposedly leads to fatalism, i.e., a world outlook according to which historical events are predetermined. Why struggle for socialism and communism? They reason, if all laws of history inevitably lead to communism, no one would struggle for the coming of spring or summer. The laws of history differ from those of nature precisely in that they assert themselves necessarily by means of human actions. Historical necessity is reflected not in fatal processes distinct from men's actions but in the fact that with the development of production in society new material needs become urgent, forcing persons to act in large groups in a definite direction. When feudal relationships turned into fetters of productive forces, there was a material need to destroy them. This need found its expression in the Revolution. 58. A reactions of the bourgeoisie and peasantry, Botley OT, which had suttered the oppression of feudal relationships, and their revolutionary struggle swept away the feudal system. The soldiers OT, the revolution stormed the Bastille boldly and courageously, and they detended the new order Tram-Tudel counter-revolution. If it were not for their revolutionary struggle, the Tudel system would not have collapsed by itself. This is a clear example that the laws of history do not operate automatically. Men create their history themselves, not arbitrarily but under the influence of environmental circumstances, among which economic necessity is paramount. It comes to the fore through ugly the actions OT individuals, who are to some degree aware OT the current requirements OT social development. Society as a whole does not struggle for the realization of progressive change. The forces of reaction oppose historical necessity since it threatens the prosperity and power. The activity OT the reactionaries obstructs social progress, but cannot stop it. For example, imperialists' attempts to perceive colonialism by all available means delayed the emancipation of the colonial peoples but could not extinguish the THIRD the movement toward national liberation and stave off the collapse of the colonial system. Vi. Lenin strongly opposed the opportunists who underestimated the importance of active revolutionary struggle toward socialism and the role of socialist consciousness, of a revolutionary theory, and the party in this stigla. Obviously, the more aware the revolutionary forces are the necessity victory for the new order, the more actively they struggle toward it, and the more quickly social progress is brought about. Historical necessity freedom. Bourgeois ideologists usually presume that historical necessity deprives people of their freedom. From their point of view, freedom is incompatible with necessity. Let us seek to understand this matter by relying on our own experience. Suppose that two people should lose their way in a dense forest. One ignores the necessary connections existing in nature and, considering himself tree, proceeds in the first possible direction. Phi may console himself that any time he is tree to change direction and go the other way. And only at a wandering island, aimlessly for hours and tailing to tin the correct way, does he understand that his freedom has deluded him. Actually he is not tree, he tins himself. Completely dependent on the environmental conditions, which till him with tear and despair. The second person who was lost acts differently. He knows that in nature there are necessary connections between the two cardinal points and the positions of celestial bodies. Recollecting all he learned about these connections from his studies and his own experience, he chooses the path that soon will lead him home. Understanding necessity and acting accordingly help this man to point 4. 59. Orient himself in his surroundings. In reality he will be free in relation to necessity. Knowledge of objective necessity gives men their freedom of historical action. The best example is the activities of our nation under the leadership of the Communist Party. The party is equipped with the knowledge of the laws of social development. It organizes the activities of our people in accordance with the historical necessity that leads to communism. The results are well known. Socialism has been built in our country, we feel secure as to our future, and we are moving forward on the straightlit road that has been mapped out in the program of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and in the decisions of party congresses in accordance with the laws of history. We are selecting the direction in which to move as freely and accurately as the man in the countryside who finds his orientation. Course, the socialist system of itself does not guarantee absence of errors in the field of economics, politics, culture, and ideology. That is why Marxism, Leninism requires serious consideration and careful study of objective laws, as well as dictions and actions strictly conforming to the needs of the development of society. Thus, necessity by no means excludes freedom and, conversely, freedom does not exclude necessity. Freedom consists in understanding necessity and in its practical use. The popular masses and personality. In our history textbook we find several hundred names of persons who have left an unusually deep imprint on the life of society, great scientists, military commanders, persons active in public life, artists and thinkers of genius, and leaders of the revolutionary movements. Who does not know the names of Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Spartacus, Peter I, Napoleon? It may seem that they are the only makers of history. Beyond question, outstanding personalities play a great role in history. Is it possible, for example, to deny the influence of Robespierre in the history of France? But where did his strength lie? Study of his actions, speeches, and decrees shows that he represented the interests of the mass movement of the French people against feudalism. That was the reason the masses elected him their leader and assured him of their support. On the other hand, what was Robespierre's weakness that led him to the same guillotine on which he had executed the enemies of the revolution? During the last stage of his activities he lost the support of the masses. The historical actions of great men, clearly, are supported by movements of the popular masses caused by profound needs of a society or nation in development. There were many brave and able men among the Russian Narodniki Popu. 60. Lists, of the 1870s. But they were individualistic heroes, from the people. Therefore their activities failed to bring the desired results. Even Thogly, outstanding for its individual qualities, a personality unavoidably suffers defeat. If, removed from the masses, it does not reflect the urgent developmental needs of society. One may ask, how would history have evolved did one or another OT the Great men had failed to appear in its arena? Is it possible that the bourgeois revolution in England would not have taken place if Cromwell had died in childhood? Of course it would have happened. As you know, history has been shaped by basic, objective laws of development of socio-economic formations. The 17th century bourgeois revolution in England was a historical necessity. Had Cromwell not existed, other men would have taken his place. Many an historic event probably would then have developed in a different way and at a different time. But the fundamental direction of historical development would have remained the same. The role of a great personality consists in having a clear awareness OT, and giving precise expression to the needs OT society. He organizes the progressive forceps and leads their struggle for the fulfillment of these needs. In comparing distinguished leaders of various periods, it is easily established that the historical significance of their actions was determined by the scope of the social movement whose objectives they represented. The revolutionary movement of the proletariat, whose part in human history cannot be compared to that of any other social movement, makes exceedingly high demands of its commanders and leaders. The workers' movement has brought forward the great creators OT communist ideology and leaders of the toilers of the entire world, K. Marx, F. Engels, and V. L. Lenin. The founders of Marxism-Leninism had outstanding qualities: the gift of great scientific foresight, the ability to generalize the revolutionary movement experience creatively, the facility to combine theory and practice, organizational talent, the unswerving will for victory, and personal courage and charm. Mankind pays them the tribute of deep respect for the tremendous contribution they have made to the cause of the struggle for the toilers' liberation. As great as the role of prominent leaders has been, there is nothing supernatural in it. Bourgeois ideologists, while denying the part the masses have played in history, attempt to shroud the actions OT great men in mystical secrecy, ascribing to them an ability to mold history at will and glorying them with blind worship. The cult of personality is totally alien to the materialist conception of history, which teaches one to look for the foundation of history in material production, in the activity of the popular masses. Marx, F. Engels, and V. L. Lenin always condemned exaggerated glorification and eulogizing of individual leaders. They were implacable enemies of the cult of personality, and they explained the tremendous damage it could inflict upon the revolutionary movement. Point 4. 61. The historical framework of any great man's activities is circumscribed by the social needs of a given epoch. Even in the fields of science, art, and culture, where personal ability has special meaning, the cultural process is determined in the final analysis by society's needs. Great scientists make discoveries that have been anticipated by the practical needs of society. Great artists give expression in their works to the social views of their epoch. Beyond a doubt, Darwin's theory of evolution was prepared by the progress of agricultural practice. Ideas voiced by Darwin's predecessors reveal that the need for formulating this theory had matured. Darwin's genius completed their work by generalizing the experience of the development of biological science. In the field of classical art, it is hardly possible to find a work that would not somehow present society's interests. And it is not by chance that the periods of sharp turns in history produced great works of art. The Renaissance brought a whole galaxy of great poets and painters. But what is the origin of the social needs that produce great men? These needs emerge, first and foremost, as a result of the development of production. This being case, we must conclude that the decisive role in history belongs to the persons occupied in production of material goods. This signal historical task has always been performed by the toilers. Let us now turn to political matters. It may be said with certainty that in history no critical period can be found in which the masses did not take the decisive part. The people have always had the last word in revolutions and in wars of liberation. But even in peacetime the people exercised their influence on politics despite the effort by the ruling classes to prevent their participation. Kings, presidents, and ministers defending the interest of the exploiters have been compelled to take into consideration the people's demands. By their struggle the toiling masses limited the appetites of the ruling classes, often forcing them to make concessions. At first glance, the spiritual sphere is the exclusive domain of prominent individuals. Scientists, writers, poets, painters, musicians form an unbroken chain of great men. But what is the source of ideas and inspiration for those great intellects? It is well known that science develops on the basis of practice and success in production. The sources of scientific ideas thus are hidden in the tremendous production experience gradually being accumulated by the direct producers of material goods, the popular masses. As for classical art, we know from the history of literature that it has a profoundly popular character. Who is there among us who is not enraptured by folk songs, violinas as market commodities? But this exchange played a secondary role, since only an insignificant number of products were earmarked for sale. Let us recall the description of the country estates of Russian landowners by N.V. Gogol in Dead Souls. Neither Manilov, Sobakvik, Korobakha, Plyushkin, and Najdeev, nor their serfs, had any practical need for market products. If Najdrev had a passion for trade, this was a gentleman's whim, not an economic necessity. Under capitalism, however, factories, plants, and farms, as a rule, produce their goods for sale. All aspects of life in a capitalist society are permeated with the commodity-money relationship. Commodity exchange is the most widespread and commonplace relationship, and it is encountered billions of times in a bourgeois society. Everything becomes the object of buying and selling: homes, land, honors, rank, countries, kingdoms, desires, pleasures, conscience, honor, wives, husbands, children, masters, servants, life, blood, bodies, and souls, wrote the English writer John Bunyan about bourgeois society. 65. 66. Commodity production. What is commodity production? Commodity production is a type of economic organization of society in which goods are produced not for personal consumption but for sale. How are labor products converted into commodities? Two social conditions must exist. First, there must be social division of labor, under which every person ceases to produce all his needs and is engaged in one kind of production only. Secondly, the means of production must become the property of individual persons or groups. Under these two conditions, sale and purchase of goods become an economic necessity. There are three forms of commodity production: direct commodity production, under which goods are made by independent small producers, artisans, or peasants; capitalist commodity production, managed by capitalists exploiting the labor of hired workers; and socialist commodity production, as it exists in a socialist society. Direct commodity production is not connected with any specific socio-economic formation. It has existed and continues to exist within various production modes. It appeared during the disintegration of the primitive communal system, existed under the conditions of slave-holding society and feudalism, and continues under capitalism and even in the present period of transition to socialism. Intensification of the social division of labor between artisanship and agriculture and between city and village led to increased dependence on the feudal economy upon market relations and to its control by money. Development of commodity relations was thus preparing the ground for feudalism's disintegration. Long before the walls of feudal castles were being pierced by cannonballs of the new artillery, Engels wrote, their foundations had been undermined by money. Capitalist commodity production thus emerged from direct commodity production during the period of feudalism's decay. Let us compare the basic characteristics of direct commodity production and capitalist commodity production. Direct commodity production, as well as its capitalist counterpart, is based on social division of labor and private ownership of the means of production and the labor product. This is their point of similarity. However, direct commodity production of craftsmen and peasants differs from capitalist production in that the labor of craftsmen and peasants are their property. Under capitalism, the products of labor are the private property of those who do not produce them or spend a single minute of labor time in their production but happen to be the owners of the means of production. This is the basic difference between capitalist and direct commodity production. A commodity is a labor product made for exchange. Clearly, it must satisfy some human need, otherwise there would be no purchaser. An object's ability to satisfy one or another of people's needs is called consumer value. 67. The consumer value of bread, sugar, butter, milk, meat, or sausage lies in the fact that they satisfy people's food requirements. The consumer value of boots, slippers, and shoes exists in the fact that they satisfy people's need for footwear. Labor products directly satisfying people's personal needs are not the only ones with consumer value. This value also applies to the means of production of material goods. The use of commodities may be obtained by purchasing them. For the same amount of money, for example, one may purchase a refrigerator, 4 men's suits, or 3 sewing machines. In other words, one refrigerator costs as much as 2 suits of clothing. What does that signify? Completely different commodities possess something in common that permits comparing them in a definite ratio. This common element is not the physical, chemical, or any other natural property of things. Commodities possess only one common property: they are all products of human labor. This makes them commensurable. In comparing commodities, people in fact compare the labor expended on them. The labor embodied in it constitutes the value of a commodity. However, labor itself is not value but only creates it under the condition of commodity exchange production. It is not easy to understand what constitutes value, since, according to Marx's saying in his Capital, it does not include even a grain of matter. Nevertheless, let us make a gradual approach to clarifying the notion of value. Its value constitutes labor embodied in a commodity, then its magnitude depends upon the amount of labor spent on the commodity's production. The labor amount is measured by its duration or the working time. Consequently, working time is the measure of both labor and value. The working time itself is measured by hours, days, and so on. One he more labor expended in producing an item, the higher its value. A simple example proves this. A miner mines iron ore worth $10. From this ore a metal worker smelts pig iron which costs $30. Steel costing $90 is made from the pig iron. Pins costing $300, blades for pocket knives at $900, or watch springs for $3,000 can be made out of the steel. The same amount of steel was used for each of these commodities. Why then would the blades be more expensive than the pins, and the watch springs more expensive than the blades? Because a different quantity of labor was required to produce each of them. Producers of commodities work under unequal conditions, using different production tools and varying skills, hence they spend different amounts of time to produce identical items. However, on the market identical commodities have the same value. Consequently, the magnitude of commodity value does not depend upon specific characteristics of the production process and the producer but is determined by the prevailing labor conditions, i.e., the socially indispensable work time. Let us assume that there are three groups of producers of footwear. The first makes a pair of boots in 7 hours, the second in 10, and the third in 68. 14. The first and third production groups are small and supply the market with insignificant quantities of footwear, while the second group produces the bulk of the output, whose work time should be considered socially indispensable. That OT the second group, that is, 10 hours. Because socially indispensable time approaches, or is identical with the work time of those enterprises which produce the bulk of the commodities of a given production branch. Now we are able to define the concept of value. Value is the socially indispensable labor expended to prodia-eonaniodides. Value is a historical phenomenon inherent only in commodity production. Under the conditions of a natural economy, value did not exist, and it will disappear in the Hegelian phase of communist society, since commodity production will then wither away. Therefore, since it is not a quality ot the objects themselves, value only expresses social relations among men producing commodities. Socially indispensable time spent to produce a commodity unit does not remain invariable. It is reduced as production forces, technology, and science develop. Thus, in England in 1784, the price of yarn exceeded 130 pence per pound, but dropped to almost 1 pence in 1823. Following the invention and wide use of the spinning machine, the bulk OT the yarn was produced in tacked ories, its value being fixed by machine production. Hand weavers working independently with spinning wheels spent much more work time to produce yarn than the tacked ories, and the value of their production dropped to the level OT the tacked made yarn. Unable to meet the competition, the weavers were ruined. As can be seen, the value of a commodity unit depends upon labor productivity. The higher the labor productivity, the less time spent in production and, as a result, the lower the commodity value. Labor productivity is measured by the amount OT production per time unit. It depends primarily upon work tools and their level OT technical perfection. The more perfect the machines, the more successful the labor OT the workers. Labor productivity is affected by the workers' technical qualifications and ability to use equipment. The level OT scientific development is also OTGE importance. The faster the latest scientific advances are incorporated into production processes, the higher labor productivity becomes in society. Finally, labor productivity depends upon natural conditions, in agriculture, upon soil fertility and favorable climate, in the mining industry, upon mineral wealth and oil wells. The growth rate of labor productivity is not equal in all enterprises, as a rule. It increases first in individual capitalist enterprises with progressive technology, whose owners thus increase their profits. 69. Let us assume that in the overwhelming majority of enterprises of any one production branch a worker produces eiglet commodity units per eiglet hour day. In 1 work hour he produces 1 new unit valued at $2, in an entire day, eiglet units valued at S16. Should production improvement be introduced in one of the enterprises, a new tool or work method, its use will double labor productivity. As a result, a worker in that enterprise will produce not 8 but 16 commodity units during an eiglet hour workday. The individual value of one commodity unit will then drop from S2 to S1. However, the social value of this commodity is not changed by the increase in labor productivity in one outstanding enterprise. As before, it equals $2 per unit. The capitalist who applies the new production method continues to sell his commodity on the basis of its social value, thus gaining $1 on each commodity unit compared to other capitalists. This figure represents the difference between the social value of the commodity and its individual value. Other capitalists also strive after larger profits. They attempt to reach the level of the technically advanced enterprise and find means to improve their production methods and increase labor productivity. However, the general rise of labor productivity results in lowering the commodity value. If the majority of enterprises of a given production branch improves labor productivity to the extent that the normal, typical social production rate per worker is no longer IGLIT but 16 commodity units per day, then the socially indispensable time for production of one unit will decrease from 1 hour to a half hour, and its social value will decrease by 1/2. As a result, all the capitalists will find themselves in an identical situation. In order to increase their gains over other capitalists, the big capitalists will again attempt to increase labor productivity in their enterprises, and the entire process will repeat itself, but now on a higglier level of development of productive forces. Growth in labor productivity is an economic necessity for all formations, since it represents the basic prerequisite for society's economic and cultural development. It expresses the new developmental level of productive forces, as well as the character of production relations, i.e., production mode, features, movement, and development. Every production mode, compared with its predecessor, creates higher labor productivity, assures a larger supply of products, and increases society's wealth. Superiority of the new social system over the old is apparent in the increase of labor productivity. V.I. Lenin pointed out that in the final analysis, labor productivity is the most important, the central factor in the victory of the new social order. Capitalism created labor productivity unheard of under serfdom. Capitalism can and will eventually be defeated by creation of the new, much higglier labor productivity by socialism. 70. MOFIC. The existence of money is inevitable in a society that has commodity exchange. Money is a commodity spontaneously singled out from among other commodities as the generally accepted equivalent of the value that all the others have. With the emergence of money came a new economic force whose possession brought wealth and power. The ultimate commodity was invented. Said Engels, which in hidden form contains all the other commodities, a magic means which can at will change into any tempting, desirable object. Whoever possessed it controlled the world of production. With the development of the commodity-money relationship, money's power in society has grown. In bourgeois society, with its highly developed commodity production, money rules over men and enslaves them. In this world, Balzac wrote, the holy, noble, reverend, eternally youthful, all-powerful 5-franc coin stands above the Constitution. Money only makes sense as an expression of social and production relations. When Robinson Crusoe, the hero of Daniel Defoe's novel, found himself in the loneliness of an uninhabited island, he made good use of everything he salvaged from the wrecked ship, except the money. There was no one with whom Robinson could enter into an exchange relationship, and money, the most important valuable in a bourgeois society, lost its power and became a quite ordinary, actually useless object. Useless trash, said Robinson, what do I need it for now? It is not worth even my bending down to pick it up from the door. Gold is a universally recognized monetary commodity. Its natural properties make it the most convenient means to fulfill money's social functions. It can be easily divided into small quantities and massed together again without losing value. It can be stored quite safely, as it does not oxidize, and it has small volume and weight in relation to its value. A fixed amount by Weiglet is used as a monetary unit in some countries. Example, $1 equals 0.888671 grams OT gold. Money performs many functions. First, OT all, it serves as the tuaciate of value, i.e., it measures the value OT all other commodities. Every commodity is sold for a definite sum of money, which expresses the commodity value. Commodity value expressed in money is called price. Commodity prices, monetary expression of value at demand equals supply, depend upon two quantities, the value of the commodities themselves and the value of gold. The lower the commodity value, the lower its price, the higher its value, the higglier the price. And, conversely, the lower the price of gold, the higglier the commodity price. Thus, commodity price changes in direct proportion to the commodity value and is inversely proportionate to the value OT gold. Price changes of precious metals have played a significant role in the history of prices, especially the price revolution following the discovery of America. Rich deposits discovered there led to a decreased gold price, thus causing a rise in commodity prices. Point 4. 71. Money ideally fulfills the function of measuring values. Thus, one does not actually have to have money in cash to measure a commodity value. As a result of frequently repeated purchases and sales, i.e., exchange of commodities for money, both sellers and buyers mentally compare commodities to definite amounts OT money corresponding to their value. When it is used in commodity exchange, money serves as a circulation medium. To fulfill this function, money must not be abstract but must be real. In the circulation process, money changes hands without interruption. Today a commodity producer receives it toward the sale of his merchandise, tomorrow he spends it to buy someone else's product. In its role of circulation medium, money functions as a temporary intermediary in commodity exchange. Therefore, it may be substituted by symbols or tokens of value, that is, by paper money. The only significant factor is the seller's certainty that the paper money he receives will also be accepted by others when he passes it on in exchange for commodities. That is why acceptance of paper money is mandatory on the territory of a given state. The quantity of money needed for circulation is determined by the sum total OT commodity prices divided by circulation frequency of the monetary unit. For example, if in a country the sum total OT all commodity prices realizable in a year's time amounts to 100 billion monetary units, and each monetary unit performs an average of 5 exchanges in the course of that year, then the quantity of money needed for circulation equals 20 billions. If, again, each monetary unit is expected to change hands 10 times, only 10 billions would be needed. Thus, the faster money circulates, the fewer the units required for circulation. Newspapers frequently contain special terms toward disorders in money circulation in the capitalist world. It is therefore advisable to become familiar, if only in general outline, with the most characteristic phenomena in this field. If paper money is issued in proportion to the quantity of gold necessary for circulation, its purchasing power will equal that of gold coins. However, ignoring commodity exchange requirements, bourgeois states usually issue superfluous quantities of paper money in order to cover expenses for war, crises, and other shocks. This oversupply of paper money causes its depreciation, or inflation. Inflation puts a heavy burden on the toiling masses, especially workers and employees, inasmuch as their wages and salaries rise more slowly than the prices of the necessities of life. Inflation also harms small commodity producers, farmers, and peasants. The bourgeoisie is only slightly touched by it, while big capitalists even come out winners. When inflation begins to threaten the capitalist economy, the bourgeois state takes measures to strengthen its monetary system. With this aim in view, various monetary reforms are _annuitist_devaluation. First of all, that is, the lowering of the gold content in a currency unit. Money also functions as a means of accumulation, that is, as a means of creating wealth. This function follows from the fact that any desired object may 72. Be purchased with money. It literally becomes a general embodiment of society's wealth, a means of its accumulation. Thus, a portion is withdrawn from circulation and becomes immobilized as treasure, which can only consist of money fully backed by gold and objects made of gold, silver, and precious stones. Money does not always exist as cash. The sale purchase of goods frequently takes place on terms of credit. This is caused by the unequal production time of various commodities, the seasonal character of their production and sale. For example, a capitalist industrialist makes a tractor in the spring and puts it on the market. A farmer needs it, but he will have money in ugly only in the fall after harvesting his crops. He buys the tractor on credit, by deferred payment. In this case, money functions as the means of payment. It has a similar function in other transactions unconnected with commodity exchange, payment of taxes, for example. In economic relations between states, money becomes world currency. In this capacity, it loses its national character and returns to its original form of gold bars. When economic accounts between states are settled, gold is accepted by wagelet. National currency may also be used as world currency, it upon request by any state. This currency is exchanged without difficulty for gold at the determined rate, in other words, if it is truly convertible. Until World War I, the British pound sterling functioned as the foremost world currency. This role later passed to the American dollar. Following World War XI, the dollar was considered to be as good as gold, but actually it was above gold because it controlled the value of the metal. The fixed gold price of U-34 has been maintained at the same stable level of $35 per troy ounce of gold. However, prices of world trade commodities in dollars have increased during the last 30+ years on the average of 2.5 to 3 times. As a result, gold has been artificially underpriced. At present, the problem of supplying a sufficient amount of gold and convertible currency for international exchange has become extremely acute. This has resulted in a currency financial crisis that has shaken the capitalist world. In 1967, the exchange value of the pound sterling was decreased by 14.3%. The French franc followed, with the lowering of its exchange value by 12.5%. In 1969, several other countries followed France by devaluating their currencies at the same rate. The currency financial situation of many capitalist countries, particularly that of the United States, remains quite tense. Despite feverish measures to arrest further development of the currency crisis. The law of value. Capitalists most frequently organize their production independent of one another, on their own responsibility and at their own risk. Therefore, no one knows in advance how many enterprises will engage in producing the same type. 73. OT commodity, what volume of goods will be produced within a year or two, what quantity of goods will be thrown on the market, and how much the population will be able to buy. This causes spontaneous development and production anarchy, or lack of organization and planning throughout the capitalist economy. Though the sole owner of his enterprise, the capitalist remains the slave of the market, ruled by spontaneously operating economic laws. Competition, the desperate struggle among capitalists for more advantageous conditions of production and sale, as well as for higher profits, is closely associated with production anarchy. How can production of this kind exist and develop? The law automatically regulating capitalist production is the law of value. Under the law OL, value exchange of commodities corresponds to the amount of socially indispensable labor expended on their production. The price paid for the commodity ought to be related to its value. However, market prices are shaped spontaneously by the interaction of supply and demand. If more commodities are offered than are in demand, the price falls below the value, and vice versa. When supply and demand coincide, price and value coincide. Influenced by the fluctuation of prices, capitalists transfer their capital from branches in which commodity prices are below value to those where they are higher. Let us assume that the value of an automobile is S4,000 but that there is no corresponding demand on the market. The capitalist, not knowing how many automobiles customers would need, produced more than necessary. The market responds immediately by a spontaneous fluctuation of prices. As a result of competition, automobile prices drop below value and are no longer S4,000, they are only S3,000. The price slump below value forces the owners of automobile enterprises to curtail production, and many capitalists who cannot meet the competition are compelled to transfer their capital into other production branches where prices are above value. Whereas in the past they produced 250,000 Ks, now they will turn out, let us say, 170,000. It appears, however, that this time, too, the capitalist's guess was wrong. The demand was for 200,000 cars. Again the price increases over the value, reaching $4,500. Then there is an expansion in production and influx of capital and manpower from other branches. The prices fluctuate again, falling below value. Production is once again curtailed, prices rise above value, and so on. Spontaneous fluctuation of prices in relation to value is the only possible mechanism to regulate capitalist commodity production. Price fluctuation, making production in one or another branch relatively profitable, determines expansion or curtailment of production volume. This is the essence of the law of value, which under capitalism regulates exchange of commodities and distribution OL, the means OJ, production and labor among the various production branches. 74. Market fluctuation of prices, of supply and demand, leads to inequality among producers, ruins some and enriches the others, unavoidable results of the operation of the law of value. The capitalist who does not want to be pushed out of the arena of capitalist competition, does not want to be ruined, must lower the price of his goods, increase labor productivity in his enterprise, and improve the technological level of production. Let us assume that a commodity is sold according to its value toward $2 per unit. The demand for the item equals the supply, because only under this condition does price equal value. When labor productivity doubles in an outstanding enterprise and output consequently doubles, the supply of the commodity will then exceed the demand, and its price will inevitably drop below its value, to S1.50 per item, for instance. The owner of the outstanding enterprise is not a trade of the price slump, since even under these circumstances he will sell his product at a price higher than the cost to him. However, this price slump is fraught with grave danger for owners of medium-size enterprises. The income they receive is sharply curtailed, making them non-competitive and possibly leading to their ruin. Therefore, if they want to remain capitalists, they are compelled to introduce new production methods and install new equipment. To a certain extent, competitive struggle stimulates introduction of new technology and production modernization. At the same time, competition and production anarchy cause destruction of productive forces, bringing incalculable misery to the toilers. We will understand how this happens when we learn about the mechanism OT capital's exploitation. OT labor. Exploitation of labor by capital. Surplus value. Capitalist production is subordinated to a single aim, enrichment of the capitalists. How is this achieved? and at whose expense. Before goods can be sold on the market and earnings realized, the goods must be produced, but labor and only labor can create their value. The capitalist is not a slaveholder or a feudal lord, he does not have slaves and serfs to whom he can give orders as if they were his property. He does however own the means of production, and in society there also exists a class of proletarians deprived of these means. The worker is free of personal dependence upon the capitalist, but in order to survive he must hire himself out to the capitalist and sell him his manpower. By purchasing it the capitalist acquires the only commodity capable of creating value. Manpower is sold as a commodity for a definite price. A person is fit to work only if his vital needs are satisfied. The worker consumes a certain amount of 75. Bread, meat, butter, sugar every day, he wears out a certain amount of clothing and footwear, he uses a certain amount of wood or coal to heat his apartment, he must support his family, where a new live commodity is growing for the capitalist. Hence manpower's value equals the value of the necessities of life required to support the worker and his family. Manpower value varies in different countries at different times, depending upon natural conditions and upon the toiler's living standard as historically developed. It is also influenced by economic causes, the development level of production, technical progress, etc. On the one hand, increase of labor productivity lowers the worker's cost of living and, consequently, the value of manpower. On the other hand, transportation expenses increase with expansion of city areas. Expenses for new services, telephone and gas for example, grow. New cultural needs appear. The contemporary worker in advanced capitalist countries cannot do without newspapers, motion picture theaters, radio, television, etc. With the growing needs of workers and their families the value of manpower increases. But the main influence on manpower value is the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie for improved living conditions. Once he has purchased manpower, the capitalist combines it with his means of production. With factory buildings erected and raw materials supplied, the worker takes his place at the machine and production begins. The role of manpower differs from that of the means of production. Manpower creates new values, while means of production cannot. The value of the means of production is preserved by the worker's effort and transferred to the newly made commodities according to the rate of wear of the production tools. If a machine operates for 10 years, then annually it loses 1/10 of its value, which is transferred for the value of the newly created commodity. Raw material cotton, for example in its processed form is completely transferred into the new product, cotton fabric, and its value is also transferred into the fabric's value. The value of cloth needed for a topcoat together with lining, buttons, etc. equals $50 and the tailor charges $30 for his work, the value of the finished coat will amount to $80. The former value of $50 has been preserved and transferred to the topcoat by means of the tailor's labor. The additional value created by the tailor in his labor process equals $30. The new value created by the worker in the capitalist production process exceeds his manpower value. Let us assume that in an hour's labor the worker produces a new value equivalent to $2, while the daily cost of manpower is $6. In this case the worker should labor for 3 hours in compensation. However, the worker has sold not a definite amount of labor but his manpower, and its purchaser disposes of it as he pleases. Therefore, the proletarian must labor the whole workday. If an average workday is 8 hours, then the worker creates new value amounting to 76s16 during that space of time. Thus, in the production process the worker by his toil creates a value greater than that of his manpower. The difference between these two values is gratuitously appropriated by the capitalist and represents the source of Lee's enrichment. 1 is the surplus value. Thus, The essence of capitalist exploitation is production of surplus value and its appropriation by the capitalists. The system of hired labor is a system OT. We can easily see that the workday may be divided into two parts. The first part, the worker produces the value equal to his manpower value. During the second, he creates surplus value toward the capitalist. Theretor, the more time he works the less he labors for the capitalist, and vice versa. Understandably, the capitalist always strives to increase the surplus time as much as he can, expand exploitation ot the workers, and extract higher profits from their labor as a result. Acquiring surplus value is the main stimulus of activity toward the capitalist. In most cases he is quite indifferent to what he produces, commodities used to lure people like clothing, footwear, meat, bread, and sugar, or guns that bng demi and destruction. He must produce usable values, since that's the indispensable condition for producing surplus value. Steel production, as Marx wrote, is only a pretext for production OT surplus value. Production of surplus value through ugly exploitation of hired workers the haste economic law of capitalism. Clearly, this law reveals both the ATM-OT capitalist production and the means OT achieving it. Surplus value is created only in the area OT material production, and at IRS glance it may appear that it is entirely appropriated by the capitalist industria. In fact, distribution of surplus value takes place among the various groups OT capitalists by way of constant struggle and desperate competition. At first, the surplus value is entirely at the disposal of the industrialists, from whom the merchants and bankers obtain their share. But commodities must be sold as well as produced. The industrialist, as a rule, sells his products wholesale to the trading capitalist, who channels them to the consumer. If the industrialist were to take care of marketing his commodities himself, he would have to invest additional funds in commercial buildings, hire sales personnel, etc. Industrialists let the trade capitalist do the marketing of commodities, and in compensation for this they must cede him a portion of the surplus value. Consequently, all kinds of indirect income in capitalist society, trade payouties, loan interest, bank profits are forms of surplus value, while the sole source OT all indirect income is the surplus labor of workers engaged in the production OT material goods. Thus, not only the capitalists for whom they work but the capitalist class as a whole exploits the workers. Point 4. 77. Capital. In capitalist society the means OT production are sold and bought for money, they are commodities with their own value. The production process begins with purchase OT the means OT production and manpower by the capitalist. The result OT combining them is commodity production. The capitalist then sells the products OT his enterprise for an amount higher than that spent on their production. The value that brings surplus value by exploiting hired labor is capital. Bourgeois ideologists claim that capital first appeared as a result of industriousness and other virtues OT its owners, the thrifty became capitalists, while the idlers and squanderers became hired hands. Marx unmasked this fabrication aimed at simpletons. Capital appeared as a result OT plunder, coercion, expropriation of land from the peasants, and pillage of colonies. But even should we agree that the first capital did originate in labor, that does not change its present nature, since jitter several years all capital, whatever its origin, was replaced by surplus value, the result of exploitation. Capitalists must cover their expenditures from the surplus value. If it were not for exploitation of hired workers who create surplus value, the capitalists would have soon exhausted their original capital and be left with nothing Let us assume that all funds invested in a capitalist enterprise, the entire capital, equals $100,000, and that the hired workers annually produce surplus value amounting to $20,000. Let us further assume that the capitalist spends the entire surplus value. In this case, the surplus value funds spent in the course of 5 years would equal the original capital figure. Consequently, without exploitation of hired workers, nothing would have been left of the capitalist's funds over the 5-year period. The owner retains his capital with the help of the surplus value squeezed from his workers. In Pioctus, the owners do not throw all their surplus value to the winds. Thirst for profits induces them to expand production, and they spend a portion of their profits for that purpose. Production expansion and increase in the number of exploited workers lead to growth of surplus value accruing to the capitalist. Such bliss would hardly be found even in a fairy tale. The owner lives in greater and greater luxury, with his wealth constantly growing. This leads to 2 conclusions. First, all capital is the result of exploitation. Second, no given sum of money, no matter how large, constitutes capital of itself, nor does the sum total of the means of production, factories, plants, raw materials, fuel, and machines. They may become capital only under definite conditions, when there exists both a class of private owners of the means of production and a class of hired workers who sell their manpower as a commodity. Therefore, capital represents the social relationship between the capitalist and the worker, and its SNE is exploitation of labor. 78. When the capitalist system is liquidated, the means of production become social property. Manpower ceases to be a commodity and capital as an historic category ceases to exist. Capital accumulation ami the proletariat's decreated IG situation. Surplus value is the source of capital accumulation, OT, which capitalists spend a certain part for their personal needs and the remaining part toward expansion OT. Production. This second part is converted into capital, through ugly capitalization. This process is called capital accumulation. Surplus value acquired by the capitalist grows with the expansion OT. Production. He is given the opportunity to expand production, exploit more workers, and appropriate an ever-growing amount of surplus value. While tremendous wealth is concentrated at one pole OT society, and the luxury and parasitism of the exploiter classes are increasing, at the other pole exploitation of the proletariat increases. The gap between those who by their labor create all the wealth and those who appropriate this wealth is widening. This is the law/COJ. Capital accumulation. At the dawn of capitalism, the new entrepreneur not only extorted all he could from the proletariat, he frequently economized on triddles in order to multiply his capital. In literature, hardly by chance, spendthrift aristocrats who squander tremendous fortunes are contrasted with prudent and thrifty industrialists, bankers, and money-lenders like Dombey, and Nisingen, and Gobseck. The capitalist of this period frequently spent days and nights at his factory. He knew his workers by name, attended to his own bookkeeping. As capital accumulated, the most successful businessmen amassed gigantic fortunes and no longer burdened themselves with hard work. The Hades OT. Dombey, Nisingen, and Gobseck, who possess billions of francs, dollars, and pounds sterling, do not need to economize. They go mad trom over abundance, literally, build palaces with swimming pools covered with gold plated tiles, buy castles in England and ship them to America, give parties to their pet dogs, and even leave them inheritances. Capitalism not only assures a small group OT parasites the means OT living in luxury at the expense of exploited labor, it also condemns a paid OT the proletarians to unemployment and poverty, depriving them of the means OT livelihood. Unemployment is the inevitable companion OT the capitalist system. appeared in the early stages of capitalist development. Technical progress and the use of more productive machines led to curtailed demand for manpower. And if, at first, unemployment was temporary and disappeared relatively quickly, later it became permanent. A whole army of people deprived of work. Point 4. 79. Has appeared in society, the so-called reserve army of labor. In the United States, for example, in recent years the number of unemployed has ranged from 3 to 5 million persons. What are the reasons for unemployment? Is it due to new equipment that a certain number of working people have been deprived of their daily bread? As we know from history, that was exactly what the Luddites thought when they turned their wrath against the machines. But obviously machines have nothing to do with it. The most convincing proof of this is the fact that in the socialist countries where new machines are introduced into the production process on a mass scale, there is no unemployment, and cannot be. The reason for unemployment is hidden in the capitalist economic system. Technical progress, affording an opportunity to increase production with less expenditure of labor, makes possible the reduced workday and wage increases. The capitalist, however, modernizes his equipment not for the workers' sake, but in order to enlarge his own profits. Therefore, he does just the opposite, dismisses some workers and thus forces the others to work even more intensively. How does he succeed in doing that? Because the larger the number of unemployed, the more the employed group clings to its jobs. Fear of losing a livelihood is stronger than any stick. Thus unemployment is used as a means of pressure over the employed segment of the working class. The newspaper of the magnates of American capital, the Wall Street Journal, wrote openly on this subject: a bricklayer who sees at the gate 2 unemployed eager to take his place will lay more brick without requesting any additional wages or bonuses. And, to realize what the loss of work means in the United States, one should read a letter written by a certain David Hume to an American newspaper. I am an engineer by profession. For 6 years I worked in a metallurgical plant near Philadelphia. On November 30th, last year, one was given notice of dismissal as of December 30th. I begged to stay on, considering my poor health and the fact that my wife was expecting a baby. The company coldly rejected my request. My wife and I were shaken by the misfortune that had befallen us. I went to a hospital, but after a week I had to leave, since my wife had fallen ill from worry. The child was born prematurely and died 12 hours later. One was again hospitalized. And all of this must be paid for. Payment must go to the attending physician, toward the hospital bed, for the bed in the maternity ward, and the baby's funeral. Soon we will lose our home and all our possessions. We have nowhere to go. We do not want to live. Contemporary technology is a miraculous invention of the human mind, capable of facilitating labor and providing people with a more prosperous life. However, its capitalist use leads to the deterioration of the proletariat's situation. And the unemployed are by no means the only ones to suffer. For increased intensity of work means nothing else but the premature exhaustion of manpower. Many proletarians subjected to the so-called assembly line labor used in the capitalist production system turn into invalids at 40 or 45. 80. The deteriorating situation of the proletariat is not a direct and uninterrupted process. It may intensify or diminish according to specific conditions and characteristics of different countries. Capitalism's offensive against the vital rights of the toilers meets firm resistance from the working class. By drastic measures the proletariat succeeds in obtaining partial concessions, such as wage increases or a reduced workday. All this, however, does not compensate for the fact that the exploitation of the proletariat is on the increase, as a whole, in the capitalist world. Economic crises, those catastrophic drops in production, bring the twice particularly severe hardship. At all times the capitalists attempt to increase output, induced not only by their desire for profits but by the competitive struggle as well. But the income of the general public is increasing very slowly, if at all. In other words, the public demand and ability to pay for commodities lag further and further behind their production. Periodically the lag reaches a point at which tremendous stockpiles of goods accumulate, medium-sized farmers and capitalists are ruined, thousands of enterprises are closed down, unemployment rises sharply, and wages drop. At first glance it would seem that overproduction is the lesion toi isis. Actually, the goods find no buyers not because they are not needed but because there is no way to pay for them. Consumer capacity is not determined by an empty stomach but by the contents of the purse. The result is so unnatural a phenomenon as hunger in the midst of plenty. Stores and warehouses are loaded with produce and commodities, but capitalists find it more to their advantage to let the goods rot than to sell them at a fraction of their price. They take pains to stop the price drop by any means, so as to be compensated later for their losses. In 1934 a total of 2,400,000 people starved to death in capitalist countries. But in the United States more than 1,000,000 carloads of grain, 267,000 carloads of coffee, 258,000 tons of sugar, 26,000 tons of rice, 25,000 tons of meat, and a large quantity of various other products were destroyed. Crises clearly show the predatory nature of capitalism. They give proof that capitalism slows down the development of productive forces and in many ways undoes mankind's progress. Now that capitalism is going through ugly the last stage of its existence, this has become particularly clear. Imperialism. Capitalism's final stage. At the end of the 19th century the attention of the ancient world was riveted on Central America and South Africa, where the Spanish-Antaracan and Die Anglo-Boer wars were raging. They were the bloody turning points marking Point 4. 81. Capitalism's entry into the earlier and final stage of its development. Imperialism. The concept of imperialism should not be linked only with conquest by force of other countries. Capitalism's development led to serious changes in the economic and political structure of bourgeois society. Therefore, we speak of capitalism as entering the last stage of development. At the same time, imperialism does not represent a separate social system different from the capitalist system. As heretofore, the economic basis of bourgeois society in the epoch of imperialism is the capitalist ownership of the means of production, irrespective of specific forms. Production of surplus value and exploitation of the class of hired workers by the capitalist class remain the cornerstones of the economy. The same capitalist laws of economy continue to operate under imperialism, the law of surplus value, the general law of capital accumulation, laws of competition, and others. V.L. Lenin gave a comprehensive definition of imperialism. He showed that imperialism is first all, a monopoly capitalism, second, a parasitic or decaying capitalism, third, a dying capitalism. The briefest possible definition of imperialism, he said, is monopoly capitalism. What are monopolies and what is the difference between monopoly and pre-monopoly capitalism? Monopolies are gigantic capitalist associations which have exclusive control over one or even several branches of the economy. They emerged as the natural result of concentration of production and of capital. Free competition in the era of industrial capitalism leads to the exclusion and replacement of smaller enterprises by large ones. There is concentration of production in increasingly larger enterprises. There is also concentration of capital, which grows as the surplus value is added to it. Simultaneously with concentration of capital, its centralization takes place. It is either a voluntary or a coercive amalgamation, voluntary when new share or stock holding companies are formed, coercive when smaller companies are absorbed by larger ones in the course of competitive struggle. Competition is particularly acute and destructive between big capitalists, with each trying to capture the market and wipe out his competitors. When this proves impossible, the capitalists attempt to reach agreement on the volume of production output, prices, and so forth. 24 gigantic enterprises can more easily reach agreement than hundreds and thousands of smaller ones. Thus, concentration and centralization of capital and production lead to the rise of monopolies. As early as the beginning of the 20th century, gigantic, empire-like monopolistic corporations of coal, oil, and steel were formed in the advanced capitalist countries. In the metallurgy industry in the United States, 5 monopolies predominate, the largest of which are United States Steel and 82. Bethlehem Steel Corporation. They produce more than 4/5 of the steel output of the country. One of the largest trusts in the world, Standard Oil, dominates the oil industry. The chemical industry is controlled by the DuPont de Nemours concern, the electric industry by General Electric Co. The automotive industry is dominated by 3 monopolies, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. In West Germany, the chemical industry is dominated by the successors of the LG Farben industry, the machine building industry by Mannesmann and Lenkner. The steel production is controlled by the Flick, Thiessen companies and others. In England, hegemony in the various branches of industry is held by the Vickers Military Metallurgical Concern, the Imperial Chemical Industries Trust, and the Royal Dutch Shell Oil Monopoly. In France, 80% of the steel output is concentrated in the hands of two monopolistic groups. The Eugene Pecheny Trust completely controls the entire production of aluminum, the Bolassac Textile Company, 70% of cotton fabric production. Big monopolies also dominate the financial system and trade. FOI example, in the United States, a few powerful financial groups rule the country's whole economy and determine its policies. These include the Morgans, Rockefellers, DuPonts, Mellons, and others. International monopolies are also formed, economic associations uniting capitalists of different countries, of which divide the consumer markets and raw material sources among themselves. The fact that under imperialism free competition is replaced by the monopolies does not mean that all competition is abolished. Many medium-sized and small enterprises and masses of small commodity produces, peasants and artisans still preserve their existence in the capitalist countries. Obviously, they are incapable of tightlining the conglomerations and must pay a kind of tribute to the monopolies. Thus, in the United States, most farmers sell their produce wholesale to big commercial companies, which then resell it to the retailers. The farmer is helpless when confronted by the monopolies, he must accept the price they fix. Taking advantage of this, the monopolists lower the wholesale prices and increase the retail prices. This price differential brings them fabulous profits. Meanwhile, every year thousands of farmers are ruined. This example helps us to understand the mechanism of monopolistic pricing. In the era of imperialism, the bulk of commodities is not sold at prices freely established in the market. The monopolists are able to impose higher prices, permitting them to earn excessive profits by robbing the workers and the other toiling strata of the population. Having accumulated tremendous excess capital, the monopolists try to put it into circulation. However, it becomes increasingly difficult to find a profitable use for it in economically advanced capitalist countries. The monopolists then search feverishly for new fields of activity. They export capital in ever-growing amounts and invest it in industrial and trade enterprises abroad. 83. Prior to World War II, capital was exported mostly to the colonies and underdeveloped and economically backward countries, where its use brought particularly high returns, since wages were much lower than in Europe or the United States. The monopolists invested their capital in colonial countries, receiving in return an endless stream of African gold and diamonds, oil from the Near and Middle East, natural rubber from Malaya, coffee and fruit from South American countries. It is quite understandable that the monopolies of those countries with colonial possessions were in the most advantageous position. As Lenin said, those who were late getting seated at the imperialist dining table demanded their share in the plunder of the colonies with increasing insistence. This was the reason imperialist wars waged toward the reapportionment of the world. The situation has been aggravated by the fact that the capitalist countries have developed quite unevenly, reminding one of a long-distance race in which the runners' positions are constantly changing. The countries that only yesterday were economically and militarily the strongest today must stand aside and let the comptoir move ahead. And tomorrow the correlation of forces among imperialist powers again will change. Each one in its forward push tries to use its advantages for redistribution of markets, spheres of influences, and territories. The strongest among them even make claims to world domination. The law of the uneven development of feudalism during the epoch of imperialism, discovered by V.I. Lenin, forms hostile groups of imperialist states rent by acute contradictions. Changes in the economy of capitalism cause changes in its policies. V.I. Lenin more than once noted that a turn from democracy to reaction is characteristic of imperialism. In its intensification of the exploitation of toilers, the monopolistic bourgeoisie repeatedly resorts to terroristic administrative methods to suppress the resistance of the popular masses. Fascism is the most overt form of the terroristic regimes. The working class, all the progressive forces of society capable of preventing the victory of reaction, are resisting the monopolies. State monopoly capitalism. As early as the tightest decades of the 20th century, symptoms of fusion of capitalist monopolies with the bourgeois state appeared. On this basis V.I. Lenin made a conclusion about the gradual transformation of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism. What is its nature? In answer, one should trace the changes that occurred in the relations, first all, between the monopolies and the bourgeois state, and second, in the role of the state in imperialist countries. From its very inception the bourgeois state has been the tool of class domination by the capitalists, expressing the will and the interests of this class as 84. A whole. Naturally, the big bourgeoisie exercised the greatest influence on state affairs and the course of internal and external policies. However, during the period of free competition, there was struggle between the different strata of the milling class for predominance in the exercise of power. This struggle ceased only during those periods when the exploiters united their forces to suppress the revolutionary actions of the toilers. The situation changed with capitalism's entry into its imperialist stage. Concentration of production and centralization of capital have given the monopolistic ruling clique such economic miglot that other strata of the bourgeoisie cannot compete with it in the struggle for power. The more the economic domination by the monopolies was strengthened, the more open was their striving for undivided power, for complete submission to the government apparatus. And if during the early stages the magnates of capital acted mostly through their agents, as time went on they became less and less inhibited. They left the backstage and began personally to assume the highest government posts. In recent years this process has been lull. Swing. President Eisenhower's administration was known in the United States as the Cabinet of 17 Millionaires. In the administrations that followed big capitalists also held important posts. Of course, this does not mean that monopolies have renounced their former methods, they continue to use them. Thus, the overwhelming majority in the United States Congress consists of bourgeois lawyers who are in the service of, or are getting bribes from, big corporations. Both principal political parties OT the country, the Republican and Democratic parties, defend the interests of monopoly capital, and many billionaires, so as not to miscalculate, simultaneously make large financial contributions to the treasuries of both political parties. In our times large associations OT monopolies are not stingy and spend dollars, pounds sterling, marks, and francs in order to get influential and comfortable government jobs for themselves or their trusted friends. But of course it is not just a matter of their personal participation in the government. Of incomparably greater significance is the fact that the associations that unite the biggest monopolists exercise decisive influence on the policies OT the bourgeois govern. Ments. The Chamber of Commerce and the National Association OT Myatak. Tours, representing the interests of big business, are intact determining the political course of the United States. An identical situation exists in Great Britain, West Germany, and other capitalist countries. Having the government machinery at their disposal, the monopolies succeed in making it a perfect servant of their goals inside the country and in the international arena. The fundamental change of the role of the bourgeois state takes place under the influence of monopolies, to a considerable extent. Why do we say to a considerable extent? Because this process is by other tactics also. The working class, all the toiling strata of society, are resolutely 85. Figletting domination by the monopolies, and in a number of areas they are achieving essential successes. But changes in the actions OT the bourgeois state are mainly caused by the specific interests of the monopolies. These changes tend their expression first and foremost in increasing intervention by the bourgeois state in economic matters. It is well to recall how this matter looked in the past. In the period of free competition the state interfered with the economy only slightly, leaving unlimited freedom to private entrepreneurs, the capitalists. The bourgeois theoreticians of that time called the state a night watchman, thus stressing the fact that the state was there to protect the existing order, exclusively. The contemporary imperialist state actively intrudes into the sphere of relations between labor and capital, makes attempts at programming economic development on nationwide scale, undertakes the financing of scientific research, redistributes a portion of the national income, and owns a production sector that is sometimes quite substantial. At first glance all this apparently corresponds to the pressing needs of social development. After all, the social character of modern production urgently requires introduction of planning into the economy, and this cannot be achieved without increasing the state's regulatory role. From this point of view the processes taking place in contemporary capitalist society represent preparation of the material prerequisites for the transition to socialism. But this is only one side of the problem. On the other side, state intervention in economic life under the conditions of subordination of the government apparatus to the monopolies serves the interests of the monopolies, first of all. By intervening in the relations between labor and capital, the contemporary bourgeois state allegedly acts as an unbiased arbiter, a judge before whom the interests of both parties are equal. Actually, the state power and authority are fully on the side of the capitalists. Thus, the Taft-Hartley Act and other anti-labor bills in the United States were passed to allow the government to bar strikes on the basis of their endangering the state security, and to freeze workers' wages regardless of rising prices. State agencies in many capitalist countries now work on economic development programs. Their purpose is to stabilize capitalist production, cut unemployment, and at least partially overcome the destructive influence of economic anarchy and competition. This kind of programming brings definite results, but it is implemented so as not to infringe upon the monopolists' interests. Moreover, the monopolists use it as a camouflage device. They continue to enrich themselves while they formally take part in carrying out certain state recommendations, allegedly serving in this way the general national interests. Bourgeois programming must not be equated with socialist economic planning. Plans devised by bourgeois states are not binding on privately owned capitalist companies, they are mostly in the nature of recommendations, prognoses. Private enterprises and league associations of monopolies do not receive specific production assignments from the state, and since they are engaged in competing. 86. Tiv 6 Struggle G, they are not in a position to coordinate the activities in a planned way so as to ensure balanced economic development. Redistribution of the national income by the device of the state budget plays a major role in the enrichment of the monopolies. While the bourgeois state collects gigantic amounts of money through ugly taxation imposed on the toilers, it spends only an insignificant pari of these tons on education, public health, and other public services. The United States now allocates $80 billion a year for military expenditures. Thus, the toilers bear the whole burden of militarism, while sums of money spent by the government for military production are channeled into the safes of large industrial corporations specializing in arms manufacture. Contemporary bourgeois states also spend considerable sums to finance scientific research. Increase of state-owned property is bound up with state monopoly capitalism. By its class nature, this property is state monopoly property, inasmuch as the bourgeois states themselves act merely as executive committees of the monopoly bourgeoisie. This property is amassed in three different ways: by construction of new enterprises financed by the state budget, by government purchase of shares in capitalist corporations, or bourgeois nationalization of individual enterprises or entire branches of industry. This expansion of state monopoly property frequently is caused by the tendency to take over production branches requiring large capital investments or those not profitable enough. In England, the coal mining industry, gas plants, and electric power generation are concentrated in the hands of the state. More than 20% of workers and employees are on the payroll of government-owned enterprises. In France, the state sector supplies nearly 15% of the country's entire industrial output. Nearly 80% of the aircraft industry, almost the entire coal mining industry, and electric power generation, are concentrated in the hands of the state. In Italy, over 20% of the total labor force works in government-owned enterprises. As they unmask the capitalist nature of state monopoly property, the working class and communist parties are struggling to removal of the most important production branches from the control of private capital at the same time. After World War II, this struggle was of great importance in nationalizing various production branches in England and France, as well as in nationalizing the electric power industry in Italy in 1962. At present, most of the programs of communist and workers' parties contain demands toward nationalization. Nevertheless, communists struggle not merely toward nationalization but also toward genuine democratic control over state enterprises. State monopoly capitalism is also characterized by the creation of anti-state monopoly associations, such as the European Economic Community, the European Free Trade Association, and others. Point 4. 87. To sum up, as we can see, state monopoly capitalism represents the joint forces of the monopolies with those of the state in order to consolidate the position of the monopoly bourgeoisie and to increase the life of the capitalist system. Transformation of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism does not mean transition to a new stage different from imperialism. It is still the same capitalism, now in its imperialist stage of development. The concept of state monopoly capitalism should not be identified with the broader concept of state capitalism. State monopoly capitalism exists only in advanced capitalist countries, while state capitalism has a specific structure and may exist in economically underdeveloped countries. Moreover, state capitalism was one of the temporary structures in the economy of the Soviet Union and certain other socialist countries during their transition period from capitalism to socialism. Capitalism's general crisis. #Intensification of capitalist contradictions. The conflict between productive choices and production relations constitutes the inner spring of the historical process, the economic foundation of social revolutions, resulting in transition from one production mode to another. An example of this conflict, which is becoming increasingly acute before our very eyes, is the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation, the basic contradiction of capitalism. As capitalism develops, the degree of labor socialization constantly increases, and economic ties and interdependence are strengthened among individual enterprises, among entire production branches, and within the whole economy. For a modern factory to produce a pair of shoes requires raising cattle and processing the lead hay at a tannery and coloring it with chemical dyes. Other factories must produce to brick and thread, machinery plants must supply equipment and machines for the shoe factories. These plants, in turn, require ore and steel. At the same time, all these enterprises need fuel, electric power, lubricants, etc. By large-scale pooling of labor, capitalism imparts a social character to production. Despite production's social character, however, the form of appropriation continues to remain private. Since the means of production belong to the capitalists, the labor product becomes their property. Private ownership impedes production growth, development of productive forces is slowed down. Thus, despite the high level and great possibilities of the economy in advanced capitalist countries, their production grows slowly, and during some years not at all. Chronic failure to use production capacities fully is a usual phenomenon of contemporary capitalism, the ugly character of which is 88. Particularly evident in the militarization of the economy. It is caused not only by the imperialists' aggressive designs but also by their insatiable thirst for profits. It is their fault that highly developed productive forces that could ensure a happy life for hundreds of millions within a short time are being used to a considerable degree against the interests of humanity for production of the means of extermination and destruction. This happens because these productive forces are at the disposal of the exploiting minority, the bourgeoisie, instead of the toilers, instead of society as a whole. Capitalist production relations have long since ceased to correspond to the character of the productive forces and are in conflict with them. Antagonistic. Irreconcilable contradiction between the social character of production and the private form of appropriation has now reached an extremely acute stage. State monopoly capitalism has prepared all the material prerequisites for the transition to socialism. Large-scale, machine-equipped industry and an exceptionally high degree of socialized production have created conditions for ending economic anarchy and crises and for assuring planned development of productive forces in the interest of society as a whole. Private ownership of the means of production, the capitalist system, must be abolished. Characterizing imperialism as moribund capitalism does not, of course, mean that it will automatically die without a decisive struggle by the popular masses under the leadership of the working class. Having defined imperialism as moribund capitalism, V.L. Lenin also called it W/Q eve of the socialist revolution. To be sure, the monopoly bourgeoisie does not surrender without a fight. It makes every effort to save the capitalist system. However, it is powerless to ward off the inevitable. Capitalist contradictions, coming to a head, lead to downfall. As it intensifies exploitation of the toilers, the monopoly bourgeoisie meets growing resistance from them. The revolutionary movement of the proletariat for liberation from capitalist oppression and toward the socialist transformation of society is spreading and becoming more and more powerful. In enslaving the peoples of colonial and dependent countries, the monopoly bourgeoisie condemns millions to slow extinction and leaves them no choice but to win their independence or perish. Hence the swelling wave of the national liberation movement against imperialist servitude. In raising the fascists to power and unleashing wars, the monopoly bourgeoisie sacrifices millions of human lives out of greed and destroys the wealth created by people's labor over long years. Hence the intensification of the people's struggle for democracy and peace. In one mighty stream these powerful forces unite to destroy imperialism. The inevitable decline of the capitalist system, the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism, is setting in. Inasmuch as the development of capitalism is uneven, society's transition to socialism cannot occur everywhere at the same time. The downfall of capitalism and the victory of socialism is a slow process taking in a whole era, the era of the general crisis of capitalism. Point 4. Stages in capitalism's general crisis. During the general crisis of capitalism, intensification of internal contradictions in the capitalist system reaches a level at which the system is powerless to maintain control over individual countries, which one by one break away and enter upon the socialist path. On the other hand, the very emergence, growth, and consolidation of the socialist system hastens the decay of imperialism. The first stage in capitalism's general crisis began as a result of World War I and the victory of the October Socialist Revolution. The October Revolution had a tremendous influence on the workers' and national liberation movements, and it gave a powerful thrust to the whole development of society. After October 1917, it may be said the locomotive of history moved onto the main track and sped full steam ahead toward communism. World War II led to intensification and deepening of capitalism's general crisis. The breakaway of a number of countries in Europe and Asia from the capitalist system inaugurated the second stage of this crisis. Socialism spread beyond countries' borders and was transformed into a world system. At the same time, national liberation revolutions led to the creation of independent countries replacing former colonies and semi-colonies. The third stage began in the second half of the 50s. It is unique in that it did not begin with a world war. Until this time, capitalism had an ugly strength in time of peace to effectively stifle the socialist movement of the toilers and the national liberation movement of enslaved peoples. Only when weakened by strife among themselves or busy with world wars were the imperialists left powerless to prevent the great victories of the liberation movements. Now they are unable to do that even in peacetime, as vividly demonstrated by the dissolution of the colonial system. It is particularly worth noting that the heroic people of small Cuba, next door to the largest imperialist power, not only won its independence but also embarked on the road to socialism. The general crisis should not be confused with periodic economic crises. It is called general precisely because it affects not only the economy but also the politics and ideology of capitalist society. In the political sphere, the monopoly bourgeoisie is forced more frequently than ever to resort to the use of bayonets to preserve its rule. The bourgeoisie is hopelessly losing the struggle for the minds of men because it has flouted the ideals by which in the past it managed to influence the masses. Without ideals. For many decades bourgeois ideologists boasted about the existence of freedom of the oligarch in their countries. In imperialist countries at present there are. Mark Twain, the great American writer, wrote on this subject with bitterness, "In our country there are three things beyond dispute: freedom of speech, freedom of thought, and prudence which keeps us from using them." 90. Numerous Kunipines organized against Marxism-Leninism. Why is this so? Because the imperialists are mortally afraid of our revolutionary teaching. Because they tack ideas which they could oppose to the noble ideas of Marxism-Leninism. When the bourgeoisie reached power, it won over the masses by the Slogans of liberty, equality, and fraternity, which still appear in bourgeois constitutions. But the toilers by now know their value. Liberty to the capitalists means exploiting the workers. Liberty to reactionaries is committing political murders. Liberty for newspaper magnates is tanning war hysteria. And liberty for the workers is to bend their spines. Liberty to communists means sitting behind bars. Liberty for peace fig leaders means being clubbed by police truncheons. The slogan of equality sounds no less shameful in the mouths of the bourgeois ideologists. Can we speak of equality between lords and slaves? Between the well-fed and the hungry? Billionaire Mellon manages to spend $1 million for one ball. Wealthy psychopathic women, mad from overabundance, keep servants to care for their Pomeranians and poodles. Meanwhile, many thousands of persons in the poorly developed countries suffer from want and hunger. The last shred of conscience must be discarded by the person who wishes to preach brotherhood in the world of imperialism. In the United States, where Negroes are being lynched, where bombing peaceful Vietnamese towns and villages and exterminating women and children is found possible. In our time, the bourgeoisie has completely abandoned, has stamped upon the ideals once inscribed on its banners. Ever broader masses of people now are becoming convinced that genuine liberty, equality, and fraternity can be secured only by the socialist, communist system. The more active the struggle of the working class and peoples against the total control of the monopolies, the more frequently do imperialist governments resort to measures of social demagoguery, agreeing to partial concessions in order to preserve and strengthen the foundations of the capitalist system. Repressive measures, directed first and foremost against communists, are not being neglected, either. The rights of communist parties and their members are restricted in a number of countries. Their activity is proscribed. Anti-communism represents one of the most obvious signs of the intensifying crisis of bourgeois ideology. It also finds expression in the decline of culture. The bookstore shelves, theater stages, motion picture and television screens are flooded by low-grade works glorifying cruelty and violence, praising depravity, appealing to the lowest instincts. In painting, senseless piling up OT lines and spots claimed as opening up the secrets of human psychology is a tassionable trend. In music, a wild cacophony of sounds replaces melody and harmony. In sculpture appear constructions monstrous in their absurdity, producing repulsive impressions. Point 4. 91. In speaking of the decadence of bourgeois culture, it would be unfair not to admit that there are many honest artists in capitalist countries who sincerely strive to support the victory of justice and goodness. But the fact is that their creative work cannot be wholly related to bourgeois culture. The logic of life leads honest artists to unmask the vices of the capitalist system and search for the way out of the blind alley into which dying capitalism is dragging its peoples. It is only natural that the most prominent cultural leaders have come to recognize the greatness of communist ideas. Among them are Romain Rolland, Theodore Dreiser, Thomas Mann and Heinrich Mann, Joliot Curie, Paul Langevin, Bernard Shaw, Pablo Neruda, Nicolas Guillen, and many others. Is it not significant that the greatest French painter, Pablo Picasso, is a member of the Communist Party? The progressive intelligentsia breaks with capitalism and devotes its efforts to the struggle toward the victory of communism. Obviously, in talking about the spiritual poverty of imperialism, it would be mistaken to underestimate its efforts in the ideological struggle. The monopoly bourgeoisie and its state have at their disposal a gigantic propaganda machine and powerful means of communication, which all are serving their aims, striving by all possible means to slander socialism, on the one hand, and, on the other, to present contemporary capitalism as a paradise for the toiler, as the world of freedom and prosperity. Imperialist propaganda is especially active in advertising the higgly standard of living in the United States, England, and two other economically advanced capitalist counties, boasting that qualified workers there are able to own private automobiles or standard small family homes. As a rule, this is made possible by means of credit. A person who receives an expensive item for his use pays for it over a number of years. It would seem that cited sales as such are convenient and advantageous to the consumer. However, the capitalists resort to giving credit not because of eagerness to assist the population. They are forced to do it by the narrow market and lack of demand for goods. Credit is not accessible to all and is accompanied by harsh conditions. If a man acquires an item and then loses his job and is unable to pay consecutive installments, he forfeits his property right. Those toilers who receive comparatively high wages do live under material conditions that are not bad. However, one cannot judge the whole by its part, if the whole is not homogeneous. In capitalist countries, millions of unemployed or partially employed exist side by side with those who work. There are qualified workers, farmhands, and laborers who can barely make both ends meet. Side by side with whites, there are millions of toilers in the United States: Negroes, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans who receive wages many times lower for identical work. American authorities willingly show foreign tourists comfortable small homes inhabited by the workers of Ford automobile plants, but they prefer to keep these tourists out of Harlem, the Negro slum of New York City, where people live in horrible misery and where, according to an American journalist, rats are feeding on people. 92. Finally, just as one cannot judge about the situation of all toilers from the condition of part of the working class, so one cannot judge about the standard of living in the capitalist world as a whole from the standard of living of the population in one capitalist country. Next door to the United States lies the South American continent, whose toiling population lives in poverty. In the long-sutaying countries of Asia and Africa, plundered by imperialism, the average per capita income is scores of times lower than in the United States and Western European countries. Zealous bourgeois propaganda will never be able to hide the innate defects of capitalism, which is and will remain the system of exploitation of man by man, and of oppression of nation by nation, a system of social inequality. History has passed the verdict of guilty on capitalism. It is doomed, because the objective laws of society's development have put the revolutionary transition to socialism on the agenda of our century. From capitalism to socialism. Historic mission of the working class. Having discovered the economic laws that govern the development of capitalism, the founders of Marxism proved that the system itself is raising its own gravedigger, the proletariat. Why is it specifically the proletariat which is leading the figlet against capitalism? Because its working and living conditions make the proletariat the most advanced, the most revolutionary class of bourgeois society. The workers have to deal with machines requiring certain definite skills and a broad outlook. Of course, the capitalists would prefer that the workers not think at all, that they work like living robots only capable of performing labor operations. They must give the worker a minimum knowledge, however, lest he be unable to operate machinery. And the more complex a person's work, the higglier his degree of consciousness, the higglier his aspiration to understand facts of life and grasp the causes of his disastrous condition, and toy his own liberation. The proletariat is not only the most conscious of the toiling classes but also the best organized. All workers toil in plants and factories in which the very labor process depends upon their common effort. Day in and day out each person becomes accustomed to working shoulder to shoulder with his comrades, and considers himself a minute part of that great army of toilers subject, like himself, to forced labor. By taking part in strikes, the proletarians learn by Experience that unity and ability to undertake organized actions are powerful weapons in the struggle against the class enemy. Consciousness and organization make the proletariat the most revolutionary / X. 93. Class. The tact that under capitalism the proletariat has nothing that it fears to lose also contributes to this. The other toiling class, the peasantry, has also been subjected to cruel exploitation. However, since the peasant owns his plot of land, there is conflict in his consciousness between the attitude of a toiler and that of a small proprietor. The first attracts him to socialism, the second pulls him back toward capitalism. The proletarians possess nothing but manpower. As Marx said, they have nothing to lose but their chains, and they have the whole world to gain. Note that Marx did not say country but, precisely, the whole world. The point here is that the proletarians of all countries have one common goal, and in order to attain it they must unite their forces not merely in one country but all over the world. Therefore, the inspiring phrase from the manifesto of the communist proletarians of all countries T/7/Y, which is the motto of our Communist Party, too, is the most important slogan of the communist movement. The Socialist Revolution. In fulfillment of its historic mission, the proletariat becomes the main motive force and leader of the socialist revolution, this most far-reaching social revolution, whose task consists in liquidating private ownership of the means of production and exploitation man by man. In achieving the socialist revolution, the proletariat liberates not only itself but all toilers and society as a whole. Since the basic interests of all toilers coincide with those of the proletarians, it is only natural that the broad popular masses and, primarily, the toiling peasantry take part in the socialist revolution. Lenin said that the revolutionary union of workers and peasants is the guarantee of victory over capitalism. The socialist revolution is not a plot or an elitist coup d'état carried out by a group of activist revolutionaries, but a movement and a struggle of millions headed by the working class, which is led by the Marxist-Leninist Party. The following question may arise: what are the tasks of the proletariat in the countries where the remnants of feudalism still exist? Private ownership of large landed estates, division of society into strata, absence of universal suffrage and other democratic rights and freedoms. The dogmatists, to whom the Russian Mensheviks belonged, claimed that the struggle against feudalism was the business of the bourgeoisie. Let the bourgeoisie carry out the bourgeois revolution, establish capitalist relations, and then will come the turn of the proletariat to overthrow capitalism. In opposition to this sterile scheme VI. Lenin brought forward the idea of proletarian hegemony in a bourgeois democratic evolution. In the epoch of imperialism, the bourgeoisie is incapable of carrying on a consistent struggle against feudalism. It fears the proletariat more than fire, and consequently it tries to stop the bourgeois democratic revolution. 94. 1. At the halfway point and make a compromise with the feudal lords, concluding an alliance with them against the people. Only the proletariat allied with the peasantry is capable of bringing a bourgeois democratic revolution to a success. Full conclusion. And after achieving full control over the revolution, the proletariat naturally will not limit itself to democratic solutions. It will lead the toilers onward until all exploitation is abolished. The bourgeois democratic revolution will turn into a socialist revolution. We have already said that the main problem of every revolution is power. The working class has to take power into its own hands in order to complete all the far-reaching tasks facing it. How this is to be accomplished depends upon the specific historical conditions of the country where the revolution is taking place. If, in their struggle against the mass revolutionary movement, the exploiter classes resort to open violence, using the entire might of the repressive military bureaucratic apparatus for this purpose, then the working class is compelled to seize power by armed revolt. However, the exploiter classes cannot always resort to violence. When the working class has obvious power superiority and the exploiter classes are not capable of or decide against using armed violence, the transition of power may be peaceful. To be sure, both peaceful and non-peaceful ways Lekji the revolutionary struggle ot the people under the leadership ot the working class, in other words, establishment ot the dictatorship oj the proletariat. Dictatorship of the proletariat. The premise that the transition from capitalism to socialism requires the control of society by the proletarian state is the main idea in all ot Marxist-Leninist teaching about the socialist revolution. In fact, let us imagine for a moment that, after having achieved power and decreed that the means of production were henceforth social property, the working class would retire. What would happen then? The very next day the bourgeoisie would again return to power, and everything would continue as before. No. Transition from capitalism to socialism will never be accomplished by decree. Behind the decrees must stand the organized power of the popular masses, which can put them into effect and actually fulfill the tasks ot the revolution. Social property and the interests of the toiling people must be protected from the exploiter classes, who will desperately oppose the revolution, utilizing every means at their disposal, often including armed struggle. And this is by no means the whole story. After the means of production become social property, there are new problems. The economy must be organized on a scientific basis, rapid growth of productive forces must be ensured, the toilers must be mobilized to take up many other measures connected with building socialism. All this is impossible without the proletarian state. / 95. There is nothing strange in the fact that the bourgeoisie and its hangers-on from the labor movement have singled out the dictatorship of the proletariat as the chief target toward their attacks on Marxism. By their hypocritical condemnation ot violence, they count on disarming the working class. When the Paris Commune existed, it dealt quite mildly with the enemies of the revolution. And the very same bourgeois whom the Commune had spared exterminated the best sons ot the French proletariat with the help ot Prussian interventionists. All the while, the bourgeois press around the world called the communards oppressors and murderers. The entire history of capitalism is one of constant violence and unheard of cruelty toward the toilers and peoples of colonies and dependent countries. It is hardly necessary to state that the brief violence of the proletarian revolution, whose purpose, in the Tenel analysis, is elimination of all violence, cannot be compared with capitalist violence. The socialist revolution resolutely liberates society from the tormenting evils of capitalism like a surgeon who, by a bold operation, cures a patient from a protracted and serious ailment. Vengeance. Let the judges try cases and pass sentences. Let the generals command their troops. Let the prison guards keep prisoners behind bars. This decision would mean that the state machinery would be idling, with its employees sabotaging and trust-raiding the the proletarian government. The 96. Generals would begin organizing conspiracies against the revolution, judges would distort revolutionary laws. The whole mechanism ot the bourgeois state is constructed to oppress the working people, and government jobs are only held by representatives of the exploiter classes or by employees who in the majority are devoted to the old order. Consequently, the proletariat is faced with the task of crushing the bourgeois state machine and creating a new socialist state. Historically, it is a state ota Hegelian type, whose forms of organization and activities are subordinated to the interests of the toilers and to the construction of a communist society. In order to attack the capitalist regime successfully, the proletariat must be armed with a deep understanding of its own immediate needs and final objectives, an understanding provided by the theory ot scientific communism. Lacking this, the workers' movement would work in darkness, groping by touch for the correct path. Who could then combine the workers' movement and the science of communism, explain to the toilers the causes of their disastrous situation, and show them the way to escape? Not one or even several persons, no matter how brilliant and courageous, could ever successfully solve this task. It only could have been solved by the party, the leading detachment, vanguard, of the working class, which unites the most conscious revolutionaries. Those who are the most steadfast and devoted to the cause of communism. The role of the party is not limited to spreading the tenets of the Marxist-Leninist science. Regardless of how conscious the fighters or builders may be, regardless of how well they understand what they must fight for and build, the success of their activities will depend conclusively upon whether they have knowledgeable and experienced leadership, capable of organizing the struggle and the building, capable of foreseeing the obstacles that may appear, and mobilizing the people to overcome them. The Communist Party is that courageous commander of the army tigers toward the revolution, that wise engineer of the building of communist society. Necessity of a transition period. The victory of the October Revolution presented the Russian proletariat and its Communist Party with a multitude of complex problems. Ultimately, they amounted to the question of where to begin. The very statement of the question indicates the basic difference between the socialist revolution and all the preceding types. The bourgeois revolution triumphed at the foundations of capitalism had already been established in society. Its task was to remove the obstacles of feudalism from the path of capitalist production relations and ensure their unhindered development. The socialist revolution does not tend any parts of the new structure ready-made. Socialist relations cannot develop under capitalism as capitalist relations did under feudalism. Relying on the appropriate 97 material prerequisites, it must create socialist economic forms and secure the establishment and development of socialist relations. Because of these great creative objectives of the socialist revolution, there was need for a transition period from capitalism to socialism, a period of breaking down the old, capitalist relations and consolidating the new, socialist relations. In answer to the question of where to begin, it was necessary to formulate the basic aims of the transition period and find the most effective means for their realization. In other words, the real-life situation called for a scientifically based plan for establishing socialism. This plan, as worked out by V.L. Lenin, was adopted by the party as the foundation of all its activities. Industrialization of the country, collectivization of agriculture, cultural revolution. These were the three general tasks for the transition period, the three fundamental ideas of the Leninist plan of building socialism. V.L. Lenin considered industrialization the only way of re-equipping all branches of the economy with modern technology, achieving rapid growth in labor productivity, and raising the living standard. Only industrialization could transform miserable and weak Russia into a powerful and flourishing socialist state, ensue prosperity for the working people, and create an economic foundation without which the transition from the lower to the higher stage of communism is impossible. This idea was clearly expressed in V.L. Lenin's famous formula, communism is the Soviet power-fi's electrification of the whole country. See, this idea reveals, first all, the political side of communism. The Soviet power is the form of political organization that allows the broad popular masses to control all public affairs by themselves. This awakens their creative energies and provides opportunities to carry out the most far-reaching plans for transforming nature in the waking man's interest. Secondly, it shows the economic aspects of communism. Electrification of the entire country and gigantic development of productive forces will lead to the creation of communist economy, ensure abundance of material goods, and permit the noble principles of communist social relations to be put into practice. The Goal-Row plan set up under V.L. Lenin's leadership foresaw not only construction of a network of electric power stations but complex and coordinated development of all branches of industry. The Goal-Row plan was, in fact, a plan for industrialization and became the foundation for the first of several 5-year plans for development of the USSR economy. The creation of heavy industry facilitated the solution of another highly complex problem of the transition period, the reorganization of the individual, isolated, small peasant holdings into the large-scale, socially owned, socialist farm economy. The essence of Lenin's cooperative plan is that the Soviet state create a powerful socialist industry capable of reorganizing agricultural production, of 8. Supplying it with modern equipment. Gradually, the peasant will acquire collectivist habits with the help of the simplest cooperative forms, i.e., communing manpower and resources. Once persuaded by practical experience of the advantages of collective labor based on the use of tractors, combines, and other mechanical farm machinery, the peasants will voluntarily unite into kolkhozes and abandon private farming. Finally, building socialism requires bringing about a cultural revolution, without which it is impossible to make life for the toilers materially prosperous or spiritually rich. A cultural revolution together with industrialization of the country and collectivization of agriculture lays the foundation itself upon which socialism will grow. The essence of cultural revolution consists in broadly disseminating culture and developing it in depth. But first illiteracy and ignorance had to be eradicated. 3/4 of the population of pre-revolutionary Russia was illiterate, and 2/3 the youth of both sexes. One magazine estimated that at the rate OT development OT education in Russia at that time no less than 125 years would be needed to achieve universal elementary education, and no less than 4,600 years to teach the peoples OT Central Asia how to read and write. This was why the campaign against illiteracy and toward organized public education was so critical a problem. The Soviet government considered it one of the most important tasks to win over to its side the specialists in science and technology who had been trained in capitalist Russia. They had to be persuaded, made to realize the greatness of the people's cause. "Tell the intelligentsia," said V.L. Lenin to Maxim Gorky, "to come join us. According to you they sincerely serve the interests of justice. What's the matter then? Welcome to our side. It is we who have undertaken the colossal job of putting the people on their feet and telling the world the whole truth about life. It is we who are showing peoples the direction to a human light, the path away from slavery, poverty, and humiliation. It was necessary to train hundreds of thousands of young specialists, and to achieve this goal required broad development of higher and secondary specialized education. Our party went ahead to solve the problems of socialist construction, unafraid of innovations and the far-reaching dimensions of the problems it encountered, unafraid of difficulties and temporary setbacks. The Leninist plan for building the new society has also been widely and irrefutably confirmed by the rich experience of other socialist countries. To sum up, we can now clearly see the ways of the transition from capitalism 99 to socialism as Marxism-Leninism has scientifically formulated them. To put an end to social inequality, poverty, and the calamities afflicting the popular masses, the means OT production owned by private persons must first of all be transferred to social ownership by the whole society. This can be accomplished only by the revolution of the oppressed and destitute classes under the leadership of the proletariat and the Communist Party. Revolution cannot succeed without the dictatorship of the proletariat and without scrapping the bourgeois state machinery and creating the new socialist state. All known revolutions in the past led to the replacement of one form of exploitation by another. The socialist revolution puts an end forever to the oppression of man by man, opens to society-wide vistas to a radiant future. In this lies its historic meaning, its unfading greatness. In our own time these truths have long ago passed from the realm of theory into practice. Under the leadership of the working class and its communist vanguard, the toilers of our country have transformed, according to socialist principles, the economic base, social relations, political superstructure, and ideology of our society. They have built socialism. The same tasks are now being carried out in a number of other countries where the socialist revolution has been victorious. Their collective experience constitutes the living embodiment of Marxist-Leninist teaching. In the second part of this textbook you will study the economic and socio-political system of Soviet Socialist society. You will learn about the tasks of communist construction, toward the realization of which the Soviet people are now working. Review questions. 1. How does the law of value control capitalist production? 2. What is the essence of capitalist exploitation? 3. Why is imperialism a dying capitalism? Demonstrate by means of contemporary facts. 4. What are the basic characteristics of state monopoly capitalism? 5. What is the historic mission of the working class? 6. What are the tasks of the socialist revolution? 7. Why is the dictatorship of the proletariat indispensable? Points to consider and discuss. 1. Exchange views on the following question: what has been preserved and what changed in the economic structure of capitalism since its entry into the stage of imperialism? OJ. 100. 2. Thanks to a stubborn struggle for its wriglets and to the influence of the example of socialist countries, the working class of advanced capitalist countries has recently achieved some improvement of its material condition. Does that mean that it is now less exploited? Helped by your knowledge of history, try to answer the question as to how the socialist revolution differs from all previous revolutions. For the reformists maintained the transition to a new system may be accomplished without revolution, by way of capitalism's gradual transformation into socialism. Prove that these views are false. Economic system of socialism. 4. In accordance with Lenin's teaching, the essence of socialism is in the transfer of the means of production to ownership by the people, in the replacement of the capitalist economic system by planned production in the interest of all members of society. Socialism presupposes a labor system with capitalists excluded, with the strictest control by the state and social organizations over the amount of labor and consumption. Ownership #. Economic basis of socialism. In our country the means of production belong to society. This determines the character of production relations, of the economic structure of socialism. We have neither a class deprived of the means of production nor one of private owners. Regarding ownership of the means of production, no one occupies a privileged position or, on the contrary, a disadvantageous position in comparison with another. As a result, transformation of the means of production into capital, and manpower into commodity, has vanished. Social ownership excludes the exploitation of man by man. Where there is no exploitation, no possibility to appropriate the fruits of labor by others for oneself, the only source of livelihood is personal labor. Social ownership prevents parasitism and loafing. It promotes the same obligation of work for all, based on the principle, he who does not work does not eat. Inasmuch as the fruits of labor are at the disposal of society and then distributed among the people, the amount of compensation for work depends entirely upon the level of social wealth. The richer the society, the better its members live. They are all interested in the development of socialist production, and a common economic interest unites people, bringing them closer together. Production relations of socialism are relations of comradeship and mutual aid between toilers who are free of exploitation. The development of socialist economy is determined by the single will of the entire society, the owner of the means of production, and not by uncoordinated and contradictory activities of individual groups or persons. Social ownership precludes production anarchy, crises, and unemployment. It offers the opportunity for a purposeful system of production. Planning. In other words, dominance of social ownership means that blind, spontaneous laws of capitalism have ceased to regulate production and the economic laws of socialism have become operative. These are the most important characteristics of the economic system of socialism, and they are determined by social ownership. Ownership, as you already know, is a social relationship that reflects the conditions of production, distribution, and consumption of material wealth. In daily life, property relations are expressed as the right of ownership, an order secured by law, where individual persons or groups persons, or the state, own, use, and dispose of property. The most important characteristic of the right ownership is possession property. An owner may transfer to other persons or organizations the right to use and, to a certain extent, manage his property, without relinquishing his ownership. He loses all ownership rights only if he abandons possession. Social ownership in our country is expressed above all in the fact that the overwhelming mass of the means of production and other material goods are in the possession of the socialist state. By mandate of the people and in its name, the state enjoys all property rights, including the right to dispose of property. All Soviet citizens make direct use of state property. The toilers in the course of their work use machines and machine tools, the scientists use the equipment of institutes and laboratories, students use school buildings, tools in shops, and instruments in laboratories. But the people as a whole do not manage state property. It is administered by state agencies and enterprises that are part of the large, overall governmental state structure. The directors of enterprises and institutions are entrusted by the state with powers entitling them to manage material goods, while the collectives are given the right to check on the actions of the directors. The power and right to manage state property is granted not on a personal basis to Comrade Ivanov, Petrov, or Semyonov, but to the director, other managerial personnel, the collective. For this reason we are totally justified in saying that the collective is the proprietor of its enterprise or institution. The production collective manages the property entrusted to it only within limits established by the state. Thus, for example, the regulations concerning the socialist state production enterprise stipulate that the enterprise may sell surplus production equipment only in case a higlier state organ responsible for redistribution of such surplus production equipment relinquishes its prerogative. The state may allow citizens use of property that belongs to the entire society through its organizations and directly, as well. Thus, housing in cities and in workers' settlements belonging to the state are given to the Soviet people for their use. In all cases, however, the state remains the owner and overall manager of the property. Why in this instance do we speak of state and not social property? Because part of the means of production and other material goods belongs not to the entire people but to work associations of peasants, the kolkhozes. Two forms of socialist ownership, state and kolkhoz ownership, are essentially of the same type. In socialist society they are therefore known as two different forms of social property. They preclude the existence of parasitic classes and exploitation of man by man. They are the basis of the production relations dominant under socialism. Inasmuch as industry plays a decisive role in the economy of modern society, the socio-economic nature of cooperative ownership depends entirely upon who is the owner of industrial enterprises, banks, transportation facilities, and other basic means of production. There are many cooperatives in capitalist countries now. How / under the conditions of private ownership, they are not, and never could be, socialist enterprises, even though they may ease the situation of toilers, farmers, and artisans. Frequently, such cooperatives become bankrupt, unable to meet competition from big capitalists and landowners. Or they may fall apart because certain members, once they become rich, take control of the whole cooperative enterprise. Under the dominance of social ownership of the means of production, when power belongs to the toilers, cooperative ownership not only excludes ruin, exploitation of labor, etc., but even becomes a pillar of the new social relations. Its nature is entirely socialist. The main distinguishing feature of the two forms of socialist ownership is the degree of socialization of the means of production. State ownership socializes the means of production on a countrywide scale, making them the property of the entire people. Kolkhoz ownership socializes the means of production within the limits of a single agricultural enterprise, making them the property of a group of persons. State property. Land, mineral resources, water, forests, industrial enterprises and their production, large agricultural enterprises organized by the state and their produce, maintenance and repair stations, banks, transportation facilities, means of communication, communal service and cultural establishments, basic housing in cities and industrial centers. Cooperative kolkhoz property. Community enterprise.ses kolkhozes and cooperatives with their livestock, equipment and production tools, production and community buildings. 106. It is quite understandable that state ownership plays the leading role in the system of socialist ownership. And not only because it embraces all the basic means of production. State ownership also affords the opportunity to organize the development of the economy according to a single plan. It encourages individuals to be guided by the interest of the entire people and trains them to think in terms of the state as a whole. This does not at all mean that persons who are toiling on kolkhoz property are in an inferior position. As part of the entire people they are co-owners of state property. Moreover, the kolkhoz form of ownership fully corresponds to the present level of development of productive forces in the rural areas. It creates all the conditions for further increase OT production. The differences between state enterprises and kolkhozes are related to the two forms of socialist ownership. The employees of state enterprises earn wages paid only in cash. Kolkhoz toilers are paid both in cash and in kind, proportionate to their contribution to the community enterprise and according to the collective's income. Additional source of income to kolkhoz members is their work in their subsidiary household economy. A guaranteed wage for the labor of kolkhoz members was recently introduced by a decision of the party and the government, bringing compensation of labor in agriculture closer to wages being paid in industry. The financial resources from which kolkhoz peasants are paid are known as the consumption fund. The remainder of kolkhoz income goes into the unshared fund. It consists of the basic means of production, that is, agricultural machinery, motors, equipment, kolkhoz electric power stations, transportation facilities, buildings and installations for production and cultural use, livestock materials and cash earmarked for expansion of kolkhoz production. This fund is indivisible, since it cannot be used as a consumption fund to be distributed on the basis of workdays among /CT/A/Z6Z members. Also, it is not subject to distribution as payment to kolkhoz members in case they leave the kolkhoz. The unshared funds have been accumulated by the labor OT kolkhoz members with the help of the entire Soviet people. 30 years ago kolkhoz property consisted of the socialized means OT production owned by peasant farms, horses, plows, wooden plows, harrows, and other implements. Current unshared kolkhoz funds are mostly tractors, combines, trucks, and other machinery. Unshared funds are increased from the income deductions made each current year and from direct expenditure of labor by the kolkhoz members in creating the means of production and in building cultural facilities. Thus, in 1958, unshared funds amounted to 24.2 billion rubles, and in 1969 nearly 53 billion. The two types of socialist enterprises differ fundamentally in form of management. The director of an industrial enterprise is appointed by and responsible to X. 107. Unshared FIDs. Basic production funds, buildings, tractors, combines and other machinery, motors, electric power stations, draft and breed cattle, means of transportation, irrigation installations, production, and farm equipment. Basic non-production funds, kolkhoz clubs. Working capital funds, materials and reading rooms, kindergartens and nurseries. Financial means earmarked for development of communal economy, seeds and planting material, fodder, fertilizers, chemical pesticides, spare parts and repair materials, fuel and oil, younger animals and animals for fattening. The state for all the activities of his enterprise. The main organ of a kolkhoz is the general meeting of its members, who elect the administration board and the chairman of the collective tarm. The kolkhoz members make decisions about the problems of IHE farms organization and management according to existing laws and the regulations toward the collective farm, adopt plans in the kolkhoz interest as well as the state interest, approve reports, establish procedures for income distribution, and so forth. The socialist state establishes close economic ties with the kolkhozes. It supplies them with farm machinery, fertilizers, and high-grade seeds, organizes the training OT managerial personnel and farming specialists, provides veterinary supervision, promotes dissemination and application of advanced production experience, grants credits to the kolkhozes and purchases their products systematically. Personal property. There is personal property as well as social property under socialism. This consists of earned income and savings of the population, houses belonging to individual citizens, household articles, and objects of personal use. The personal property of a kolkhoz homestead is a special type, which may include subsidiary husbandry on a private plot, productive livestock, poultry, farm buildings, etc. Subsidiary private farming by kolkhoz members is necessary, because the agricultural level there does not permit them to satisfy all their personal needs. Personal property under socialism has nothing in common with capitalist private property, since it is based on personal labor and may not be used for exploitation. Only very few objects of personal property may be used for profit-making purposes. Housing, for example, may be rented at speculative prices, an automobile may be contracted outlaw private transportation by its owner. Payment. In time the possibility of using personal property in this way will be eliminated by the economic situation. Adequate housing, for instance, will eliminate the need to rent homes. Until such time the state must use moral and legal means to tiglit against Jews, who are after easy profit, that is, it must punish them according to law. As the social wealth increases, an ever greater quantity OT commodities produced by society is being made available to satisfy personal needs OT the toilers, leading to increase in amount of personal property. However, the state regulates the growth and range of personal property. This is made possible by a system of wage payments according to the quantity and quality OT labor, by a price policy for consumer goods, and by increase of social consumption funds, about which we shall speak later. R. Soviet laws safeguard social as well as personal property. That OT state or kolkhoz property is punishable by prison terms of up to 3 years or by corrective labor. In the case of a second offense or of theft committed by a group of accomplices before the fact, the prison term is up to 6 years. That by an individual who has repeatedly been found guilty of committing crime may be punished by prison terms of 5 to 15 years. The death penalty is meted out for especially large-scale embezzlements. Attempts on a citizen's property entail prison sentences ranging from 2 to 10 years. Robbery, that is, assault, combined with violence endangering human life, is punishable by sentences OT up to 15 years. Goal of socialist production. None would hesitate to answer the question. What is the goal OT socialist production? It is to create the conditions for a happy human life. This is the age-old popular dream of communism, for the sake OT which the socialist revolution was carried out, socialism was built, and communism is being built. Under socialism, all production is subordinate to the task of improving the well-being of the people. And this is not only proof of the humaneness of the socialist system, it is an economic necessity as well. After all, should developing production fail to meet an increasing demand for its products, the rate of growth would inevitably slow down. Increasing consumption by the people is continually pushing the production ahead, while the growth of production, in turn, ensures ever-increasing satisfaction of human needs. For example, sale of commodities for personal use has been marked by rapid growth. Every year Soviet citizens acquire watches, washing machines, refrigerators, television sets in increasing numbers. It is a well-known fact that the demand for certain of these is not being satisfied as yet in our country. In the 109 next 2 years, however, the production lag will be eliminated. How will things be then? The answer may be found in the example of our watch industry. For the past 2 years it has been satisfying the demand for its products fully. Watchmakers are now busy creating even more perfect articles with new and more recent design. The watches are improving, and their prices are lower. A similar level has been achieved by industries producing cameras, radios, and a number of other items, or national oknig. Within its own territory, an autonomous republic also directs its domestic economy and culture and has organs of power and a constitution. Soviet Federation embodies the fraternal collaboration of socialist nations and nationalities. The remarkable motive force of Soviet society friendship among the peoples in the USSR is the result of the formation of the Union of the Socialist Republics. The people's friendship is the paramount source of the strength and invincibility of socialism. The most complex task in solving the multinational problem was to achieve de facto equality among the nations, inasmuch as the country's different peoples were at so widely divergent levels of social development. Alongside advanced nations were backward nationalities and tiny ethnic groups. In most areas of Central Asia, for instance, feudal relations prevailed. In the far north, in numerous regions of Siberia and the far East, the patriarchal tribal order was preserved. Accelerated economic and cultural development was required to less the backward peoples to the level of the more progressive. And this was the course of action the party took. While the gross output of large-scale industry in the USSR taken as a whole increased 73 times in 1967 as compared with the year 1913, in the Kazakh SSR the increase was 114 times, in the Kyrgyz SSR it was 138 times. Teams of skilled specialists have been trained in all production branches in the national regions. Socialism has secured the revival of previously backward peoples. In the years of Soviet power, about 50 nationalities have created their own script and developed a literature. Classroom instruction is given in 65 languages OT. The country's nations and nationalities. Union republics have their academies OT. Sciences, numerous scientific research institutes, national theaters, and motion picture studios. Point 4. 143. Relying on the mutual fraternal assistance of all peoples of the great Russian people, first of all many formerly backward peoples have achieved transition from the Middle Ages to socialism in 3 to 4 decades, avoiding the agony of capitalist development. Certain ones have literally been saved from physical extinction. As a French correspondent has said, 10 centuries were traversed in less than 40 years. Progressive forces in the young independent states in Asia, Africa, and Latin America are watching the Soviet experience with growing interest. Many of their leaders say that humanity owes socialism great respect for its justice and humanism, if only because it has eliminated national oppression and lifted formerly backward peoples to prosperity. The Indian writer Pandit Sundarlal, giving his impressions of Soviet Uzbekistan, has said, if Uzbekistan has become a highly developed country under the Soviet system and it has, then the Soviet system is the best in the world. 2 Trends e.g. the development of national relations. There are 2 trends under socialism. Nations are simultaneously developing and drawing together. Both trends are progressive and indissolubly related. Intact, on account of the friendship among peoples and their mutual assistance, Torme backward nations of the border areas of the Russian Empire have succeeded in rising to the level of the country's developed central regions. Now all the national republics of the USSR possess highly developed industry and mechanized agriculture and, in addition, highly qualified specialists in all branches of the economy and culture. How rapidly the Soviet republics are developing may be seen from the following examples. In per capita production of electric power, Azerbaijan leads Japan, France, and Italy. In Turkmenia, where prior to the revolution there were no literate persons, there are now 24 students per each 10,000 of the population. In Kyrgyzia, 1 out of 25 inhabitants is a specialist with secondary school education or higher. Kyrgyzia, once completely devoid of industry, now delivers modern industrial equipment to 50 foreign countries. Formerly, a literate Chukchi was rare. Now there are native miners, geologists, seamen, flyers, teachers, writers, and scientists on the Chukotsky Peninsula. Despite the tact that USSR national member republics individually render assistance to other peoples and states, the CPSU program emphasizes that the party shall, as heretofore, continue the policy guaranteeing factual equality of all nations and nationalities, taking their interests fully into consideration and giving special attention to regions in need of more rapid development. It is precisely this national development that calls for increasingly closer cooperation. Expansion of industrial and agricultural production and economic. * 144. Specialization of the national republics are without fail accompanied by broadening cooperation among them. Not a single large-scale construction project at the present time could function without participation by plants and factories in numerous Soviet republics, nor could such gigantic undertakings as the opening up of virgin territory nor the creation of new industrial bases in the eastern part of the country have been realized without the common effort of all the Soviet peoples. In recent years, on our party's initiative, the rights of the Union republics have been considerably broadened and administration of the overwhelming majority of industrial enterprises located in Republic territory has been transferred to them. As a result, need for even closer coordination of economic construction in the Union republics is great. Some 3 or 4 decades ago the country's entire scientific life was concentrated in Moscow, Leningrad, Kiev, and 2 other larger centers. Now, since a base for scientific research has been organized and talented scientists trained in each national republic, the development of science is unthinkable without their cooperation. Astronomers at the Pulkovo Observatory cooperate with their colleagues in Byreken. Mathematicians in the capital are in constant contact with their comrades in arms in Tbilisi. Metallurgists from all ends of the country travel to Kiev to acquire professional experience. The common front of Soviet science is being strengthened. When we read books, watch motion pictures, listen to music created by the cultural leaders of any one of our nations, we are enriching our spiritual world, finding new life horizons and new sources of aesthetic enjoyment. This encourages us to know the culture of our fraternal peoples more deeply, understand it better, and appreciate it. Thus, all of society greatly profits from each nation's further development, which generates mutual respect and strengthens friendship among the peoples. The prosperity of nations made possible by drawing illoser and their drawing Closer because of their prosperity is the dialectic of the development of national relations in the Soviet Union. One must not, however, overlook a most important factor. When we speak OT, a nation prospering, we refer to the better, the progressive aspects of national culture, healthy national customs and traditions that truly serve the cause OT, enriching the culture of all nations. But in every nation vestiges of the old way of life linger on, and harmful traditions have their effect. Obviously, it would be absurd to speak about promoting the tradition OT paying bride money or clinging to the outdated extended family structure. Such traditions, on the contrary, must be followed with utmost severity. In the first place, to eliminate them is a matter of honor for the very nations that still practice them. Particularly tenacious and harmful are the remnants of the nationalistic attitude. Nothing is more repulsive and contrary to the spirit of our society than. Point 4. 145. Nationalistic conceit, contempt for people of other nationalities. Our laws severely punish any signs of discrimination or violation of people's rights prompted by nationalistic or racial motives. The party educates the Soviet people in the spirit of internationalism, equality, and friendship of peoples. Soviet man has a sacred duty to remain faithful to these ideas in all his thoughts and deeds. One cannot be a conscious builder of communism without being an internationalist. Common features of spiritual makeup. Because nations are increasingly drawing together and are mutually enriched, features of spiritual makeup common to all people are emerging as a result of the new social system, combining the best traditions of the peoples of the USSR. Those who have had an opportunity to travel across the Soviet land could not but notice everywhere distinctive marks of the Soviet life, whether in Central Asia or the Baltic region, Transcaucasia, or Moldavia. In outward appearance, manner of dress, speech, even in their gesticulations, there is great variety among people. But for all that, they have certain common traits by which one cannot fail to identify a Soviet man. It cannot be otherwise, alter all, community of convictions and identical conditions of social life cannot but find their reflection in the people's spiritual makeup. National character is unusually stable, its formation is influenced by all the aspects of a nation's light. Without doubt, certain traits connected with differences in temperament clearly stand out in the people of each nation or group of kindred nations. This does not prevent development of new common traits in the Soviet man, however. Efficiency and enthusiasm, magnanimity and generosity, directness and adherence to principles, and many other qualities have become widespread since the affirmation of the new, communist morality. In the process of building communism, a culture common to all Soviet people is successfully developing as a prototype of the communist culture that all men will share. Though a truly great variety of styles and forms appear in their creative work, Soviet writers, composers, or painters are all equipped with one method of artistic creation: socialist realism. Contemporary architecture is typical in this respect. Architects in every nation use the best features of national building traditions. At the same time, they strive to create structures corresponding to the aesthetic ideals of our epoch. They seek the simplest and most telling forms and erect economical buildings that are comfortable at the same time. The features of economy and comfort are also necessitated by the use of new materials, concrete, plastic, and glass. Thus, a new architectural style is emerging that reflects the best national traditions. Not an eclectic conglomeration of styles and methods, which itself would be poor taste. It is, in fact, the synthesis of the universal and national styles in architecture. 146. An important problem, development of languages, is being solved in our country from a consistently internationalist position. Nation in our country has every possibility to develop and enrich its own language, creating a powerful tool of national culture. At the same time, it is imperative to have a means OT communication within the tamely OT fraternal peoples. The Russian language has become this means, and not by any decree. All Soviet peoples have freely adopted the Russian language as their means OT communication. And this is only natural, inasmuch as Russian is the language OT. The largest nation inhabiting the USSR. Also, the Russian language possesses an exception. Ally-rich vocabulary, making it possible to express the most subtle nuances OT. Human thought. A very rich literature exists in Russian, both original and translated. Whatever Soviet nation we belong to, we love the Russian language. Because it is the language of Lenin and Chernyshevsky, Tolstoy and Sheklyov, Pushkin and Gogol, Gorky and Mayakovsky. Clearly, the Soviet people will continue studying the Russian language and using it widely for communication among themselves. This progressive trend by no means excludes further development and enrichment of other national languages. The Communist Party program, while mentioning the positive importance of learning the Russian language along with a given nation's native language, forcefully stresses that no privilege, limitation, or compulsion in the use of one or another language should be permitted. With the worldwide victory of communism, national differences will ultimately be erased and one common language, one common culture will become firmly established. But this process will be exceptionally long, and now it is impossible to predict, even approximately, when it will be completed. Soviet Socialist State. The concept state enters our lives at an early age. We all study in state schools. And upon completing our education go to work in state enterprises or institutions. When we reach draft age we SEI*VE in the state's armed forces. We participate in elections for the organs of state power, and we go to them to help. For a great variety of reasons. Even when we take a Soviet ship to go overseas, we are on our state territory. When we are abroad on an official assignment or a tourist trip, as Soviet citizens we are under the state's protection. Every Soviet person is proud of belonging, as a full-fledged citizen, to the powerful force that is the first socialist state of 12 in the world. Functions of the Soviet state. What are the basic types of activity of the Soviet state, its basic functions? From the moment it emerged, the new Soviet state was faced with the task OT 147. Consolidating the transition of power into the hands of the working class and suppressing resistance by the exploiters. With the liquidation of the exploiter classes, however, the function of suppression has become unnecessary. As with any other socialist state, the principal functions of the Soviet state are determined by the great creative task of building socialism and communism. First all, there is the economic organizational function. Our state is the collective owner of the basic means of production. It coordinates the planned development of all branches of the economy, organizes the people's labor, and sees to the improvement of the living standard. As long as the principle of distribution according to labor operates in society, the state controls the amount of labor and consumption, keeps strict account of all social wealth, and protects social property from thieves and plunderers. The cultural educational function is closely connected with the economic organizational one. The Soviet state administers public education and organizes the activities of scientific institutions. Museums, motion picture studios, publishing houses, and so forth are under its control. While it satisfies the people's intellectual and cultural needs, the state makes a great effort at the same time to educate the toilers in the spirit of communism. An important function of a socialist state, also, is protection of public order and the citizens' rights and freedom. In addition to internal functions, the Soviet state has a number of important external ones. These are determined by the objective of securing the most advantageous international conditions for constructing communism in the USSR and by our international obligation toward the toilers of the whole world. As long as danger of military attack by imperialism remains, the Soviet state has the responsible function of the country's defense. It ties / strengthening of world peace. For consolidation of the principle of peaceful coexistence of states with different socio-political systems. Also among its important functions are the strengthening of fraternal collaboration of the USSR with other states of the world socialist system, support of the national liberation snigla of peoples, and the development of economic and cultural ties with all countries. Merely enumerating the functions of the socialist state shows that it represents a political organization acting in the people's name, in the people's interest, and with its direct participation. Socialism restores to the concept democracy its true meaning by making the state an instrument of genuine popular rule. Of course, this does not mean that socialist democracy emerges in a ready-made, final form. The system of popular rule develops and is perfected along with society's development. Theory and practice are always advancing new democratic forms, new political institutions that make it possible to enlist broader and broader participation by the masses in solving state affairs, improve the structure of government apparatus, and eliminate vestiges of bureaucracy and formalism. 148. The Soviets of Toilers. Deputies. All power in the USSR belongs to the toilers and is exercised throngly there. Representative organs are /IC. Soviets of Toilers. Deputies. They function everywhere, in every city, workers' settlement, village, Cossack stanitsa village, Caucasian village and kishlak, in every oblast, Krav, and republic. The Soviets constitute the state's political basis. All state agencies derive from the Soviets, receive power from them, and are under their control. As organs of genuinely popular power, the Soviets differ in a number of fundamental ways from the representative institutions of the bourgeois state. The Soviets, first of all, are all-adhesive organs, since they represent almost the total adult population. They enlist the participation of the broad popular masses in administration of public affairs. Secondly, the Soviets are not only legislative but also executive organs. The deputies adopt resolutions in sessions and committees and carry them out in person or through legally each Soviet's executive committee. Finally, the Soviets are sovereign organs. They decide all key political problems, manage the total social wealth, direct the economy and cultural development. Also, by combining the features of state and social organizations, they function as agencies of local self-government. A democratic electoral system assures complete representation of the people's interests in the Soviets. That suffrage is universal is the chief indication of the democratic nature of the electoral system. All citizens who have reached the age of 18 have the right to vote, regardless of social and ethnic origin, sex, education, religious belief, place of residence, property status, and past activities. The only exceptions are the mentally ill. 21-year-olds have the right to be elected to the local Soviets of toilers. Deputies, 21-year-olds have the right to be elected to the Supreme Soviets of the Union and Autonomous Republics. 23-year-olds may be elected to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. Soviet citizens may be active in governmental attires from early youth. In the USSR the electoral right is equal and direct. All citizens take part in elections on an equal basis. Every person has one vote. The deputies of both local and Supreme Soviets are elected directly, without intermediaries. No one in the Soviet Union can influence the free expression of the voters' will. Voting is by secret ballot. In elections, the Communist Party acts in close association with non-party people who are organized in labor unions, cooperative organizations, the Komsomol. Bourgeois parliaments today are similar. They are mostly composed of industrialists, bankers, higgly government officials, managers, and lawyers of monopolistic corporations. For instance, there is not a single worker in the Congress of the United States, not one small farmer. The 150 Bundestag of the Federal German Republic does not have one deputy who is a worker. Women have insignificant representation in the parliaments of capitalist countries. The USSR Supreme Soviet has two houses, TL, E-Soviet OT, the Union, representing the common interest of all citizens irrespective of nationality, and the Soviet of Nationalities, which expresses the specific needs and interests OT. Numerous nations and nationalities united in the Union OT Soviet Socialist Republics. The organizational principle OT the two houses therefore differs somewhat. A deputy to the Soviet of the Union is elected by a fixed number of the population. In elections for the Soviet OT nationalities, the number of voters does not matter. Each Union Republic elects 32 deputies, each autonomous republic, 11, each autonomous oblast, 1. Each house has an almost equal number of deputies, 767 in the Soviet of the Union, and 750 in the Soviet of Nationalities. Both houses have equal rights. A law is considered passed when it is adopted by both houses. Each house organizes permanent commissions to handle basic problems of state, economic, and socio-cultural construction, as well as commissions for specific functional problems of the USSR Supreme Soviet. The commissions prepare questions for discussion by the Supreme Soviet and control the execution of the laws and statutes that the Supreme Soviet adopts. The Supreme Soviet meets in regular sessions to decide important state questions, to take care of current business at the higgliest state administrative level. Both houses elect the Presidium of the USSR Supreme Soviet in joint session at the first meeting OT each term. The Presidium consists of a chairman, deputy chairman from each Union Republic, a secretary, and members. Also, it functions as the highest organ OT the Soviet state, since it represents the Supreme Soviet and discharges some OT its duties between Supreme Soviet sessions. The Presidium's most important decrees must be approved by the Supreme Soviet in regular session. The USSR Council of Ministers. The USSR Council of Ministers, the government of the Soviet Union, is formed at a joint session of the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities. In order to secure the participation OT the national republics in the solution OT all Union problems, the chairman of the Council of Ministers of each Union Republic belongs to it ex officio. The USSR Council of Ministers is responsible and accountable to the Supreme Soviet and, between its sessions, to the Presidium. It is the higgliest executive and administrative body of state authority in the USSR. The Council of Ministers directs the development OT the economy and Point 4. Culture, organizes implementation of the state budget, puts into effect the laws of the Supreme Soviet, ensures public order, and defends the state's interests and citizens' regulations. General overall management of relations with foreign countries is one of its prerogatives. It builds and controls the country's armed forces. It issues its decisions in the form of resolutions and decrees. On an especially important topic, the CPSU Central Committee and the USSR Council of Ministers issue joint resolutions binding on all state and party organs. It coordinates and guides the operations of the ministries and subordinate institutions, organs that administer individual branches OT the economy and culture. Union Republic and local organs of political power and administration. The highest organ of political power in a Union Republic is the Supreme Soviet. It passes laws binding within a republic's territory, approves its budget, and so forth. It differs in structure from the USSR Supreme Soviet in that it has only one chamber. It also elects its presidium, the limits whose competence are defined by the Union Republic's constitution. The highest executive and administrative organ is the Council of Ministers. In an autonomous republic, the foremost political organ is the Supreme Soviet, which elects a presidium, forms a council of ministers, and elects a Supreme Court. The local Soviets occupy an important place in the system of organs of governmental power. Soviets of Toilers deputies in Krai territory. Autonomous oblast, okrug, rayon, city, village, and settlement are elected for a 2-year term. They direct cultural, political and economic construction enterprises, institutions and organizations within their competence. They fix the local budget, direct the activities of subordinate administrative organs, ensure public order and observance of laws, and protect citizens' rights. An important task of the local Soviets is improving services to the public. The local Soviets elect executive and administrative organs called executive committees. FOI day-to-day direction of the economy and culture. Local Soviets usually form a planning commission with sections for various branches of economic and cultural construction. The broad masses of the people are enlisted in regular and effective participation in state affairs by means of the Soviets of Toilers deputies. The increasing role and rights of local organizations facilitate the successful construction of communism. The Communist Party is seeking to improve and democratize to the maximum the activities of the Soviets. Their sessions are being upgraded in 152% function and importance. They have increased independence to solve economic, financial, agricultural, and other problems, to direct enterprises of local industry, and to provide for socio-cultural needs and public services. The activity of permanent commissions is being expanded, and the deputies are obliged to report regularly to the voters. The judiciary and the procurator's office. Supervision of the strict observance of Soviet law and protection of public order. And the rights and interests of citizens are the duty of all state organs. But there are organs that deal exclusively with these problems, the courts and the procurator's office. The Soviet courts are based on democratic principles. The basic link of the court system is the rayon and in the school system for professional and technical training. Rights of citizens are inseparable from their duties. There are no rights without obligations, no obligations without rights. If each of us individually or all of us together fail to fulfill our obligations or fulfill them only half-heartedly, there will be no one and nothing to look after our rights, which are always expanding. The character of labor is changing, the work week is being shortened, vacation facilities and sanatoria multiplying, the size of pensions is growing. And more. All this is possible only thanks to increased labor productivity, and 158. Also because people have an ever more conscientious and responsible attitude toward work. But there is more to it than that. There is organic unity between rights and duties, because without duties there are no rights, but also because a right itself is an obligation, and an obligation a right. Work in our country is a right and a duty. So is education. In the USSR we have compulsory 8th grade education. And who but miserable cowards and renegades would consider the duty to defend their country a burden? The overwhelming majority of our people consider military service to be a citizen's sacred right to defend his fatherland. Weapons in hand. Young soldiers are serving in the ranks of our glorious armed forces with pride, and they protect the peaceful creative work of the Soviet people with vigilance. That is why we do not oppose duties to rights, why we fulfill our obligations. not under coercion but out of a deep-rooted inner conviction. The unity of reglets and obligations creates the most favorable conditions for the development of the human personality, talents, and gifts, and also toward the development of collectivist social principles in our life. Labor relations. In considering labor relations, let us start with employment procedures. Before beginning a job, every new worker signs a bilateral agreement known as a labor contract with the enterprise administration. The agreement defines the obligations of both parties. The worker is obliged to perform work according to special skill requirements and according to special qualifications, or according to position. He must observe the internal work regulations of the enterprise. The management is committed to assuring normal, healthy labor conditions and to paying wages at the rate established for the work completed. The length of the workday and amount of leave are regulated by law and therefore are not subject to agreement by the two parties. In special cases, additional conditions may be set down in the contract. In some cases, a probationary period is required, not to exceed 6 days for a worker, 2 weeks for an employee, and 1 month for an employee hired to an especially difficult job and for engineering technical personnel. Graduates of vocational technical schools and institutes, secondary specialized schools, and institutions of higher education are hired without preliminary testing, according to the requirements of the economic plan, and only in the specialized field, grade, or position indicated in the graduate's assignment papers. The factory management issues a service record book to the new worker. All. X. 159. Information is entered in the book in the presence of its owner, who witnesses to its correctness by his signature. He is not allowed to make any alterations or additions. Members of collective farms also have service record books. The book confirms its owner's participation in the collective farm's productive activity and entities him to receive an appropriate percentage of the farm income. The service record shows every stage in the worker's labor activities, new grades, transfers, bonuses, and awards. The service record book is the individual's chronicle of his working life, his employment biography, and it is therefore important for each man to keep his service record in order. Reasons for dismissal must be registered exactly as formulated in the pertinent laws. Correct entries are also important in determining the worker's seniority. Seniority is taken into account when old age pensions, disability caused by work, sickness not related to the job, and other circumstances are under consideration. Soviet legislation protects workers and employees from illegal dismissal from their jobs. Management may dismiss a worker in a very few cases specified by law, and dismissal also requires concurrence of the trade union committee. If the worker resigns his position, he is expected to give the administration 2 weeks' notice. Young workers and specialists graduated from schools and courses in the vocational technical education system, from secondary specialized schools, or IROM institutions of higher learning may not leave their jobs until they have completed the required legal period of work in production. Relations between an enterprise's personnel and management are strictly regulated. The local trade union committee speaks on behalf of the workers, the engineering and technical personnel, and administrative employees. Every year the local trade union committee and the management sign a bilateral agreement, or collective contract. The collective contract details the measures to be taken to mobilize the workers and employees to fulfill and surpass the plan quotas. It requires the management to provide such working conditions as to enable every worker to fulfill his output norms as well as the commitments he assumed in the interest of social emulation. It contains provisions permitting all toilers to raise their general, educational and technical levels. Provisions for industrial safety and for the introduction of the advanced experience OL innovators in allied enterprises are appended to the contract. The contract allocates funds for socio-cultural activities. Industrial safety is given considerable attention. Safe, Healthy working conditions are achieved by improvements in production technology, by mechanization of heavy, labor-consuming operations, and by eliminating causes of accidents and occupational diseases. The workers are protected from harmful effects of chemicals, extreme air temperatures, and excessive humidity by special protective clothing and safety devices, which are issued to workers by the enterprise free of charge. Workers engaged in certain types of production, chemical for example, are given special prophylactic THIRD prepared according to scientific regulations. Employees engaged in production injurious to health have a reduced workday and additional leave. The administration is obliged to inform the workers OT the general rules OT behavior expected while in the employ of the enterprise and teach them the operational techniques for the machinery they use during their work time. Every worker must know the technical safety rules, some must take special examinations. Industrial safety control is provided by both state organs and the trade unions. Industrial safety commissions are established within the enterprises, and volunteer inspectors to enforce safety and health rules are elected. If the rules are violated, work operations in any production department may be suspended. Persons found guilty of violating labor safety laws are held accountable. The basic rules of safety and health protection established for agricultural work are also binding on collective farms, which have many different kinds OT equipment and machinery and use electricity and various chemicals extensively. Safety and health regulations must also be observed in the care of livestock. In addition to general rules covering all toilers, labor legislation establishes supplementary rules and standards of industrial safety for women. Adolescents. Women are forbidden to do work that is heavy and injurious to health, such as smelting or casting metals. They are barred from a number of enterprises in the chemical, printing, and leather industries. As a general rule, women are not permitted to work underground or in loading and unloading operations. Maternity and infant care are subjects of special legislation. Pregnant women are given 112 days leave, nearly 1/3 OT a year. Expectant mothers and single women with a child less than 1 year old may not be dismissed from their jobs. Adolescents are permitted to work when they reach the age OT 16, or in exceptional cases 15, when a medical checkup is mandatory. Adolescents from 16 to 18 years of age work a shorter day but receive the same wages as adult workers or employees on lull shift. Adolescents young J than 18 years are barred from certain kinds of work and training. They are not given neglect work, overtime, or jobs injurious to health. Workers and employees under 18 are entitled to a full month's leave, during the summer as a rule. Possibilities are created for young people to get settled jobs easily and quickly. Enterprises are assigned quotas for taking on secondary school graduates. The young workers who combine work with educational training in a school, technical institute, or university are given certain privileges, a reduced workday or week, education leave, and halt price tickets to the location OT there. Examination. Point 4. 161. For its scale and rhythm, socialist production requires unconditional, strict labor discipline. What does it mean to be a disciplined worker? Essentially, it means working honestly and conscientiously, reporting for work on time and not leaving ahead of time, using the working hours only for production and performance of official duties, handling tools, machine tools, and other machinery carefully, maintaining cleanliness and neatness in the shop and on the grounds of one's enterprise, leaving one's workstation in proper condition toward the replacement shift. The conscientious worker tries to turn out only high-quality products, with no rejects. Socialist labor discipline is inseparable from conscientious and prompt fulfillment OT. The production manager's orders Why is it so important that the manager's orders be obeyed without question during the work period? Because he is not merely an official with certain prerogatives but primarily an organizer and production expert. A high degree of production discipline is also required of the collective farm member. The Kolkhoz Statute adopted by the Third All-Union Congress of Collective Farm Members in November 1969 requires all agricultural cooperative members to perform their work honestly and conscientiously, observe the internal rules, and complete job and social assignments made by the Kolkhoz administration or brigade leader. Moral obligations imposed by the statutes of the VLKSM on its members are the same as these legal requirements. According to the statutes, Komsomol members are committed to increasing their labor productivity and improving their labor skills, observing labor discipline and public order strictly, and safeguarding socialist property in every possible way. Socialism consolidates labor discipline by good production organization, the method of persuasion, and a well-thought-out system of rewards to encourage both the individual worker and the entire collective. Enterprise internal labor regulations include TOIM's OT encouragement, such as expression of public appreciation, awarding of honor certificates, recording of names in the honor book and on the honor board, granting of the title Best Worker in the Protzion, bonuses and valuable gifts. The very best workers are given decorations and medals OT the Soviet Union and awarded the higgliest titles. Hero of Socialist Labor or Lenin Prize Laureate and State Prize Laureate. Violations OT labor discipline are punished. Absenteeism without good reason, tardiness, leaving work ahead OT time, damage to material and equipment are punished by reprimand, with the culprit being transferred to a lower paying job or demoted for as long as 3 months. As an extreme measure, the worker may be dismissed, but only with the concurrence of the trade union committee. There may be disagreements between individuals or between groups of workers and employees on one hand and the administration on the other. The Labor Disputes Commission is the first mandatory instance where arguments 162 between administration and workers are reviewed. It is made up OT an equal number of permanent representatives OT the administration and the trade union committee. It is obliged to review labor disputes within 5 days of a request. The labor dispute is considered resolved when both parties work and administration have reached accord. If the worker disagrees with the decision OT the Labor Disputes Commission, he may appeal his case to the local trade union committee. This is the second instance for settlement of labor disputes. Factory, plant, and local committees review requests and complaints concerning labor disputes within 7 days of receiving a request. If the worker still disagrees with the decision reached at this level, he may next appeal to the People's Court, which has jurisdiction over the area of the enterprise's location. The Labor Disputes Commission is not competent to handle disputes arising from a worker's dismissal approved by the Trade Union Committee, in which case the worker may appeal directly to the courts. Neither is it competent to handle dismissal or transfer to another job of administrative personnel, shop supervisor, and foreman. Another category of disputes, which occur very seldom in our country, are those between the administration and the members of the workers' collective. Regarding such matters as the established output quotas, or application OT certain other provisions of the collective contract. These disputes are resolved by agreement between the administration and the trade union. If agreement cannot be reached at this level, the dispute is resolved by higher level trade union and economic administration organs. We have said that under socialism the principal OT distribution operates according to quantity and quality of labor expended. Let us now see how it operates in practice. The amount of labor expended by workers is determined by establishing labor norms. There are time norms and output norms. It is possible to establish, by the use of time norms, the number OT hours, minutes, or seconds consumed by the worker to produce an item or part of it. By using output norms it is possible to establish the number of items or item parts the worker produces per shift, hour, minute, or second. Norms, therefore, are a type of quota to the worker. In calculating wages it is not ugly to know the amount OT labor expended. It is also important to evaluate the product's quality correctly. This is done by means of the wage rate system. This system differentiates wages according to the worker's qualifications, skill, and knowledge, the nature, complexity, and danger of the work, and the relative economic importance OT. The given production branch. It distinguishes between skilled and unskilled workers and between heavy and light work. It also takes into account the complexity and degree of responsibility connected with different kinds OT work. Every worker is given a wage grade commensurate with his qualifications and specialization. The first grade covers workers engaged in the simplest labor, with the remaining grades reflecting better worker qualifications. The relationship between wages and various grades is determined by wage. \\\. 163. Scales. The higher the grade, the higher the wage. A grade 6 worker earns 1.62 times more than a grade 1 worker. Skilled labor brings more benefits to society, creates more and better products per identical unit of time. The worker's qualification is assessed by the Qualification Commission and assigned by the Enterprise Administration and the Trade Union Committee in a joint decision. Hourly or daily wages are determined by basic wage rates. These represent 70 or 80% of salary due. The balance of the wage is in premiums paid on condition OT over fulfillment of production norms. Wage scales and rates are the same for all enterprises in a given branch of industry. Work in any professional field is described in detail in the rate and skill manuals compiled for the various branches of the economy. They contain scientifically established requirements for fixing the rates at which the labor performance should be paid, specifying the skills and knowledge for each worker grade. The piece rate wage is the best method of establishing the complete, direct relationship between the results of a worker's labor and his earnings. It is applied wherever labor is regulated by norms and wherever calculation of each worker's labor outlay is possible. The time work wage, for example, in automated assembly line production is paid the worker for the exact time he actually spent. All Higglier administrative, engineering, and technical personnel and office staffs are paid time work wages. Labor remuneration may undergo change. In revising the rates upward, the state sees to it that labor productivity increases ahead of wages. Otherwise it would be impossible to expand production and improve the well-being of the people. Social organizations of toilers. The toiler social organizations occupy an important place in the political system of Soviet society. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, acting closely with state organs, they help satisfy the great variety of interests of society's different strata. They perform educational functions, helping to form and bring to the fore the Soviet people's collectivist habits and organizational abilities. Social organizations function as voluntary societies OT toilers, having their own statutes. The largest mass social organizations are labor unions, the Komsomol, cooperatives, and scientific, technical, sports, and cultural associations. They comprise almost the total adult population in the country. Labor unions. The entire working life of workers and government employees is tied in with the labor unions. A labor union organization exists in every industrial enterprise, at 164. Every building site, sovkhoz, institution, and school. Labor union membership totals almost 90 million. VI. Lenin saw the labor union as an organization toy training and educating the toilers, involving them in the administration OT the production process. He saw it as a school tour society management, a school OT communism. How do the labor unions discharge their task? The mill, factory, plant, or local labor union committee enters into a collective contract with the enterprise management. It has the wriglet to participate in drafting the production plan by discussion and suggestions toward change at meetings of labor union members. It also has the wriglet to receive reports from the factory director about his administrative activity, and, should the need arise, the right to present to a higlier economic instance any question ot replacing an incompetent administrator or punishing him by disciplinary action. Labor unions enlist the workers and government employees in socialist emulation, within the enterprise itself as well as with the INTIPs. They promote the movement toward a communist attitude toward work and organize mass public exhibits of inventions. One of their important activities is to extend the application of advanced work methods and facilitates the aid of mutual assistance among personnel. Labor union committees see to it that workers, engineers, and other employees improve their professional skills. Production conferences organized by labor unions together with the enterprise administration are a method of involving the toilers in production administration. Also, labor unions are concerned with improving the living conditions of workers and government employees. Mill and factory committees and the enterprise management jointly distribute housing. They have at their disposal a whole network of sanatoria, health resorts, holiday facilities, and tourist centers. Settling children in nurseries and kindergarten and organizing holidays for school children fall within their competence. They have the wriglet to supervise the state and cooperative trade network, communal meals, and public services. Labor union members enjoy a number of advantages over non-members. They receive a higlier subsidy toward temporary disability. Subsidies shanai the state Social Security Fund are at the disposal of the labor unions. Members have preference when admission passes to vacation facilities and sanatoria AIE distributed and when children are admitted to nurseries, kindergartens, and pioneer camps. The unions render material assistance, when necessary, to members, from their own funds. The labor unions represent a great cultural force. Halls OT culture, clubs, and libraries are under their supervision. The Youth League. Our country's youth spends more than 10 of the best years of their lives in the ranks of the Leninist Komsomol. Point 4. 165. The importance in the country's life is due to the fact that it is not simply a youth organization but a league of ememist youth, Z/03E/Y tied to the Communist Party, a militant ally under its direct supervision. The Komsomol is an inexhaustible membership source for the CPSU, no other single organization gives so many members to the party. Millions of the best trained members OT the VLKSM period is the Komsomol's birth date. The first Congress of the Russian Communist Youth Union and Lee International Union OT students, universally accepted centers OT. Progressive youth and students in all countries. Presently, the All-Union Leninist League of Communist Youth actively cooperates with almost every young people's democratic organization in the world. The Komsomol now has more than 27 million members OT both sexes. Its influence extends to the entire Soviet youth. It is in Diak OT, the Vladimir Ilyich Lenin Children's Organization of Young Pioneers. The party has entrusted it with training the rising generation. Youth represents the people's future, communism's future. Our young people are fully equal to the challenge of the contemporary heroic epoch of the struggle for communism and worthy OT their great socialist Tatherland. Even though the young sometimes do not have the older generation's knowledge and experience, it has more than an ugly energy, enthusiasm, and drive to acquire knowledge and experience. By nature, young people aspire to work creatively and constructively. Youth knows what labor is. It works on the country's most important construction sites, in electric power stations and plants, in scientific research institutes and laboratories. Construction shock work by the Komsomol has been schooling for life for tens of thousands of boys and girls. In recent years, 300,000 young people with Komsomol travel passes have gone to Konosochual shock work sites of construction to supplement Katar's OT builders of some of the most important economic projects. They have worked at Norilsk, Sumgait, Brask, and Krasnoyarsk hydroelectric power plants, and at many others. Komsomol members and Komsomol-XDL/NQ young people have actively helped develop the productive forces of Siberia, the Soviet North and Far East, the power industry, metallurgy, chemical, petroleum, gas, pulp and paper industries, and transportation installations. Komsomol members are struggling in the villages to better use OT the land, helping to introduce progressive technology into agricultural crop cultivation and mechanization OT labor-consuming farm procedures. There is a widespread movement among the village youth to obtain professional knowledge. The 16th Congress of the VLKSM took place in May 1970. It placed before the young enthusiasts a goal requiring responsibility, to participate in exploiting the natural wealth of Western Siberia and open the world's largest oil and gas deposits there. The Congress called on the young toilers to contribute to greater expansion OT the socialist economy and intensification OT all its bunches, and to make an active effort to introduce scientific and technological achievements into industry and agriculture. Cooperative organizations. You know the kolkhoz primarily as an economic organization. But the kolkhoz is, at the same time, a social organization OT peasants. Kolkhoz is a cooperative, that is, a voluntary association OT peasants Basio. 169. On collective production and social self-government. At general meetings, kolkhoz members personally make such vitally important decisions as electing the kolkhoz administrative board, the board chairman, and an auditing commission. They also make decisions about admission and expulsion /artel members, priorities to the use of tons, norms law production and compensation, and the mandatory minimum work days, and they establish the size of private plots, among other matters. In the large kolkhozes, members solve a number of problems at meetings of their authorized representatives and of work brigades. Standing commissions selected by the general membership meeting also luncheon regularly. Thus, all the members have the opportunity to participate in discussions of the problems /kolkhoz life. The kolkhozes have been giant broad initiative in planning and organizing agricultural production. They decide independently about improvement and construction in villages and hamlets, and the erection of nurseries and kindergartens, schools, hospitals, clubs, and libraries. Our country has cooperatives, which improve trade in the rural areas, organize the marketing of surplus farm produce, and service the general public. They have more than 43 million shareholders. Housing construction cooperatives assist the general public in improving housing conditions. Other associations. There are many other social organizations in the country, uniting people either by profession or special interest. Some these organize scientific and cultural activities for the masses. There are associations of scientific workers in the fields of education, medicine, and others, numerous scientific technical associations, associations eticiency experts and inventors, unions of writers, newspapermen, composers, artists, actors and workers in the motion picture industry, architects, and other groups of creative intelligentsia. Other associations organize physical culture activities and promote defense skills and information. There are sports associations and organizations, the Voluntary Society for Cooperation with the Army, Navy, and Air Force, the Red Cross, the Red Crescent Society, and the Society for the Protection of Nature and Plants. A number of volunteer groups organize Soviet citizens for peace campaigns and promote friendship with peoples of other countries. These are called Soviet Societies for Friendship and Cultural Ties with Foreign Countries, the Soviet Committee Tour d'Étance Haute Peace, the Committee of Soviet Women, and the Committee of Youth Organizations of the USSR. All these and numerous other voluntary associations operate on the principle of social self-help. Their influence extends to many millions of persons. M70. V. NV. Whatever their specific aim, inclitinal analysis, all these social organizations pursue one common purpose, to develop the toilers' initiative and active participation and to help the party and the state solve the tasks communist construction. The Communist Party binds together all these social organizations and unions and coordinates their activities. The party does not issue orders to them but directs their activity mostly through their active communist members. In their activities, the social organizations strive to be consistent in carrying out the policy of the party, the most authoritative socio-political organization OT Socialist Society, and its acknowledged leader. Gradual transformation of socialism into communism. Complete and final victory. In summing up the study OT, the economic and socio-political structure OT Soviet society, we conclude with good reason that socialism has won complete and final victory in the USSR. Social ownership OT, the means OT production, and the socialist system OT management based on it have total dominion over we county's economy. In social relations, exploitation of man by man and national oppression have been eliminated. Union and collaboration of all classes and strata of the population and friendship among peoples OT are multinational Thailand have been firmly established. The socio-political unity OT, the entire Soviet people has been created. In the political sphere, the Soviet state, as an instrument OT the twice power, has proven itself by the test of time. Socialist democracy has been steadily developing. The Marxist-Leninist ideology has been victorious in the ideological sphere. It has unified the workers, kolkhoz peasantry, and the people's intelligentsia by giving them a single purpose, rallying them around the Communist Party. Thus, socialism has gained victory in all spheres of society's life and activity. It has prevailed completely. World reactionary forces and imperialism have never reconciled themselves to socialism's victory in the USSR. World imperialism nurtured German Nazism, using it in an attempt to annihilate the Tirst socialist state OT workers and peasants in the world. Even under contemporary conditions, imperialism is not abandoning hope OT liquidating socialism and re-establishing the capitalist system in our country. However, attempts OT this kind are now hopeless. Why? Because the Soviet Union has become a great industrial power, a leader in many critical branches OT science and technology, and because it has at its disposal powerful modern armed forces. The community of socialist countries has become a reality. There is no force in the world today that could reinstate capitalism in our country and siege the socialist camp. Since the danger the restoration of capitalism is excluded, socialism has gained final victory in our country. The question may arise as to whether it is correct to talk about socialism's complete victory if there are still difficulties in our country with housing, if there is an irregular supply of consumer goods, if vestiges of the past remain in the people's consciousness and lives. In short, many complex questions and unsolved problems still exist. There are two different problems. On the one hand, there is the question of the success of socialism as a progressive social system. On the other, there is the question OT degree of economic maturity, of the stage of development of socialism. Socialism's final victory does not mean that the new society has already achieved the apex of economic and cultural development. Upon socialism's complete victory, all its inherent tremendous possibilities for the development of production and culture and for improvement in the standard of living to the toilers become apparent. The more fully these possibilities are realized, the more perfect will be the condition attained by socialist society. And the process of perfecting socialism is at the same time the process of its transformation into communism. This is the dialectic of the new society's development. Characteristics of the transition to the higher phase, Konon Nysny. When he was developing plans for socialist construction, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin wrote, "Even while we strive for socialism, we are convinced that it will turn into communism. Socialism is communism's first phase, and there is no stone wall between the two phases of the same formation. Communism develops gradually from socialism. Therefore, there is no need to break up everything and build anew. It is necessary to develop, perfect, and where needed transform the production, base and social relations existing under socialism. As it is transformed directly from socialism, communism is at the same time superior to it in all respects. Qualitative changes take place in economics and social relations, as well as in the people's consciousness and psychology. However, this qualitative revolution occurs gradually, by way of developing and perfecting the socialist economy and social relations and by increased communist consciousness on the part of the masses. Because it is gradual, this in no way means the process is slow. On the contrary, the more deeply we enter communism, the faster will we move. 172. Forward, the rate of communist construction will be increasing all the time. The conversion of socialism into communism is an objective, law-governed process. Therefore, the strictest consistency is necessary in constructing a communist society. There should be no racing ahead or lagging behind in making various urgent transformations. Lenin taught us realism in politics. Even thoughtfully capable of looking into the future, we must keep our feet on the ground and always consider actual, real-life circumstances. Let us take as an example the problem of private plots held by kolkhoz peasants. The future of these plots is perfectly clear: they must disappear. And the reasons are equally clear. In the first place, they preclude application of powerful agricultural technology and require large expenditure of labor for small output. Briefly, labor in a private plot is not truly productive, and it would be absurd to retain it under communism. Second, and this is the main point, the private plot cannot be made compatible by any means with the tenet that in communist society all people will work only in social production, only for society, and have their needs satisfied only from social resources. However, as of now, the kolkhoz peasants cannot give up the private plots, since they contribute to fuller satisfaction of their personal needs and to improvement of their living standard. Under those conditions it would be a mistake to raise the question of liquidating private plots. They must become economically obsolete. Any attempt to speed up this process artificially, to race ahead of events, could only damage the cause. The gradual character and continuity of socialism's conversion into communism do not mean that it is spontaneous. The construction of communism requires active, creative solution of the tasks facing society. Communism is being built by conscientious, purposeful activity of the toilers of our country under the leadership of the Communist Party. Contradictions and problems of growth. Clearly, constructing a new society is an exceptionally intricate task. The emergence of anything new is always accompanied by contradictions to be resolved and by the breakup of old, established, habitual forms of life that once played a positive role but then began to hamper progress. Socialism's contradictions differ from those of capitalism, arising from the rapid advance of socialist economy, from the people's increasing material and cultural needs. They are contradictions between the old and the new, between backwardness and progress. In capitalist society, contradiction between productive forces and production relations unavoidably evolves into a conflict that cannot be resolved within the framework of capitalism, and therefore leads to its downfall. Under socialism, social ownership predominates, and this excludes any conflict between productive forces and production relations. Social ownership favors the growth of productive forces. What, then, is the nature of the contradictions in the socialist mode of production? With development of productive forces, certain sectors of production relations fall behind. Substitution of some sectors by others does not change the nature of socialist relations, it only develops and enriches them. These specific contradictions are being successfully solved by society, which is thus lifted up to a new level of development. Contradictions are by no means overcome automatically but only through ugly struggle against conservatism, inertia, and backwardness. Other kinds of difficulties confront our society. We are obliged to allot considerable resources, for example, to strengthen our country's defenses. This imposes a certain burden on the national budget. But we are compelled to make expenditures to equip the army with modern weapons. As long as the danger of military attack by the imperialist powers exists, we must keep our powder dry. There are difficulties of a temporary nature, often from objective causes, for example, drought or earthquake leading to considerable losses. The severe natural environment of the FAI East and Siberia obviously hamper opening the country's richest regions. Complex problems that can be solved only by continuous effort emerge in the area of labor distribution, training, and retraining. For example, exhaustion of mineral deposits at individual mining sites may lead to local labor surplus. Understandably, organizing the resettlement of people and re-employing them according to their skills in the same locality are by no means simple. Scientific and technical progress leads to extinction of a number of professions. It is thus necessary to provide new jobs without curtailing wages. A multitude of such problems arise in the life of society. While some are predictable, many spring up quite unexpectedly. Problems may come from subjective causes as well. It has already been stated that shortcomings in planning and inaccurate decisions about distribution of resources and labor are apt to lead to disproportions in the economy, adversely affecting the rate of development. Obviously, in a task as complex as constructing a new society, it is impossible to guarantee fully the absence of errors. One cannot proceed without endless experimentation, suggestion, and testing of new forms of economic and social development never attempted in practice. The problem is to reduce miscalculations and errors to a minimum, and one of the chief concerns of the Communist Party is ensuring the optimum solutions of all social problems. In the process of constructing communism, the Soviet people are successfully overcoming these contradictions and growth problems. Where do we concentrate our efforts? 174. A threefold task. The basis of society is production of material goods. The most important task communist construction, therefore, is creation of the material and technical base of memism. This is the chief task, but not the only one. Clearly inculcating economic-social relations is essential toward the victory of communism. This is the second objective in building the communist society. Inasmuch as the aim total communist transformation is all around development the human personality, the third task is to train the new man. The close interdependence of the chief tasks of communist construction is clear at a glance. By building new plants and factories and by increasing the social wealth, we are preparing the conditions toward transition to the communist Principle of labor and distribution, we are perfecting social relations. Development of social relations requires reorienting the people's consciousness, inculcating new moral qualities. Formation OT communist social relations and education of the new man will, in turn, powerfully influence the growth OT. Productive forces. The powerful productive forces of communism are not created by fairy tale wishing. They will appear as a result of the strenuous toil of millions OT Soviet people led by the Communist Party. The success OT the cause the RET or depends to the greatest degree on how conscientiously each OT us works in his own sector, and on how well the builders of communism are imbued with the communist attitude towards labor. The interdependence and unity of these three fundamental tasks of construct in communism are so great that they are called the threefold task. Review questions. 1. What is society's class composition under socialism? What is the explanation for the leading role of the workers in constructing communism? 2. What is the source of the strength of the friendship among peoples, and OT the strength OT proletarian internationalism? Why AIE communists are irreconcilable enemies of bourgeois nationalism? 3. What are the main directions of Soviet state activity? 4. What basic obligations do society and the state impose on the Soviet people, and especially on the youth? 5. What is the role of mass organizations in the life of our society? Points to consider and discuss. 1. Using your knowledge OT history, try to compare the social composition OT the population OT Tsarist Russia with that OT the Socialist Soviet Union. 4. 175. To recount how the Soviets ensure the development of mass initiative and creativity. To understand better the mechanism of the Soviets' activities, become Tammy Liar with the work OT a local administrative organ. Arrange for a talk at your school by an employee of the local Soviet Executive Committee. 3. Why is it necessary not merely to claim one's rights but, first and most important, to be honest and conscientious in fulfilling one's duties as imposed by society and the state? Why is it so important to respect Soviet laws? 4. Arrange a discussion on the following subject: the role of the Komsomol in the life OT Soviet youth and measures necessary to improve the work of the Komsomol organization in your school. The value OT this discussion will be judged, naturally, not only by interesting speeches but practical results. 5. Recall the first topics in this textbook and exchange opinions on the following subject: how are the laws of dialectic demonstrated in the process OT socialism's development into communism? Hashtag /1 I asterisk /I %.4 creation of the material technical base of communism and formation of communist social relations. Foundations of communism. Most important factor for victory of the new social order. To construct communism is, first and foremost, to create its material technical base. To the base the foundation is lacking, even thinking about constructing communism is impossible, just as it is unthinkable to erect a structure without a foundation. By the material technical base of a society we mean the developmental level OT production on which a specific social system is established and evolves in a comprehensive way. Clearly, the material technical base of communism, which is expected to produce abundance of material and cultural goods, must surpass anything hitherto known. But how will such gigantic growth of production in all branches of industry and agriculture be achieved? The simplest means would seem to be an expansion of production, to obtain many various kinds of products, build as many plants, factories, and mines as possible, increase the areas under tillage, the size of herds, and so forth. However, if we were to take this road and develop production only in breadth, it would take us a very long time to establish communism. Just doubling the number of industrial enterprises would require decades, even at our present high construction rate. And a doubled output would still not bring us abundance. Time is not the only problem. The no less complicated question arises as to where to find the tens of millions of workers to service this multitude of enterprises. A simple increase in the number of plants and factories, therefore, is not sufficient to construct the material technical base of communism. Is there any other road to abundance? Yes, there is. Let us recall what enabled capitalism to become established as a social formation more progressive than feudalism. History and political economy give the answer. The main reason was that capitalism achieved higher productivity of social labor. Socialism and, even more so, communism open up unprecedented possibilities of growth in labor productivity by efficient utilization of all the material and labor resources available to society. Whereas the numerical increase of the labor force has its limits, under socialism the rise of labor productivity has no limits. The rise of labor productivity is the fundamental source of social production development. We must never forget V.I. Lenin's words. Labor productivity is in the final analysis the important element for the triumph of the new social order. Labor productivity growth is the main criterion of success in creating the material technical base of communism. How can labor productivity be raised? One of the most important means is the fullest possible use of the achievements of the scientific and technical revolution that has spread throughout the modern world, embracing all areas of science and technology. It applies to power engineering, industrial materials, and production techniques, and to the nature of the work process itself. Power engineering. Power, obtained in various ways, under man's control it races through long-distance power lines to every destination. It performs countless labor operations, every kind of work, where crude power is needed and where the most delicate operations are performed. In technology under the communist system the enormous advantages of electric power will be totally utilized. It is easily converted into the types of energy, and it may be transmitted over great distances. This is what makes electric power the foundation of modern technical progress. The growing demand for electric power as a result of the vigorous development of the economy and growth of labor productivity can be satisfied only by the country's total electrification. Increased generation of electric energy does not mean merely an increase in the numbers of our mechanical aids. Electric power is an exceptionally flexible production tool, with extensive use in the economy. New chemical production processes, especially smelting light metals such as aluminum, magnesium, titanium, and pure nickel, production of synthetic fibers and fertilizers. These branches of technology have an especially high rate of power consumption. There is expanded and improved use of electric power not only in the many branches of the economy. The demand for personal everyday needs will be increasingly satisfied. Use of electric power for cooking and heating and air conditioning of residential buildings has begun. Large electric power plants are linked together into rings, in order to provide mutual backup in the event of unexpected breakdowns, and also to take 179 care of the uneven load at various times of the year and even of the day. The plants linked together operate as a common boiler, a common electrical network feeding a great number of power users. A power system is uniformed. This is not merely a group of electric power plants but a single combine for generation and transmission of energy. The country's total electrification will require further development of power systems, the linking up not only of individual power plants but of whole systems to parallel operation. Merging of the power systems will be accomplished by creation of a unified power system of the USSR. Under this title a unified complex of absolutely fantastic scope and intricacy will go into operation, making the USSR power economy thrifty and giving it maximum maneuverability. Rapid development of electrification does not mean that the need for fuel and other energy sources will disappear. Many electric power plants run on coal, oil, and gas, after all. The biggest users of solid and liquid fuel have been and will continue to be many branches of heavy and light industry, transport, and agriculture. In addition to being first-class fuels, oil and natural gas are also raw materials for various synthetic products, such as artificial fibers, plastics, synthetic rubber, synthetic leather, soap, alcohol, dyes, cosmetics, medicines. At present, several thousand substances are made of oil, and their number is steadily increasing. Science and technology are opening up prospects for large-scale use of many new sources of electric power. The use of atomic energy is becoming widespread. The first electric power plant in the world to run on nuclear fuel has been operating in the USSR since 1954. Beloyarsk and Voronezh and other atomic electric power plants are now in operation. What remains is to harness the extremely rich source of energy, the sun. Great possibilities are in prospect: solar electric power plants with silicon semiconductors, for example. Every square meter of the surface of the semiconductor battery yields 100 watts of power during almost the entire period of sunshine. Similar batteries are in operation on Soviet artificial Earth satellites and spaceships. Mighty solar electric power plants are being designed. Soviet power engineering is on the threshold of wide-scale use of the Earth's interior heat. The Earth's natural heat is being employed in the form of steam or boiling water in Kamchatka, the Kuril Islands, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. So-called geothermal electric power plants are already being constructed. Other power plants to convert into electricity the energy of sea tides, a gigantic wave caused by moon and sun, are also under design. This wave travels twice around the globe every 24 hours and in some places reaches 10, 15, and even 20 meters. It will be harnessed by special dams equipped with hydraulic turbines. The first tidal wave station in the USSR will be built on the Kola Peninsula, in the Bay of the Barents Sea, where the tides are exceptionally high. I-180. V. Materials. If power constitutes the first prerequisite for modern industry, the second is materials, from which machines are manufactured, buildings constructed, and numerous consumer goods made. In creating materials, nature was indifferent as to whether they would be convenient or even usable for human needs. In their natural state, materials cannot always satisfy the requirements of modern technology. Not so long ago, designers developing new machinery and architects designing apartment houses or industrial buildings were restricted in their selection to those basic materials available in the technology of recent decades. Having learned how to explain and anticipate the properties of various complex molecules, physics and chemistry have now acquired the ability to design new substances with properties currently required. The designer is gradually being liberated from restrictions imposed by the specialist on industrial materials. He is now free to choose materials which fully meet his technical intentions and, no less important, facilitate processing the manufactured item. The necessary materials cannot be found in nature. The designer has only to specify what properties he requires, and they will be made available. Such materials as heat-resistant steels and semiconductors, unbreakable glass, non-inflammable fibers, acid-resistant uten sills, spark-free gears, bolts requiring no insulation from electric current, and resins for bridge construction have been introduced into technology. No new modern technological advances would have been possible a space shipflegal total automation of any production process, or the creation of a thinking computer without the production of new materials with certain specified, widely varying properties. Certain devices require exceptional hardness. maintainable at extreme temperatures, others, adaptability to rapid changes in an electromagnetic field, still others, resistance to the most corrosive chemical media. Fundamental change in the interrelationship between available materials and possible achievements in technology will allow even more rapid technical advance by supplying designers with materials actually needed instead of what is on hand. When this challenge is met, a new period will follow, perhaps called the era of unlimited choice. Enormous iron ore resources that permit increased production of inexpensive metal and potential improvement of its structural qualities will maintain iron's importance in machine building, production OT instruments and various devices, and other articles in all the economy's branches. At the same time, metals are being replaced at an increasing rate by more economical materials, reinforced concrete, and plastics, primarily. The time is rapidly approaching when iron in its technically pure state will be used only in rare, exceptional cases. All industrial metal will be alloyed in varying degrees, and its 181 strength considerably increased. Consequently, a whole ton of alloyed steel will suffice where a ton OT ordinary rolled metal was once required. 20th century technology has already made colossal strides owing to the discovery of the properties OT certain rare metals. Even greater advantages may be expected from the metals just beginning to come into industrial use. Here are some examples. Copper beryllium bronze is hard and resilient, it is irreplaceable for components subject to frequent load change. In the very near future, not a single branch of technology will be able to operate without photocells, just as now the normal operation OT industry is inconceivable with new types OT materials manufactured on the basis of macromolecular compounds occupy an ever greater place in modern technology and household use. Because of the character of their structure, giant molecules of polymers and other macromolecular substances have unique properties. In various combinations with tillers and structural support, and also by themselves, they can be used as very durable structural materials, fibers, and rubber substitutes. Polymer-based plastics are highly favored in technology and can easily be converted into finished products. This is due to the property reflected in their designation of high plasticity. They reach plasticity under comparatively low heat, making it possible to mold them into desired shapes that are hardened by cooling. Plastics can be made into finished articles by pressing and also by advanced methods such as vacuum molding, pressure casting, use of centrifugal force for large articles, continuous pipe casting, and stretching into shape. Plastics applied in numerous ways are complete substitutes for metals and often even surpass them. In this sense they are correctly called irreplaceable replacements. Furniture and building materials, machine tool cases and gears, and automobile bodies can all be manufactured from plastics. In the future almost all metal parts of machine tools, machinery, and aircraft will be replaced with light, durable macromolecular compounds. The polymer family is constantly growing. Since there is an infinite multiplicity of polymer internal structures, this family's growth potential is infinite. Chemistry makes it possible to create new indispensable materials. The chemical industry output will double during the current 5-year plan period. 182. And TILS is not a client's development. Expansion OT chemical production in all branches of the economy promises great benefits. First of all, products created by chemical processes require less expenditure than exploitation of natural raw materials does. Also, the quality OT products made from chemical and synthetic materials is incomparably higher, which makes a substantial savings in socially indispensable labor. Second, new chemical materials allow increased production OT variety OT consumer goods in popular demand. Thus, chemistry brings us closer to the promised shores of communist abundance. Third, more widespread, economical, and efficient use OT are raw material Resources is tremendously important. For example, in the course OT logging operations by means of mechanical equipment, nearly 2/3 of lumber material goes to waste. Chemistry, however, makes it possible to use nearly all this waste material to make wood alcohol, pulp, paper, and other products. Mechanization and automation. Mechanization and automation are tremendous factors in creating the material technical base of communism. They are the most important means of increasing labor productivity and making work easier. When we speak OT easier work, this by no means implies that under communism one will be permitted to work at half his capacity, taking his time. Work is work, and it will always require definite expenditure of physical and intellectual resources and concern and effort on man's part. By making work easier we mean constant expansion in technical labor equipment, development of heavy industry, mechanization of industrial productive processes, OT transportation and agriculture lead to steady curtailment of heavy manual labor and disappearance of occupations that are health hazards and shorten the lifespan. The unskilled laborer using a shovel has yielded place to an excavator manned by a driver and mechanic. Heavy labor by woodcutters and loggers in the timber industry has been lightened by electric saws and logging tractors. In machine building, metalworking, and construction work the labor of carriers and loaders has been replaced by crane and lift operations. In crude oil production there are no more balers and similar laborers. Drilling crews operating complex mechanical devices do their work instead. Similar changes have taken place in agriculture, where a mechanic working as a tractor or combine operator has become the key person in the production process. Heavy manual labor still goes on in many production branches, because certain work operations are not easily adapted to mechanization. Obstacles of this kind, however, can be overcome, and in the future heavy manual labor will be eliminated due to technical progress. Point 4. Socialist production mechanization and automation call toward improving the workers' qualifications, imparting an increasingly creative character to labor. Handling a shovel and operating a powerful crane are two vastly different things. Using a shovel hardly requires a great deal of knowledge. Neither does it provide opportunities for creative work, no particular intelligence is asked for. A crane operator must not only have the required minimum scientific and technical knowledge, effective use OT his machine depends on his skill and creative inventiveness, he looks for the most rational approaches and methods in his work. Many operators even strive to improve their machines. These new work conditions have brought to life that mass form of the people's creativity known as streamlining and inventiveness. Labor's character and conditions have been altered even more by automation. There are many examples of various automated production processes, and no doubt you all read about them and have personally observed them during school excursions. We shall consider at some length a few general principles of automation applicable not merely to individual machines but to entire shops, plants, and even complete economic branches. The productivity of machines can be increased not only by speeding up the basic operation of material processing, metal cutting for instance, but also by curtailing the time needed for those auxiliary operations done manually. But increasing the speed of manually performed auxiliary operations quickly reaches a physical limit, and they are also being automated. Machinery automation is considerably increased by introduction of new mechanisms for automatic adjustment OT working parts during the production process, for automatic quality and quantity control of produce, automatic feeding of the material to be processed, and removal of waste materials. If the automatic work cycle is interrupted at any stage and requires the operator's intervention, we have a semi-automatic machine. Most of these lack the mechanism for teething in the workpiece as well as devices for removing the finished product, both of which operations remain the worker's duty. An automatic machine not only speeds up particular operations but also makes it possible to combine them. For instance, one cutter at an automatic lathe is completing the external surface of a workpiece, the second is cutting the butt end, while the third has already begun to work on the conical surface. All these operations are performed simultaneously. If one could conceive of a non-automatic machine combining different operations as successfully as an automatic one, the worker in charge of this imaginary machine would have to possess 100 pairs of hands and eyes, all strictly coordinated. The automatic machine, instead, is controlled by mechanical hands and electronic eyes. Where idling operations have been completely integrated with working operations, we have a continuous action machine. A typical example of a continuous action machine is a rotary printing press. The object in process, the paper, is in constant motion and the printing process, 184, also continues without interruption. These machines are now quickly replacing the Tlat printing presses, which operate with interruptions, because the Lotai presses have incomparably higher rate OT productivity. Continuous action machines can function in all branches of industry. In metalworking there is use OT automatic machines with the operative plates located inside their perimeter. An item is completely processed as the machine itself rotates without stop. When every section OT the retie machine arrives at the one feed mechanism, it takes over the item to be processed and upon completion OT processing ejects it at the unloading place. Retie automatic lines, so-called, operate on this principle. By concentrating a number of automatically executed operations, a multi-station automatic machine can be constructed, a so-called combine or automatic transfer line, with the material in process kept in constant motion during the entire action. The highest level of automation is achieved in the fully automated plant, where an automatic system of machines operates in perfect coordination. Processes in continuous action at enormous speeds i.e. impossible to control without modern automatic devices and computer technology and without creating systems OT programmed regulation, self-adjustment and self-tuning that select optimum modes of operation, all opening new vistas. A machine can be designed that will not only sustain an assigned mode of operation but also select the best one. It ensures the most economical operation of a steam boiler by maintaining its fuel supply, selects the most favorable conditions as a chemical process progresses, or establishes an efficient method OT. Oil well drilling conditions are especially favorable for wide application of automation in the chemical industry due to continuity in most technological processes involved in making chemical products. Impressive successes have been achieved in automating the production of synthetic alcohol, rubber, nitrogen fertilizers, calcinated soda, and sulfuric acid. A decisive stage has been reached in the introduction OT automation into the field of power engineering. The automatic unit control in all large and medium electric power plants operating in the USSR has been achieved. All new hydroelectric power plants are equipped from the beginning with automatic control and, in cases where operating conditions require, with remote control. In large hydroelectric power plants, service personnel per shift now consists OT 2 to 6 persons, and in medium-sized plants, 2 to 3. Many hydroelectric power stations with the rate capacity of up to 20,000 kilowatts function without any full-time personnel. Transportation throughout the country will be converted to operate even to ally like a single conveyor. Coordinated and efficient operation of all types of transport depends not only on improving the chief means of transportation. It also depends on improved operation of auxiliary functions. Here it is especially important to mechanize completely all types of loading and unloading. Likewise, Construction is increasingly becoming a mechanized process of assembling and erecting buildings and installations out of prefabricated sections and parts manufactured at plants. Construction sites are beginning to look like plant assembly shops. Factory buildings and residential structures are assembled on the spot from parts, like machines. Capitalist and socialist automation. You know from the newspapers that many automatic installations and transfer lines are in use in the developed capitalist countries also. What are the results and consequences of introducing automation under the different conditions of the two opposite social systems? Modern automatic equipment economizes on human labor, its chief merit but not its only one. As we have seen, the introduction of self-regulating control systems in the production process makes possible the best use of all the other production elements, raw material, auxiliary material, and equipment. This is an even more important factor, because material expenditures predominate in the overall production costs in many industrial branches. This is the circumstance that most often attracts the capitalist businessman. But in a socialist society, automation's economic advantages do not have the same impact as in capitalist society. Its social consequences are directly the opposite. Hull employment is the most important among the problems caused by development of automation in a capitalist society. Under its economy, automation inevitably swells the army of unemployed. In bourgeois countries there is also a market problem created by introduction of automation. Many companies are afraid to automate their plants, thus sharply increasing production, because it is impossible to find buyers for their products. An automated radio receiver factory in England, for example, was unable to operate at its projected output capacity for 12 years because of marketing difficulties. To be sure, the problem of unemployment, like the market problem, is nothing new for capitalism, nor is it the result of automation alone. But automation complicates and aggravates both problems drastically. Automation is frequently called the demonic force in the West. George Thomson, an English physicist, in his book The Foreseeable Future has even estimated that within one generation remote control automatic machinery will permanently deprive millions of persons of employment. But is automation really responsible for all the misfortunes suffered by the working class in capitalist countries? Of course not. Automation becomes an evil. 186. In capitalist countries chiefly because of private ownership, the cause of production anarchy due to lack of planning. Precisely because automation represents the highest level of society's productive forces, at this stage it urgently requires establishment of production relations capable of opening new avenues toward productive forces to develop immediately and in the future. Under socialism and communism, automation provides society with enormous, heretofore unheard of opportunities toward growth of productive forces and improvement of the people's living standard. The CPSU program states, as distinguished from capitalism, the socialist system of planned economy combines accelerated technical progress with low employment of every person in the population capable of working. Automation and complex mechanization, i.e. the material basis for gradual transformation of socialist labor into communist labor. Naturally, in Soviet plants too, the introduction of highly productive automatic equipment curtails the need for human labor. At times, significant groups of workers are released from employment in particular production sectors, shops, and even plants, in connection with the introduction of new automatic lines. However, the workers released as a result of replacing obsolete equipment are not threatened by unemployment, nor is there danger of glutting the market with additional products obtained from steady expansion of social production. Of course, it is not a simple matter to find new jobs for these workers. Various solutions are possible. In some instances, when the plant is automated and expanded simultaneously, the released workers can be employed at the same plant. In other cases, it will be necessary to transfer the workers and employees to other enterprises in the same city or district, or Trom 1 economic region to other regions and other cities. Concentration and specialization of production. The rapid progress of science and technology makes great demands on production organization. What tendencies does one observe in this area? One of the main trends is further consolidation and concentration of production. Small enterprises cannot ensure high labor productivity (NOI) cope with mass production of manufactured articles and goods. This is precisely where large enterprises offer broad opportunity. Their use of complex machines and, especially, of comprehensive mechanization and automation is more profitable. All the advantages of modern equipment can be put to full use in large enterprises. There are more large enterprises in the USSR than in any other country. But the possibilities for further concentration of production are far from exhausted. As we move closer to communism, the two small, backward factories that still. Point 4. 187. Exist will be gradually phased out, yielding to large, technically advanced industrial production. Specialization is the second important organizational principle of present-day production. Essentially, it is the strict division of labor, where enterprises, or their particular shops, engaged in making a variety of products switch over to uniform production. This permits better utilization of machinery and raw materials, introduction of highly productive equipment, improvement of production technology, improvement of product quality, and considerable reduction of production cost. Automobile and tractor plants producing a single finished product serve as examples of specialized enterprises. Plants are also being developed to manufacture individual machine components, automobile and aircraft engines, ball bearings, tires, and so forth. Also, specialization is being introduced by separating specific production operations in foundries, for example, or forge and press plants. A major part of standard metal hardware is manufactured in our country by specialized enterprises in profitable conditions of automated mass production. However, in 1963, to produce the remaining one-third of this type of hardware, non-specialized small shops at other metalworking plants spent considerably more funds than the specialized plants did for their two-thirds share of this total production. In terms of the entire output of machine building, this meant an over-expenditure of tens of millions of rubles per year, millions that leaked out through the many barely noticeable streamlets. Specialization is also being introduced into agriculture. For example, regions of the country's northwest, the Baltic republics, many areas in Belarus and the Ukrainian Poles specialize mainly in producing milk, bacon, and industrial crops. The Transcaucasian republics and those in Central Asia have the most favorable environment for growing fruits, grapes, citrus fruits, tea, and cotton. These crops will be developed there on an even broader scale. In the central Black Earth Belt region and the Ukraine and Northern Caucasus, grain growing and livestock raising will be developed at more rapid rates. Vegetable farms and dairy farms are being expanded around Moscow, Leningrad, Kiev, Gorky, Sverdlovsk, and other large industrial centers. The interdependence of various economic branches with individual enterprises increases with growing specialization, especially in industry. Operation of a machine tool plant, for instance, depends to a great extent on deliveries from the foundries that make half-finished parts, from the motor works, and instrument-making enterprises. A tractor plant cannot operate without electrical equipment supplied by a specialized factory. Close production relations are being established between various factories and economic branches in order to 188. Ensure industry's nominal operation. Establishing these ties is known as production cooperation. Combination of production will be increasingly important in the future. Its enormous advantages are due to many factors. There is the elimination of unproductive intermediate steps in the technological process, a more complete use of raw materials, more rational employment of equipment, and cuts in transportation costs. Combination, it goes without saying, throughout the particular economic branches is affected in various fomies and directions. In the lumber industry, for example, the various methods of processing timber are combined, the primary with the secondary. It is more sensible and efficient to haul planks than logs by rail over long distances. It is more profitable to undertake chemical processing of lumber waste on the spot, extracting acetic acid, turpentine, and other valuable products, and pressing fiberboard out of the sawdust. It is profitable to combine metallurgy with chemical production. When a mixture of oxygen and natural gas is blown into a blast furnace, the composition of the blast furnace gas changes, it becomes a valuable chemical raw material. About 300 kilograms of inexpensive synthetic ammonia can be obtained from blast furnace gas per ton of pig iron. Adoption of combined technology leads in a number of cases to complete restructuring OT entire branches OT industry, many specialized branches AIE gradually disappearing, and their production is being transferred to another branch, and thus is much more profitable. For example, future plans call for about 2/3 of soda and nearly 1/2 of sulfuric acid production in the country to be concentrated in non-ferrous metallurgy, i.e., to be obtained as byproducts of extraction of precious metals. Such combined methods have another advantage of no small importance. In most cases they eliminate pollution of the atmosphere and water reservoirs. The so-called industrial waste of one branch represents very valuable raw material for another. Large amounts of waste are a sure sign of a scientifically defective technological process. Conditions are especially favorable for creating combined enterprises in the food processing industry and in agriculture. This is understandable. Agricultural raw material is complex in composition, it is available at various seasons, and in every season the same type OT equipment can be used in a combined enterprise to process it. This will strengthen production ties between kolkhozes and sovkhozes on the one hand, and the local industrial enterprises on the other. As the CPSU program points out, agricultural industrial combines will gradually emerge. Scientific organization of agriculture. Creation of the material technical basis of communism presupposes vigorous development of both industry and agriculture. Point 4. 189. Increased output OT TARM produce can be obtained in two ways, by expanding the areas under cultivation without changing the agro-technical basis, or by obtaining an ever-increasing amount of farm produce per unit of area under cultivation. The chief means of advancing agriculture and satisfying the country's increasing need in farm produce, says the CPSU program, is overall mechanization and consistent intensification. The soil is the chief means of production in agriculture. Degree of farming intensity is therefore primarily decided by how this natural basic factor is used. Any machine wears out, but the soil does not. If it is well cultivated and fertilized, and if the various crops are sown in reasonable sequence, or, as the agronomists say, if crop rotation is practiced correctly, the soil's fertility will constantly increase. What are the chief features of farming intensification? Intensive farming means, first of all, obtaining higher yield from each hectare OT land, and second, increasing labor productivity and lowering production costs by mechanization and use of chemicals. Within the next few years the kolkhozes and sovkhozes will receive new machine systems of high technical economic performance, geared to conditions in each agricultural zone. OT course. Intensive fanning requires not only increased numbers OT TARM implements per unit of area under cultivation, but also highly productive operation and careful storage of farm equipment. All-inclusive electrification of agriculture is fundamental for efficient intensification of agricultural production. Spends OT many years in the use of fertilizers and chemicals to protect plants and animals, as well as evaluation of these procedures' economic effects, have demonstrated that use of chemicals is one of the most powerful means of agricultural intensification. Academician D.N. Pryanishnikov, the eminent Soviet agrochemist, has written that chemistry is creating new continents by providing quantities of additional farm produce comparable to the agricultural output of entire large countries. In recent years, chemists, physiologists, and biochemists have had considerable success in making and applying new chemicals to regulate plant growth and fertility. Among them are chemical preparations that act as growth stimulants when used in small quantities, whereas in large doses they suppress plant development and even kill plants. The toluene preparations will be used with increasing frequency in agriculture, herbicides, for selective destruction of weeds among useful plant crops, growth stimulants, to fruits and vegetables, chemical compounds, to inhibit budding and blossoming of trees during a cold spring, and preparations that prevent stored potatoes from sprouting, and eliminate runaway shoots on fruit trees, cotton bushes, and other crops. Mechanized harvesting of cotton and a number of garden crops is made easier by defoliants, which remove leaves, and desiccants, compounds that promote dyeing OT stalks, leaves, and tops OT potatoes, tomatoes, soybeans, and other. 190. Plants. Use of defoliants makes possible cotton picking by machine. This will relieve an enormous number OT people OT seasonal overwork because OT heavy physical labor in the Central Asian republics and other southern regions. Agriculture up to this time has been greatly dependent on the weather. Can agriculture be made independent of the weather's caprice? Man has not yet mastered weather control. In dry regions, irrigation of the fields is a dependable way of obtaining stable harvests, making possible utilization OT the rich soils OT the south, where sunshine is plentiful, but not moisture. Because of irrigation, millions of hectares will be brought under cultivation in Central Asia, the southern regions of the Russian Federation, the Ukraine, and the republics OT Transcaucasia. Because OT irrigation there is certainty OT always obtaining required amounts OT such valuable agricultural products as wheat, cotton, rice, and corn, and OT increasing production of meat, milk, butter, and wool. Irrigated tildes promise an additional 1 to 1.5 billion poods of grain. In the European part of the USSR, outside the Black Earth belt, drainage and eventual cultivation of swampland covering approximately 20 million hectares are in planning. The special plenum of the CPSU Central Committee of May 1966 was devoted to improvement and irrigation problems of low productivity soils. The plenum decided on a broad program of irrigation and amelioration to be carried out over several 5-year plan periods. Great tasks faced us in livestock breeding, where guaranteed milk and increased meat yields are needed. And the most dependable way to attain these goals is by introducing progressive work methods, new and more advanced equipment, and the latest scientific achievements. Chemistry plays an important role in livestock raising, also. Chemicals ente. This branch of farm economy chiefly in 3 ways, chemically pipaid totter, preservative chemicals, and compounds regulating light processes. The economic effectiveness of chemical stimulants is considerable. 4. Example, feeding urea to ruminants increases the milk yield and weight of the stock. In the case of sheep, it also results in higher yield OT wool. Many animal diseases are caused by bites OT blood-sucking insects and are transmitted by infected wadi and fodder. Chemicals play an important role in prevention and treatment of these ailments. The system of animal feeding is also being changed. The use of chemicals to preserve fodder has considerably reduced storage losses OT crops with high moisture content. As a result, actual totter harvest is almost doubled. Chemistry also has created the possibility of imaging fodders with mineral substances, especially phosphates, and other microelements. The struggle toward improvement of livestock raising is identical with the Stiegler. For more rapid development of all branches of agricultural economy, and toy. Point 4. 191. Speedy creation of abundance of farm products. Livestock raising is directly connected with grain farming. Not only abundant production of meat and milk but also more use of valuable natural fertilizers to enlarge the crop yield of grain cereals, and, thus, the overall grain harvest, are tied in with expansion of livestock raising. Science, the great productive force. In the beginning, science entered production as complex mechanical equipment. The laws of mechanics helped design machinery. Physics and chemistry made possible improvement of the technology developed experimentally. Now the situation has radically changed. From explanation of natural phenomena, science has moved to artificial reproduction of the natural processes and chemical reactions. Actually, in many ways, science has gone farther than nature. For example, concentrating light energy into fine pencils lasers is unknown in nature. We do not encounter in nature many of the substances created by biosynthetic means. Science is providing its own powerful production base. Think of such modern scientific instruments as the gigantic elementary particle accelerators with magnets measuring several hundred meters in diameter and service crews of nearly 1,000 people, the huge wind tunnels, electron microscopes, and computers. From the engineering viewpoint, they are all highly complex installations. Production based on the latest scientific achievements more and more frequently represents a hugely magnified process of laboratory research. Every contemporary large technical transformation begins with the stage of scientific research. Inventiveness in industrial production now inevitably includes scientific research. In other words, science is gradually being converted into a direct productive force. But this prospect is only possible in a society advancing toward communism. Why is this so? The expansion of the sphere of technological application of science, however important, is not the decisive requirement of its conversion into a direct productive force. Only when there is harmonious development of social production can science become fully productive. Its technological application ensures the progress of the means of production and promotes the individual person's development, the basic productive force in society. And this merging of science with the main productive force of society, man himself as creator, bearer, and champion of science, is only possible in a society where development does not occur spontaneously. Communism possesses all the necessary preconditions for this merger for the first time in history. And the closer our society draws to communism, the more manifest is dominion by man, armed with scientific knowledge, over the means of production. 192. We have traced the main courses of development of the material, tangible base upon which new, communist human relations will grow. The material technical base of future communist society will surpass the level of productive forces created by capitalism considerably. It will absorb the highest achievements of scientific and technical progress and equip our country with the most modern and powerful technology. All this, the ocean-like wave of energy, the untold wealth of materials, the army of intelligent machines, is not going to appear unaided. Every one of us must make his contribution toward a classless society. As a result of the construction of socialism, the main evil of a class society, the oppression of man by man, has been wiped out forever. Everyone labors in a social economy, is paid according to his labor, and has an equal riglet to take part in state affairs. However, class and other related social distinctions have not been completely eradicated. As long as they persist, there cannot be full equality of working and living conditions for the people. That is why overcoming these distinctions and creating a classless society is an all-important objective of communist construction. Communist ownership, basis of classless society. The fundamental reason for the class distinctions that still exist is that the labor of workers is tied in with the all-people property, while that of the peasants is tied in with the kolkhoz property. These distinctions will disappear when a single communist ownership of the means of production replaces the two phones of socialist ownership. How will this be accomplished? The all-people property develops in the course of the construction of the material technical base of communism. Its volume widens, every year thousands of new plants and factories, schools and apartment houses, cinemas and clubs, polyclinics and stadiums are made ready for use, equipment of industrial enterprises is modernized and their production potential increases. At the same time, as has been stated, there is concentration of production, specialization and cooperation of enterprises, improved distribution of productive forces and improved economic management. Socialist all-people ownership develops directly into communist ownership. 4. 193. Matters are more complex with kolkhoz ownership, it must be brought into alignment with all-people ownership and merge with it. How can this objective be achieved? The simplest solution would appear to be, let us convert all the kolkhozes into sovkhozes, and the task will be done, but such transformation will not solve the problem, nor will it ensure an automatic rise in the entire agricultural production. We need bread, meat, milk, and other products in ever-increasing quantities. To obtain them it is necessary to introduce new equipment, apply scientific advances in agriculture and livestock raising broadly, and improve labor organization, that is, bring about a shape rise in agriculture's productive forces. This is the key to the solution, because rise in kolkhoz production brings development of kolkhoz ownership, to merge directly with all-people ownership. Is the kolkhoz phone of ownership capable of ensuring this development, this upswing OT productive forces? Certainly it is, as proven by the fact that, alongside existing backward kolkhozes, there are many kolkhozes whose performance is no worse, and sometimes even better, than that of sovkhozes. Obviously, the kolkhoz form of production has not exhausted its potential and possesses enormous hidden reserves that must be fully utilized. Therefore, in agriculture we should develop both the sovkhoz and kolkhoz forms of production. Convergence of the two forms of socialist ownership. Let us see how the upsurge in kolkhoz production and the conversion of kolkhozes into actual factories of agricultural products lead to a higher level of socialization OT cooperative ownership, causing it to draw closer to all-people ownership. With growth kolkhoz production amount of unshared funds belonging to the communal property is growing, as compared with shares belonging to individual members. The larger the proportion of unshared funds, the closer kolkhoz property draws to all-people ownership, as far as concerns its economic nature. The labor of the entire Soviet people, the kolkhoz peasantry, the workers, and the intelligentsia is embodied in the powerful tractors and combines, in all the diversified, advanced mechanized equipment of modern agriculture. Internal kolkhoz production relations are improving with the development of communal economy in the kolkhozes. They increasingly satisfy the needs of their members, not only in grain but other farm products, and on this basis gradual elimination of the family plots will be achieved. Paid vacations and other payments, similar to those in state enterprises, are being introduced. 194. Recent years have seen successful development of interkolkhoz production. TIEs, various forms OT cooperation among kolkhozes. One kolkhoz by itself is often not in a position to build even a small electric power plant, a taktoy initial processing of agricultural raw materials, or other production installations, a rest home for its members, and other facilities. Several neighboring kolkhozes, therefore, combine their resources and build jointly. Auton kolkhozes undertake construction jointly with state enterprises. Clearly, these joint ventures and installations can no longer be considered purely cooperative property, they hardly differ from objects of all-people property. Direct consolidation of Kolkhoz means of production with state resources is thus taking place. One of the chief advantages of socialist ownership, as we know, is the possibility of planning production. In this respect, too, the present difference between the two forms of socialist ownership is being overcome. Advanced ways and methods of planning developed in industry are being successfully applied in the kolkhozes. Growth of unshared funds, development of cooperation among kolkhozes and between the kolkhozes and the state, and improvement of other aspects of production relations indicate that kolkhoz ownership is converging with all people ownership. But does this mean that the two forms of socialist ownership are developing separately, the one leading the way and the other catching up? Clearly, it does not. Kolkhoz production is increasing mainly because of electrification, introduction of chemicals, complex mechanization, and automation (OT-TARM) labor. This is being affected by industry, which supplies the countryside with power tool, equipment and fertilizers, thus reorganizing agricultural production.